Volume 3. Contents. Aunt Brownlow, Harry Dale, Mrs. Dale and Ellen, Mrs. D, Ellen, Mrs. D, Dr. Brownlow, and Harry. After the luncheon, which closed the last volume, a churchwarden occupied Uncle for about an hour. When he had left off, Uncle proposed a walk in the garden. I could see at once what this was meant to lead to, as he almost immediately turned in the direction of the summer house. When we got there, he sat down on the couch, and begged me to sit beside him. He opened the subject at once by saying, "My dear Charlie, I am very much pleased that your aunt has opened your eyes to the real nature of our actions with you, which your simple innocence had imagined to be a mere kindly relief to the overgorged vessels of your virile member. Accident might have made you acquainted with this through some less interested channel, and you might have innocently betrayed your future position. I believe you to possess a large fund of good sense and discretion, and the advice I shall give you as to the conduct to pursue in future will not only be received with confidence as meant for your future good, but listened to attentively and acted upon. The world, my dear boy, and by that I mean society in general, condemns the practices we have lately been indulging in with you. Their narrow prejudices ignore the fact that nature alone prompts to these delightful acts, and that the great God of nature gifted us with the powers necessary for their performance. But, as the world has chosen to brand them with its censure, men of prudence, like myself, whilst apparently conforming outwardly to such stupid prejudices, know how in secret to fully enjoy them. I am blessed in your darling aunt with a wife who fully understands and humors my desires. She is rarely splendid in the glorious beauties of her body, and in temperament hot as the most erotic of our sex could desire. Even in your ignorance you must have felt the wonderful power of conferring carnal ecstatic pleasures she possesses, and have heard how, in the energy of her passion, she allowed her lust to betray her into the use of grossly bawdy terms, but which, as they have enlightened you when best prepared to receive such knowledge, is rather fortunate than otherwise. I speak thus frankly to you, my dear boy, because I have found you of a rare facility in giving and receiving erotic pleasures, and of a temperament worthy of the descent from the same stock as your aunt. You are worthy of each other, and formed to enjoy to the utmost each other's carnal delights, and I bless my happy star that has brought you both under my own roof. Henceforth there must be no secrets between us. It was at my earnest wish that your aunt relieved you, and, of course, I had my own object in view. In the first place, I require some extra excitement to be able myself to indulge in these delightful combats in love's domain. You and your aunt's copulations were to me more exciting than you can imagine. You will have observed, too, what is the real quarter to which, when excited, I pay my devoirs. Glorious as is the backside of your incomparable aunt, your young charms, virgin in that respect, excited me still more. I began by gentle touches, and then tried the insertion of my finger, when I saw you were far too busy operating within the orbit of your lustful and lusty aunt to observe or even feel what I was doing. I found a facility about your bottom as perfect for enjoyment as your truly magnificent prick or cock was fitted for operating in its way. It was then I suggested to your aunt to mount upon you, and afterwards made you aware that your aunt possessed another aperture which could equally well allay what you then looked upon as a source of pain. My object was to lead you to the same point. Your innocent docility lent itself with easy simplicity to all my desires. I saw that you entered readily into your aunt's glorious bum-hole, and allowed me to work with 2 fingers in your own. Finding that it rather gave you pleasure than otherwise, I proposed to abate my own stiffness in your bottom. Your affectionate docility enabled me to obtain unfailing ecstasy. Your after-fucking of me, while I was in my wife's bottom, conferred the utmost erotic bliss upon me, as you have experienced when operating and being operated upon. These are the moments of a felicity your stupid prejudiced worldlings know nothing of, and these are the pleasures which, now that we have initiated you into all their secret mysteries, we will enjoy to the utmost. To the true votaries of these love orgies, grossness of language is a stimulant to passion. Fuck, frig, bugger, cunt, prick, ballocks, bubbies, arsehole are all sacred words only to be pronounced when in the exercise of love's mysteries. At all other times a guarded decency of word, act, and gesture is imperative, as enhancing the delight of an unbridled vocabulary in the voluptuary of raging lust. I shall from time to time inculcate sage precepts on this point. Enough for the present. Let us now indulge in mutual embraces. So ending, he took me in his arms and glued his lips to mine. Our tongues met. Both our hands wandered, his on my prick, which immediately responded to the touch. My hand was placed on his prick, but which was only at half cock. I rapidly unbuttoned, and brought it forth, then stooping I took it in my mouth, and sucked it and fingered the root with my hand. Then passing my other hand below, I sought to penetrate with my finger into the interior of his fundament. He rose to a standing position to enable me to enter his anus more easily. His prick quickly standing fiercely showed how much I excited him. I ceased not until he was in an agony of pleasure, forcing my head down on his prick until it entered almost completely into my mouth, and shooting his sperm right down my throat. I continued to suck and frick him until I produced somewhat of a restiffening of his prick. He begged me to rise, that he might take mine in his mouth, desiring me at the same time to take off my trousers and lie down on the couch. I did so. He knelt at my side, and first handling and examining it with loudly expressed admiration of my noble weapon, he took its head in his mouth, and then with his hand on its lower shaft, and finger up my fundament, brought on a similar crisis as that I had produced on himself. He just as greedily swallowed all. I had allowed my hand to fall down by the side of the couch, where it encountered his prick, which had resumed its pristine vigor. "Come, my dear uncle," said I, "and let us put it into its favorite corner." I rose, and kneeling, turned my backside full in his face. He stooped, caressed, kissed, and tongued the rosy orifice. With the plentiful saliva with which the operation of sucking my prick had filled his mouth, he moistened my bumhole and his own prick, and then easily glided up to the hilt within my delighted backside. Resting for a while in all the ecstasies of insertion, which I heightened by my internal pressures, he seized my prick, which had stood again at once at the pleasing sensation occasioned by the introduction of his prick in my bottom. Thus fricking my prick and fucking my arse, with occasional pauses to lengthen out our pleasures, he at last brought matters to a most exquisite termination, and died away in cries of joy as we poured forth a mutual torrent of sperm. Uncle continued soaking in all the blissful after sensations, which I did everything in my power to enhance by the delight-giving pressures of my sphincter muscle. When he withdrew and rose to his legs, he helped me up, and drew me to his bosom, and we had a long kiss of gratified desire, tonguing each other the while, and handling our ballocks with mutual gratification. My uncle was profuse in his praises of my docility and aptitude, declaring that his pederastic enjoyment of my person excelled all he had ever experienced in his long practice of the habit, and my delicious sideways wriggle was superior to the very fine bum-fucking his adorable wife had the art of giving him. Then there was the further excitement of handling the very finest prick he had ever met with. "It is no flattery to you, my dear Charles," he said, "but mere justice to its superb dimensions and admirable power." Here he stopped, and sucked anew its reeking head, getting a few more drops out. We then purified ourselves. A basin with water was kept in a small cupboard purposely for such occasion, for I afterwards learned the place had been the scene of innumerable contests of the same kind with Aunt and other boys. Having readjusted our disordered habiliments, we left the grounds, and took a long quiet walk in the fields, the good doctor inculcating admirable advice to me, whom he considered an innocent tyro in love's ways. Nevertheless, all he taught me only strengthened my high opinion of the wisdom of dear Mrs. Benson, and the adorable Frankland, whose opinion of what was likely to happen to me at the rectory had been so quickly realized. We returned in time to dress for dinner. The evening passed as the previous ones. I was conducted to my room, and left alone to recruit my forces by a quiet night's rest. I may here incidentally mention that it was a rule of uncle and aunt, very rarely departed from, to send their favorites to their lonely couches as a means of restoring their powers, and reinvigorating them for daylight encounters, both the dear creatures loving to have the fullest daylight on all the charms of their participants in pleasure, at the same time yielding an equally undisguised inspection of their own. This was their principal reason, but they also considered it advisable as a restorative, and a useful precaution not to overstrain the energies of the youths they both so much enjoyed. My late experiences at home had already taught me the advantage and utility of a quiet night's rest after frequent contests in the fields of Venus and Juno. I slept on this occasion with a deep and continuous slumber, until I was awakened by my uncle, who came to summon me to the arms of his wife, who, in the splendor of her full-blown charms, awaited me in her own bed, naked as the day she was born. Her arms outstretched, she invited me to the full enjoyment of her glorious person. The doctor drew my nightshirt over my head, and in a moment I was locked in the close embrace of that superb creature. We were both too hot to wait for further preliminaries, but went at it in furious haste, and rapidly paid our first tribute to the god of love. The doctor had acted postilion to both of us, with a finger up each anus. The exquisite pressures of my aunt's cunt reinvigorated me almost without a pause, and we proceeded at once to run a second course. Uncle got 3 fingers into her divine bottom hole, as her legs were thrown over my waist, and her immense buttocks well thrown up enabled him to have full play between the cheeks of her backside. This double operation made the dear lascivious creature spend again in a very few movements, and giving her hardly time to finish her discharge, I fucked on with double force, and with prick as hard as wood, as fast I could work. This furious onset, which was the most exciting thing she knew of, rapidly caused a third discharge. To prevent my own prick from spending too quickly, I held somewhat back, then again we went at it fast and furious, and the dear lustful creature, with cries of joy, spent again with me, and fainted from excess of pleasure, but her glorious cunt continued to throb on my delighted prick, as if it would nip it off by the roots. I never met with so lusciously large a cunt, or one with a greater power of pressure. She could quite hold even an exhausted prick a complete prisoner in these most delicious and velvety folds. Great as was the power of Miss Franklin's cunt in that way, Aunt beat her. I may here mention an occurrence that took place some time after this period. It was during a rare opportunity from an accidental absence of the doctor, when I was sleeping with my gloriously beautiful aunt. I had fucked her to her heart's content before we slept, and again on waking, in full daylight, after which we rose to relieve our natural wants. I laid myself down on the floor, that I might completely see my dear Aunt Piddle from her splendid cunt. It was a glorious sight, which instantly fired my passions and was at once followed by a fuck on the floor, my aunt's enormous backside being quite cushion enough, and we enjoyed the novelty of the thing amazingly. She was loud in her praises of my indefatigable prick, which, with its vigor and superb dimensions, was beyond all she had ever seen or felt, and just fitted her large and luscious cunt, which had never before been so well filled. This remark reminded me of a desire I had long had to have a thorough investigation of that immense and splendid object. I expressed a wish to that effect. "My darling boy, anything you like. You could not have a better opportunity. My legs point to the window, so you have the fullest sight. Look, feel, frig, fuck, or bugger, all is at your free disposition. Only give me a pillow from the bed, as the floor is too hard for me to continue so long as you are likely to be." I jumped up and gave her 2 pillows. Then laying her limbs wide open, with knees bent, the magnificence of that luscious cunt lay in all its grandeur before me. I have before described what a large, but splendidly proportioned woman she was. Small feet, and clear-run ankles, large, but admirably turned calves, very small knees, above which rose the very finest and fleshiest of thighs, worthy supporters of what I have already described as the largest and finest backside my eyes ever lighted on. Immense hips, and wonderfully and naturally small waist, above which were her superb, large, fine, and firm bubbies that stood out when naked, as hard and firm as those of the youngest of women, a charming neck, and well-posed head with most pleasing and beautiful features crowned the whole. Her arms were superb, and equal in proportion to her other grand and splendid limbs. The flesh was of the most delicious creamy white, without a spot or a blemish. The hair of the head, plentiful in the extreme, and so long and thick that when undone it fell all around her and below her superb buttocks, so that she could shake it out all round, and completely hide her nakedness. Often and often has she allowed me to pose her in every way, and shake it out all over her, and well she might, for no matter how often I might have fucked her previously, it was sure to produce at least 3 more encounters, one of which was always in her backside, a most favorite way with her, and which she declared was by far the most pleasurable provided the other aperture had been previously well fucked. With such a taste, of course, her greatest pleasure was to have 2 pricks in her at once, the ne plus ultra of erotic satisfaction. To return to the inspection I was about to describe, which was really the first at my full disposition, for although I had often gomma-hutched, felt, and seen the beautiful object, it was when my passions were excited, and when the gratification of lust alone prompted me, a state of mind opposed to close observation of natural beauties. Now, repeated tributes to the god of lust had cooled my ardor for the moment, and left me to the perfect enjoyment of the sight before me, with the temper to inspect its full-blown beauties in the minutest way. I have said before that my aunt had one of the broadest, most prominent, and most beautiful mounts of Venus that I ever saw. It was thickly covered with beautiful silky fair curls, which did not hinder you from seeing her exquisite skin below. The sweep round, to pass between her thighs, was bold and graceful. In the middle was a well-defined semicircular depression, from whence the large, thick, and beautifully pouting lips of her cunt commenced, which in her present position lay partially open. You could just see where the clitoris lay snug. I have already observed that this was not largely developed, nor were the inner labia of her cunt at all projecting. Indeed, they were not visible, unless her legs, with bent knees, were stretched apart, as at present. On each side of these luscious pouting lips, and the long immense pinky gash, was a triangle of considerable space, such, in fact, as is only to be seen in a woman of the splendidly large proportions of my aunt. This was covered as much as her mount with fair silky curls, which ran down to her beautiful corrugated and rosy bottom hole. Nothing could be finer or more beautiful than the sight, as she thus lay fully exposing every part in the broadest daylight. After handling and admiring all, I laid the lips well back and apart, and there they kept open. Nothing could be more charming than the interior of that most enchanting cunt, of an exquisite salmon pink in color. Nothing was out of order. The clitoris, which bulged out in excitement from my touches of all the parts around, lay first in the upper partition of the pouting lips, then became below, slightly open, a charming entrance to the urethra, larger than usual, to allow the mighty rush of waters to pour from it when piddling. Below this was the opening of the vagina, which I parted with my fingers, and could see even to the corrugated sides of that exquisite pleasure-giving sheath. Then followed some sinuosity of pinky flesh, whose duty it was to stretch to allow the largest prick to penetrate. Half an inch beyond was the rosy orifice of her bottom. Such was the exquisite scene before my delighted eyes. I proceeded with my internal examination. Thrusting in 3 fingers of each hand, I forced open by literal pressure the lips, until I could see to a depth of 4 or 5 inches. It was a most beautiful sight. The sheath appeared to have ribs running round it about half an inch apart, and I could see they were the means of causing the exquisite pressures her cunt could so ecstatically exercise. Indeed, excited by my attouchements, I could see them contracting and relaxing. It was, doubtless, these ribs that seemed to exercise a sort of peristaltic motion on the prick, when reposing at full stand in that glorious cunt. I was able so widely to open this splendid vagina that I thought I would try to get my hand altogether in. Projecting my fingers forward, with the first and fourth drawn under the middle ones and the thumb between, I pushed them forward, and as the whole cunt was reeking with my last discharge, and was well lubricated, I glided on. There was a little difficulty at the knuckles, but I exerted a slight, gentle pressure, and in all went. Aunt winced a little, and asked what I was doing. I told her. "It is all in, my darling." "Yes, Auntie." She closed upon it, and squeezed it quite hard. "Oh, how nice," she exclaimed, "push it further in." I advanced, and could feel the end of her womb, which appeared like 3 points to fingers and the thumb drawn together, and looked at endways as something like what it felt, of course, without the nails. Aunt asked me if I could double my fist where it was. I had no difficulty, as the part yielded to the greater bulk. Aunt cried out, "My darling boy, that is delicious, push it further in." I did so, and began working within her, backwards and forwards. She wriggled her splendid backside in ecstasy, and before I had made a dozen movements, poured down upon my hand and arm a torrent of almost boiling liquid, and went off with a cry of enjoyment. Her arms and legs relaxed, and she lay quite still in the utmost after enjoyment, but with a pressure on my arm and fist quite wonderful. Knowing how she liked the movement to be continued at such a moment, I worked in and out slowly. She soon recovered, and again seconded my movements, and again went off in all the fury of lust, accompanied with shouts of excitement, urging faster movements, and again went off in all the fury of her most libidinous nature, and spent most profusely. All this had now brought me into as furious a state as herself. I wanted to withdraw and substitute my prick, not only from the state of excitement I was in, but also to experience the effects of such a well-stretched cunt upon my lesser-sized weapon. But so tight did my aunt hold my imprisoned hand that I could not withdraw. I begged her to let it go, as I wanted to fuck her instantly, but she prayed me to give her one more of such exquisite maneuvers. It was a joy beyond anything she had ever before experienced, so she begged her darling boy to join. On I went as she desired, and a more exciting picture of furious lust never met my sight. I helped her final discharge by thrusting 2 fingers in her bum hole. Never shall I forget the grip she gave my arm and fingers when she spent. It was positively painful, and showed the enormous force of passionate lust. She went off in such a fury of excitement that I thought she had fainted outright. But her pressures continued all the time. It was long before she recovered her senses, and my arm was aching, and my prick bursting. At last she exclaimed, "Oh, where am I? I have been in paradise." "Dear aunt," I cried, "do let me out. I am bursting to fuck you, and I can't get my arm out, if you don't relax your grip of my wrist." "I can't help it, my dear boy, it is involuntary. Put your other hand on my mount, and pull steadily, but not with a jerk." I did so, and really it required considerable force to withdraw it, notwithstanding I had previously unclenched my hand. I jumped immediately upon her, and at one bound plunged into that vast cavity, up to the cods. It immediately closed upon me, and tight as she usually held me, she really appeared to do so this time tighter than ever. So wonderfully gifted was that longest, highest, and most luscious cunt I ever fucked. You may easily imagine the rapid ending of such raging lust. I spent with cries more like the braying of a donkey than any other sound, and then lay like one dead on that glorious belly, with head reposing between the firm and splendid bubbies, and clasping me to her bosom, panting with all it had just granted. We lay long in ecstatic trance of the delicious after-sensations. Our mutual internal throbbings gradually re-excited all our passions. With renewed ardor I quickly made my lascivious and libidinous aunt spend again on my delighted prick, which kept ramming at her during the swoon-like pause which spending produced. She had taught me this was exquisite delight to her. She soon resumed the full swing of her lust, but suddenly stopping, said, "Charlie, my darling, withdraw, and shove it in behind." She quickly turned round, with great agility, prompted by the excess of her desires. I was behind her in an instant, and as my prick was reeking with the fuck she had just so plentifully bedewed it with, and the divine lower orifice had also received its tricklings, I had no difficulty in pushing firmly but not too forcibly right up to the meeting of her stupendous buttocks and my belly. She sighed deeply with delight, when she felt me fully embedded, and began the delicious side wriggle, while I remained for some minutes quiet, that I might enjoy the superb beauty of those mighty orbs, in all their play of passion. Aunt grew furious with lust. Her hand was actively frigging both clitoris and cunt. She called out to me to shove on, 2 or 3 thrusts on my part, and the dear, lecherous creature again poured down her nature. I paused to restrain my own discharge, but made my prick throb within its most exquisite sheath, which never ceased responding most deliriously. It was but for a minute or two, when my own fierce passion drove me to very energetic action. My delighted aunt seconded my movements. Fast and furious grew our sport, until, with cries of the wildest lust, we both spent deliciously together. I sank on her glorious bottom and back, and by embracing her superb bubbies with both hands, until her exquisite pressures again renewed my forces, and drove me on to another delightful career, in which again the hot lust of my aunt drew down from her several discharges to my one. At last we sank both together, in all the joys of fully satiated desire. Again I lay for some time on that broad and beauteous back, until aunt said I must withdraw, as she had great natural want. I instantly withdrew. Out he came with a loud plop, followed immediately by a tremendous succession of farts. Aunt professed to be quite horrified, but I only burst into a loud fit of laughter and told the dear creature to fart, piss, or shit, whenever she felt inclined. I should only love her the better. She said she must at once do the latter, and was running off to the water closet as soon as she could hurry on some clothes. But I drew out the chamber, and begged her to sit down there at once. It would give me pleasure and excite me as well. She was too hard-pressed to hesitate, so sitting down, she had a hell of a let fly, as a military friend of mine used to say. I stooped over her back, caressed her bubbies, and when she turned up her delighted face, our lips were glued together in a loving kiss, while my nose sniffed the really delicious odor that came from her. When she had done, she begged me to hand her a towel to wipe herself. "No, no, my darling aunt, nothing of the sort. Stoop down forward onto your knees, and I will lick the delicious orifice clean with my tongue." She laughed, kissed me, and told me I was a darling boy, just after her own heart, but hardly expected I had already acquired the tastes of my uncle, the rector, whose lech lay in that practice. She let herself down on her knees as her sublime arse raised itself from the pot, and stooping her head low down, presented her immense buttocks before me, with the chink between well stretched open. I moved the pot on one side, threw myself on hands and knees, and eagerly kissing the exquisite orifice, greedily licked it clean, and thrusting my tongue well within, rolled it about, to the great delight of dear aunt, whose passions were instantly aroused, and her divine backside began to wriggle. I shoved my thumb up her cunt, and frigged until she spent. Meanwhile my own unruly member had become distended to his full size, and was throbbing with desire. So raising my body erect, I brought him again to the rosy orifice I had just been tonguing, and to my aunt's infinite delight, again housed him as far as he could go, and again began active operations, which I continued until aunt's lasciviousness again made her spend. I paused a little after this, or otherwise I should have gone off myself. Stooping over the glorious bottom, I replaced her hand with my own, and began frigging her clitoris, till her passions, again excited, made her begin ecstatic movements, in which I joined until the grand crisis seized us both together, ushered in with cries of joy. We spent, and sank down sideways on the floor in quite a death swoon of ecstatic and satisfied lust. Here we lay quite exhausted for some time. At last aunt let me out, and begged me to rise. "I must purify you, my darling boy, as you did me." And seizing my limp prick in her mouth she sucked it clean, until she began to feel symptoms of the resurrection of the flesh. She hastily rose, and said, "No, Charlie, you have done far too much tonight. I must see you to your bed, that you may get at least a couple of hours sleep." She took up my nightshirt, threw it over me, led me to my bedroom, tenderly embraced me, and thanked me for such a night of pleasure as she had never in all her life enjoyed the equal. Then locking me in, she retired to her own bed. It may well be supposed that after such exertions, I slept the sleep of the just for many hours. My aunt had frequently come to look at me, but seeing me in so sound a slumber, would not have me disturbed a politic proceeding, as it resulted in a fuller indulgence in the summer house that day than would have happened if my powers had not been restored by refreshing sleep. This kind of life had been going on for nearly 3 weeks. The doctor became less easy to move. One morning I had fucked my aunt twice. The doctor's prick at the end of the second had stiffened to about half stand. I took it into my mouth, which, with handling his ballocks and postillioning his bottom hole, brought him up to the full standard. He proposed to bugger aunt while I did the same kind office to himself. A caprice seized me, and I proposed, on the contrary, that we should both fuck aunt's capacious cunt at once. Aunt, for form's sake, cried out against it, but the idea tickled the fancy of my uncle, who would not only enjoy all the beauties of my aunt's glorious backside in motion, but could postillion her as well. So I lay down on my back, aunt mounted me, and presented her splendid bum to the attack of her excited husband. He first thrust his prick up to the hilt in her luscious and well-bedewed cunt. When well lubricated, he withdrew, to allow me to make my place in full possession, then bringing his stiff standing prick against the root of mine, pressing it well down, he gently shoved forward, and gradually sheathed himself within the well-stretched and capacious orbit of my aunt, who winced a little in pretended pain, but who, by the grip she immediately gave to the double fuck within her, showed how much gratified she was. After a pause of enjoyment, I gave the signal for exact joint movements, both pulling out gently, and sliding slowly in again. 2 or 3 thrusts, aided by the doctor's finger in her bottom hole, sufficed to make dear lecherous aunt spend profusely. We increased our speed, but still not fast, which quickly reawakened all aunt's lust. Before we ourselves were ready, the dear lascivious creature again poured down her nature, boiling hot, on our delighted pricks. This produced such excitement upon us that we could no longer restrain our own desire to come to the ecstatic conclusion. Our movements became more rapid. We each felt the electric-like sensation of the approaching crisis. Aunt doubly felt the influence of our increasing speed and hardness, and was as ready as ourselves to pour down the tribute to the goddess of love or lust, Holy Mother Venus. The novelty, the pressure, and the excess of pleasure declared itself in the loud cries of the last crisis, as we all died away in the enrapturing sensations produced by the intense satisfaction our desires had experienced. We lay long wrapped in the after-ecstasy. Aunt's delicious internal movements began again. The doctor's prick had shrunk to a merry piece of inanimate dough, and he withdrew, begging us at the same time to change our position, and let him enjoy seeing me attack my aunt in rear. This inflamed me at once. Aunt rolled from off me. I took my place behind, and we ran a most delicious course, rendered much more excitable to me by the introduction of Uncle's 2 fingers up my fundament, which kept time with my action in the delicious aperture of my aunt's most superb and glorious backside, the movements of which beneath my delighted gaze had not been the least stimulating part of the enjoyment. The crisis was most ecstatic, and I sank exhausted on her broad buttocks and beautiful back, to clasp her lovingly in my arms and sob out bawdy terms of the warmest endearment. The doctor, who had very much enjoyed the sight, but who pointed out the sadly downcast state of his prick, which had been in no wise excited by the scene, said to his wife, "My darling, we must have recourse to the grand remedy. I will also initiate dear Charlie into a new mystery of love, of which he can have no idea." I guessed at once what he meant, but professing extreme ignorance, I begged him to tell me what it was. Aunt rose and said, "My darling, your uncle requires his blood to be excited by flogging his buttocks with a birch rod." "How odd," said I. "I never felt anything but the severest pain when I was flogged, and I took precious good care not to deserve it again. How then can it excite?" "You shall see, my dear." She opened her wardrobe and produced a formidable rod of fine fresh-cut birch twigs. The doctor begged me to lie down on my back. He got over me, and we commenced sucking each other's pricks. Mine stood at once, as the doctor, in addition to sucking, thrust a couple of fingers up my bottom hole, and frigged away as fast as he sucked. The doctor's buttocks were left at the mercy of Aunt, who flogged away at them with no gentle hand. I spent before the doctor could quite get his prick to standing point, but the copious torrent I poured into his mouth, and his after-suction on my prick, in addition to the red raw state of his buttocks, at last brought him up to full stand. He wanted to put it into me when ready, but Aunt said that as flogger she had herself become greatly excited, and must have it herself. While this dear prick, throwing herself on it, and sucking it, shall fuck me at the same time. I was quite ready, and she straddled across me, and guided my now longing prick into her luscious cunt. She soon stopped, and we tongued each other while the doctor was mounting to the assault on her delicious bottom hole. As soon as he was housed, we began another charming course, in which Aunt, as usual, spent frequently before our less lecherous natures were ready to join in one general and exquisite discharge. We went off in furies of delighted lust, and then sank exhausted in the delicious after-sensation. We long lay in the sweet inanition and luxury of satiated lust. At last we disconnected ourselves, rose, and laved each other with cold water, more as a restorative than as a purification. Aunt and I had 2 bouts after, one in front and one behind. The doctor would not allow a fresh application of the birch, as he said it would only produce so great an exhaustion as would require days to restore. I retired after this, but ever afterwards the doctor was regularly birchied before he could even copulate once. Sometimes he required to flog my aunt's glorious bum to excite his fading powers, declaring that it was almost as exciting as being flogged. He even gave it me gently, although I hardly ever required it, but I professed my surprise at its efficiency. The holidays were at an end, but I was as yet the only boarder. There were, however, some 20 or 30 youths from the neighborhood, who were day scholars at the doctor's school. Among these the doctor had his pick in the flogging way, but he never allowed them to know anything of our other proceedings, or to imagine that the birching which took place was otherwise than as a punishment for faults or inattention. However, I was generally the chosen companion of these whippings, in which I acted as horse, or holder of the boy to be flogged. Of course I took good care to expose as much as possible their lovely cocks, as well as their plump bottoms, and as this excited me as well as the doctor, it often ended, after the culprit was dismissed, in my flogging the doctor, followed by a mutual rack-off in each other's bottoms. There was one fine, plump, girlish-looking youth, named Dale, who was here for the first half. He had not as yet been brought up for punishment, although the doctor had confided to me the lech he had taken to flog his fine fat bottom. One day, Master Dale brought a sealed note from his widowed mother, who lived about a mile from the village, in a charming cottage or knee. The doctor read the note. By chance I was looking at him, and saw a smile of joy light up his features. "Come here, Master Dale," said he in a mild and gentle voice. "Your mother tells me that you have behaved in a most shameful manner to your pretty young cousin, who is residing with your mamma." Master Dale blushed scarlet, for he was not aware until now that anyone had been a witness to the scene that had taken place between him and his pretty cousin. This was what had passed. The cousin, a lovely girl of 15, was in a secluded spot in the garden, near an arbor, the preceding afternoon. She was bending down, tying up a flower close to the ground, which made her stoop to such a degree that she could only reach it with ease by having her legs wide apart. Her back was towards the walk by which young Dale was advancing. As he approached unheard by her, he could not fail to see peeping out between the stretched open expanse of snowy drawers the inner part of her well-rounded globes of dimpled ivory. Her shift had somehow worked upwards, and revealed all the charms of her delicate young bum and plump white thighs. The sight inflamed the youth beyond measure. He crept up noiselessly quite close to her, and, stooping down until his head was below the level of her raised petticoat, he feasted his eyes for some time with the lovely prospect before him, her little virgin rosebud slit, its pink and pouting lips, plump little mount already delicately shaded with a curly foliage that promised soon to be much more dense, together with the swell of her lovely young thighs and calves. All this was quite unsuspected by the object of his admiration, who was absorbed in her garden operations. At length, however, the excited youth could not resist the temptation of applying his soft warm hand to the parts he was admiring, which made Miss scream slightly, she thinking it was some insect up her petticoats, exclaiming, "Oh, dear, oh, dear." But turning her head round, she discovered the delinquent. "Forgive me, Ellen dear, but really you exposed so very pretty a sight while stooping that upon my word I could not help it." Now girls are curious as well as boys, perhaps more so, and if the truth must be told, Miss had for some time past longed for an opportunity to become better acquainted with things in general, and, therefore, thought here was a chance not to be thrown away. So, after some little show of resistance on her part, for decency's sake, it was agreed between them that he should have a good look at hers, if he would afterwards show her his. Miss Ellen had never seen a male diddle, as she and her young playfellows called it, not even that of a boy, and she was all excitement and expectation to feel with her own hand the funny thing, for so a communicative servant maid had described it, who at the same time had fully explained the theory of its use, which made Miss long to obtain some practical knowledge also. So to the arbor they both adjourned. Miss Ellen first lay back upon the seat, while the young rogue unfastened her drawers, and pulling them down, feasted his eyes with a full view of her virgin charms as long as he pleased, for Miss Ellen was a lecherous little maid, who really felt a precocious pleasure in being thus exposed to the close observation and admiration of one of the opposite sex, although for form's sake she covered her blushing face with her delicate little hands. He touched it, pressed it, rubbed it with his finger. Her thighs trembled and opened. Taught by nature, he imprinted a burning kiss on the lovely little quim before him. She sighed, and mechanically put her hand on his head and pressed it closer to her naked skin. Guided by his feelings, he indulged in movements of his lips and pressures which speedily excited the amorous little maid to such an extent as to make her give down with a deep and trembling sigh the first tribute of her virgin cunt. Feeling the warm liquid oozing from the pouting orifice on his closely pressed lips, he could not help tasting it with his tongue. This reawakened very quickly the sensibilities of the lecherous little thing, and awoke her to the desire to practice a like pleasure with his cock. So reminding him of his promise, she made him stand up before her, while she undid his trousers with her fairy fingers, all trembling with excitement, and drew out his stiff affair, which already gave promise of a very respectable future, now swollen to a size it had never before known. Delighted at the sight of so bewitching a plaything, she made him lie down as she had done, and kneeling beside him, with cheeks glowing with excitement, she closely examined every part of the rampant little member. Strange to say, no hand, hardly even its owner's, had as yet invaded its virgin precincts, and it had not yet had its ruby head fully uncovered, although he was upwards of 15. The delight caused by the touch of her warm hand pressing and encircling his stiffened cock was most exquisite. She was not long, however, before she became curious to see what could possibly be underneath the skin that covered its rounded head. In her toying she sought to draw the skin back over the head. A slight cry of pain from him caused her to stop. But when, be she young or be she old, is a woman's curiosity to be balked? She had managed to draw it back a short way, and now it suddenly occurred to her that by the help of a little moisture her object might be accomplished without hurting the dear fellow. By an impulse of passion she stooped and took the rosy head into her delicious little mouth, closing her coral lips around it, and lubricating it with her tongue, to the intense gratification of the youth, who involuntarily wriggled his body about voluptuously, and could not help raising it up to her mouth. This movement, combined with the pressure of the lips, perfectly succeeded, without further pain, in completely unhooding the charming little cock she was so deliciously embracing in the soft folds of her lips. She lifted up her head to see the result. The tight foreskin had closed below the nut, and left the now fiery red head bursting with excitement, and visibly throbbing with intensity of passion. Her joy and delight at this full revelation of the funny thing, as she continued to call it, now knew no bounds. She drove him nearly frantic with her ardent caresses. She again drew the covering over the vermilion head, and still finding that it did not easily return again, she thrust her head down upon it, and with lips, mouth, and tongue began again her attempt to unhood it. Poor Dale was brought up to the wildest state of excitement. His hands involuntarily pressed down her head, his body rose to meet it, and at that ravishing instant the grand crisis seized him, and, with a cry of delight, he shot forth his first tribute to Venus within the delicious mouth in which he was enclosed. The ecstatic gush poured down the throat of the dear girl, and she gulped it all down by the mere effort to avoid choking. Poor Dale's hands fell down insensibly from her head, which she instantly withdrew, and gazed on the youth. To her great surprise she beheld the so lately rampant weapon drooping its head and withdrawing within its shell, while some few drops of a milky white creamy-like liquid were slowly oozing from the small orifice of its head. While she gazed it reduced itself to a mere shadow of its former state, and the foreskin slowly covered again the so lately fiery and bursting head. She was lost in wonder, and was about to express her surprise at the strangeness of the whole affair, but they now became aware that footsteps were approaching. Fortunately for them, as they thought, the noise of the gravel underfoot was distinguishable at such a distance that they had time to arrange their clothes, and when Dale's mother appeared at the arbor, she found them, on entering, quietly seated and talking together, and thanks to the youth's discharge in his cousin's sweet mouth, without any telltale flushings of his face. Little did they suspect she had already seen all. This then was Master Dale's misconduct, and this it was that had been fully and minutely detailed in the note sent by this mother to the doctor, with the request that he should punish him well in whatever way he should think proper. The note further begged to know the terms for his becoming a boarder with the doctor, as she could no longer have him residing in her house with her orphan niece, whose guardian she was. You may easily imagine the double delight of the doctor. Another boarder, a point of some consequence to him after a previous scandal which, although hushed up, had deprived him of house pupils, and now with two, he foresaw a quick return to his full number, and then his delight at having to flog young Dale, and the erotic pleasure of drawing from him the exciting description of their young loves and voluptuous actions. "Now, Master Dale," said the doctor, "you and I have an account to settle, follow me." And without a word further he led him into his private room, where, as was generally understood in the school, he birchied the worst offenders. Arrived in the room alone with the young culprit, he locked the door, and taking a large cutting birch rod from a closet, sat down on a sofa. He called the youth to him and told him to unbutton and let down his trousers, and tuck up his shirt well under his waistcoat. This being done, the doctor said, "Now, Master Dale, we shall see if this birch will cool your itching for feeling your pretty cousin's private parts." Poor Dale had never yet been punished more severely than by the hand of his mamma, and certainly trembled at the sight of the formidable birch rod threatening his now bare bottom, yet, notwithstanding his fears, the allusion to the pretty private parts of his cousin so fired his imagination that his cock instantly stiffened and stood out, to the infinite delight of the doctor, who augured therefrom a future further felicity. Keeping him standing close beside him, and enjoying the sight of his youthful charms so deliciously exposed immediately before his eyes, he proceeded. "So, Master Dale, you have, it seems, been gratifying yourself with looking and feeling between the legs and thighs of a pretty young girl of 15, your cousin, is she not?" "Yes, sir," sobbed out the youth. The doctor's gaze was fixed upon the stiff and rampant member of the youth, watching the throbbings produced by every allusion to the luscious scene of the day before. "Now, come, tell me all about it," said he, putting his arm round the sobbing boy's waist, and making him stand still closer beside him. "Was she such a very pretty girl?" Another throb of the rampant member. "Yes, sir." "And you saw all her legs, thighs, plump little bottom, rosy pouting little slit, throb throb throb, moist with the dew of excitement and amorous play at—" The little machine seemed ready to burst at the thought of it. "And did it have the same effect as I see it now has on this? Dear me, how naughty it is!" And here the lecherous doctor took the rampant little cock in his hand and pressed it. "And what did she do to this? Did she touch it so, squeezing it gently?" "Yes, sir," stammered out the youth, who was getting greatly excited. "And so," said the doctor, passing his hand gently and caressingly up and down the stiffened and throbbing little cock. "Yes, sir. And so, too, I'll be bound," pushing back the foreskin off the head, and as quickly replacing it, several times. "Yes. Oh. Sir. Oh. Oh." The boy's feelings, as the doctor swiftly frigged his cock, began to be exquisite. The doctor could not resist the temptation of bringing things to a crisis. Clasping the youth tightly with one arm, he continued his toying with the plaything in a quick, exciting manner, apparently without reflecting upon what he was about, uttering, at intervals, "Dear me, and how naughty it was of you, but how pretty she must have been to tempt you to do so, was it not?" The lovely youth was now in paradise. In the exquisite sensations of pleasure he felt he was losing all consciousness when the doctor suddenly stopped short and said, "This is indeed a pretty piece of business, seducing your young cousin. You must be cured of such doings in future by means of a good flogging with an excellent birch rod, and on this your saucy bottom." Here he let fall the arm that had clasped the boy's waist, and let his hand wander over the plump, hard, and lovely orbs. The doctor now took up the rod which he had previously dropped to occupy his hand with the charming young prick he had just been so deliciously frigging. Shaking the rod angrily at the now trembling youth, he exclaimed, in a fierce voice, "Now, you young rascal, down on your knees, and beg to be flogged." The poor boy was forced, trembling, to obey. This over, the doctor commanded the delinquent to lie down across the sofa. Reluctantly he complied, but at last he straddled across it with his snow-white plump backside fully bared to view, and a fair mark to the threatening rod. He looked like a young Adonis displaying his beauties to a satyr. The doctor was greatly excited at the lovely prospect, and gloated his eyes on the beautiful display, and, then and there sprang up a determination to fully enjoy the ravishing of these virgin charms before many weeks were over. Lifting the rod on high, he cried out, "Now, you young villain, I'll teach you to look up young ladies' petticoats again, I warrant." Clasping him tight round the waist, the rod descended smartly on the lovely hillocks of the boy's charming backside. There, cried the doctor at each blow. "Oh, sir, oh, do pray forgive me," screamed the beautiful youth, as he felt the stinging strokes descend on his hitherto virgin posteriors. "Oh sir, I'll never do so any more. Oh, sir, I won't indeed. Oh, pray, sir, have mercy." The doctor, whose erotic passions were fully aroused, was deaf to all his entreaties, and kept on flogging harder and faster while the poor boy's bottom bounded and tossed upon the sofa, but he was kept in a firm position by the strong arm of the doctor, who, to hold him the faster, had laid hold of the stiff cock still at full stand. No, said he, "you shall not escape my cuts, I assure you," cutting at the lovely delicate buttocks with all his might. Oh, sir, mercy, I can't bear it." "You must bear it, you young rascal, you shall have no mercy until I have made your bottom bleed for your crime." The poor youth, from the pain he was suffering, bounded up and down on the sofa as he felt the stinging blows descend upon his bottom. This action caused his standing cock to rub up and down in the doctor's warm hand, who seemed to have accidentally laid hold of it. The effect was such that the poor youth hardly knew whether he felt most pleasure or pain, for while his posteriors were of a burning heat, the warmth flew to the opposite part, which was so deliciously clasped in the doctor's caressing hand. He ground his teeth with pleasure and pain. He ceased to cry out, but sobbed and moaned with the excess of indefinable feelings. The doctor never ceased lecturing him, dwelling continually on the beauties of his lovely young cousin and the scene in the arbor. He thought but of her lovely pink little slit so sweetly shaded with soft downy short curls, how she had so charmingly caressed his cock, until he felt a heave and a shudder, a sensation as if he was going to expire, a short cry, a catching of his breath. Wildly and vigorously he thrust his member down on the doctor's warm hand. He shut his eyes. He felt not the rod, although the doctor redoubled the strokes with all the force of his arm, and drew blood at every cut. A bound, a convulsive start, and he felt as if his lifeblood were coming from him out. It spurted in large drops on the sofa and on the doctor's hand. The youth had with difficulty shed another tribute to Venus. For a moment or two he felt as if in paradise, but a sharp cut from the rod quickly aroused him. He was soon fully alive again to its tortures. "Why, you young rascal, what is this you have been doing on my best sofa?" Sir," said the doctor. Another sharp stroke demanded a reply. Sir. Oh. Sir, indeed that is indeed, I don't know. No lies or evasions here, sir, for they will not avail you. Your bottom shall pay for this nastiness. Why, what is it? What can it be? I never saw the like of this in my life, I declare, and he examined it with his eyeglass, saying more to the same effect. Poor Master Dale was, we know, quite in the dark as to what it could be, or how it came there. Has this ever occurred to you before? Asked the doctor. Yes, sir, yesterday, when my cousin was caressing it in her mouth, replied the frightened youth, but I really don't know how it happened, and did not mean any harm. Oh, indeed, said the doctor, your mother did not mention that, did she see you? No, sir, it happened just as she was coming through the shrubbery, and was all over before she reached the arbor. And so your cousin took it into her mouth. Why did she do that? She was curious to see what was under the skin of its head, and finding it would not go back without hurting me, she put it into her mouth to wet it and make it go back easier, which it did for the first time. She pulled it forward again, and again put it into her mouth to push the skin back with her lips, when I felt funny all over, and something came out of me into her mouth. Indeed. Well, you must tell me all about that another time. This flogging will be enough for the present, but I shall punish you for your nastiness some other time. Put up your trousers. In a day or two I shall want you in this room to pay for your dirty conduct. The poor boy retired, sobbing hysterically. The second day after this the doctor sent for Master Dale, who, in the meantime, had occupied the bedroom next to mine. The doctor was in his private room in his dressing gown, long and flowing, so that for the moment it concealed the fact that he had nothing but his shirt on below it. He received Master Dale somewhat sternly, saying, "Now, sir, for your punishment for your last nasty misconduct." "Oh, sir," said the frightened and trembling youth, "I really could not help it," and he began to cry. "Oh, pray, sir, don't flog me so hard again. The more trouble that you give me, the harder will be the flogging. Now take off your jacket and waistcoat." The youth did so. "Now come close to me." The doctor then lowered down Dale's trousers, and raising his shirt, contemplated with great pleasure the pretty belly of the lovely boy, and then turning him round, under pretense of seeing if the wheels of the last flogging were still visible, he gazed on his white firm backside and swelling thighs, examining the marks still left from the previous punishment. He then turned him round, and inspected the pretty little cock, which, under the mortal fear he was in, hung down its head in a limp and pitiable state. "And so this is the little offender," said he, applying his hand to it, and squeezing and pressing it gently. "What a naughty little thing it is." The youth could not avoid showing the pleasure these lascivious caresses gave him, and smiled. "Oh, don't smile, sir, this is no laughing matter. Look at the marks of the mess you made on my sofa," pointing to it. "I can't have my furniture spoiled in this manner, so if your little cock is to be naughty again, I must flog you upon my knees. But first come here, take off these trousers, which hanging about the legs are only in the way there. Now sit down on my knee, and tell me all about this naughty little thing." He drew aside his robe, so that the boy's bare bottom came in naked contact with his brawny naked thighs, and the youth could feel the doctor's prick swelling up, although that part was still covered with his shirt. The doctor, taking hold of the youth's now standing prick, asked if it had ever behaved so badly before the scene with his pretty young cousin. "No, sir, never. I never thought of it until I got sight of her bare bottom and other parts by accident." The doctor continued his toyings, caressing the young balls, and feeling all over the plump and firm backside. "Why, he is going to be naughty again," said the doctor, as the youth's prick throbbed under his exciting touches. "I must flog your bottom for all this, for it is very naughty and improper. Why, you seem to take a pleasure in it." "Oh, sir, I never felt anything so delightful," said Master Dale. "The more reason I should punish you, but remember, you bad boy, if you are to do that dirty thing again, you must do it on my knee, and not on the sofa." The doctor then took the birch in hand, and with his arm round the boy's waist, drew him to him, but before laying him across his knee, he slipped the boy's shirt over his head, leaving him stark naked in all the glorious fairness of skin and beauty of form. The doctor's eyes gloated over the charming sight, but becoming too excited to pause longer, he drew up his own shirt, displaying his fine pigo at full stretch. He bent the boy's warm body over his brawny thighs, and with his arm pressed his glowing form against his own rampant pigo. Dale's young stiffened cock rubbing against the naked thigh he lay on. The doctor now raised the rod, and said, "Now, sir, for your punishment, I must flog this round, hard, little bottom, till it reddens again." Whack, whack, went the birch rod, but with much less force than on the previous occasion, but still sufficiently stinging to cause the youth to move up and down, rubbing his cock against the doctor's thighs, and causing him such ecstasies as hardly to allow him to feel the blows. His warm soft flesh, too, rubbing against the doctor's large, stiff tool, soon put them both in a delirium of delight. The doctor then changed his position, and drew the boy more over his belly, so that his great prick could get between the boy's thighs, rubbing under his balls in the trough between the buttocks, while the boy's cock rubbed against the doctor's belly. "Now," said the doctor, "I have got you fast, and must teach you not to play such naughty tricks in future." Whack whack, again went the rod, causing the most delicious movements of the boy's backside upon the doctor's excited prick, and not less upon his own, which was rubbing against the doctor's belly, giving fresh pleasure at each repetition of the blow. But neither of them had spent yet. The boy's bottom was now red with a glowing heat, and his cock was in a state of intense excitement, and the doctor's tool was as stiff and randy as possible. The doctor now ceased his flogging, and squeezing the boy tight against his person, said, "Well, you have not done that naughty thing today. The flogging has done you good." The lovely boy looked up and smiled. He had felt the doctor's large prick working away between his thighs, and pressing against the cleft of his buttocks. As the doctor relaxed his hold, the boy turned half round, thus releasing it from its confinement. Looking down, he beheld the large stiff monster embedded in a forest of dark curly hair, presenting a startling contrast to his own small member, which was as yet hardly fledged with a silky down around it. "Ah," said the doctor, who observed the flush of excitement the sight of his superior prick gave the boy, "what a shame it is of you to compel me to flog you in this manner, without my trousers. I must give you a lecture, so sit on my knee," thus, placing him so that his lovely bottom should press against the huge prick. Taking the boy's cock in his hand, he said, "How stiff it is." "Yes, sir, I can't help it." "Well, you must not play such naughty tricks. I can't allow it. You are too young yet." The doctor worked the skin of the sweet boy's cock up and down. "Was that the way your pretty cousin played with it?" "Yes, sir," and then she took it in her mouth. "And did you like to have it done to you, you bad boy?" "Oh, yes, sir, it is such pleasure." "Does it really give you so much pleasure?" "Yes indeed, it was most delicious." "Dear me, I must try. If it would do so to me, take hold of my cock and rub it up and down, as she did, that I may know how it feels." The dear boy had already longed to do so, but had been afraid to say so. He now seized with avidity the noble prick, so stiffly standing beside him. He could hardly grasp it in his hand, and worked the skin up and down in the most delicious manner. The doctor was in ecstasies. "Oh, you naughty boy, to teach your master such bad things. Is it not very nice, sir, said the charming youth, as the doctor's buttocks responded to every stroke of his hand. "Well, it is, indeed, very nice. I could not have believed it, but if ever I catch you at it again, you may be sure I shall flog you." And the doctor responded to every rub upon his prick with another rub upon the boy's cock, until almost at the same moment a most delicious mutual spend was the result of their lascivious toyings. "Now," said the doctor, "put on your clothes, and remember you must avoid such naughty tricks in future, or your bottom will pay for it." The doctor made me aware of this, and arranged for a meeting of us three, under the pretense of inattention which I was to simulate and draw young Dale into some fault that would require punishment. It was also arranged that I was to initiate him still more into the secret pleasures of mutual satisfaction, so as to prepare him for still greater gratification to the lecherous doctor, who liked nothing better than teaching the young idea how to shoot. Accordingly, after passing a delicious night with my lovely and glorious aunt and the doctor, in which we practiced every delightful method of enjoyment, and in which the doctor stimulated himself by recalling and describing the exciting interview with the innocent youth, I left them, and entered young Dale's room. He had insensibly kicked off all the clothes, and lay on his back exposed, with his promising young cock at full stand, throbbing from time to time, and by the involuntary movements of his body, and the smile on his face, he was evidently realizing, in his sleep, the scene he had enacted with his pretty young cousin. He was quite charming to look at. His young and throbbing prick was deliciously fair, and you could see the blue veins coursing through it. The top was only partially uncovered, the point of the head showing its vermilion tip in fine contrast to the creamy white and crossed blue veins of the stiffened shaft. His balls were as yet not fully developed, but such as they were, they formed a closely drawn-up little bag, crimped and wrinkled, and felt as hard as stones. I gently handled them, which made him heave his bottom in evident ecstasy. It was all so beautiful and enticing, and I could not resist stooping down, and taking the delicious morsel in my mouth. Pressing the glorious head with my lips, I thrust, to his infinite delight, the foreskin back. His buttocks instinctively rose to meet my voluptuous and lascivious proceeding. He awoke on the instant, but in that dreamy state that made him think he was only realizing the previous dream. His hands embraced my head, and pressed it down closer on the delicious prick which already touched the back of my mouth. He cried out in an ecstasy of delight, "Oh, my darling Ellen, what a joy you are giving me! Oh! Oh! It is greater than I can bear." I felt by the electric stiffening of his young cock that the crisis was close at hand. I tickled his tightened balls with my hand, and pressed a finger hard against his bottom hole, but without entering more than the depth of the nail, at the very instant that he poured his young tribute into my longing mouth. I immediately swallowed the greater portion, lubricating the still throbbing shaft with a part. For some minutes he lay on his back, with closed eyes, in all the after enjoyment, heightened by the continued suction of his still throbbing prick, which I kept up for a short time. At last he opened his eyes. It was broad daylight, and when I lifted my head, his eyes seemed almost to start out of their sockets in a sort of incredulous surprise, at finding it was not his dear young Ellen, but me, his school companion. For a minute or two he was speechless with consternation, until taking hold of his fast receding little cock, I asked if I had not given him quite as much pleasure as his darling Ellen had previously done. "Is it you, and Ellen? How do you know anything about my cousin?" "Your cousin, is she? I did not know that, but when I came in, you were dreaming of her, and muttering in your sleep the delight she gave you by sucking your prick, so I thought I would give you the true pleasure of the thing, and thus realize your dream. Besides, I, myself, not only love to suck a prick, but also to have my own sucked, and I could neither resist the opportunity, nor fail to be delighted that you should already have practical knowledge of its enjoyment. Did I not give you the greatest pleasure? Oh, yes, it was most delicious, and then I thought it was my pretty cousin, even after I awoke, which made it doubly delightful, for I had no idea it would be so nice with another boy. Why not? See, this charming little fellow is already raising himself up again at the mere thought. Look how its head is showing its ruby face, and how it throbs. Ah! I must suck it again, it is so delicious. I threw myself upon it, and devoured it at once, rapidly moving my head up and down, and titillating the orifice of the urethra with my tongue. I quickly drove him half mad with excitement. My mouth was full of saliva. I slobbered some out on my fingers, and lubricated all about the aperture of his charming backside, and then, as he became still more furious in the upward lunges of his bottom, and downward pressures of his hands on my head, I thrust my middle finger up his fundament, and worked away, frigging it in unison with the movements of my mouth. I drove him half frantic with pleasure. The ecstasy again seized him, and with a cry of agonized delight, and a convulsive shudder, he poured a still more copious draught of love's essence into my mouth, which, as before, I greedily swallowed. He lay panting in ecstatic joy for a much longer period than before, with convulsive upward thrusts of his still half-stiffened prick within my mouth, which still continued its pressures and suctions to his infinite delight. At last I rose. He held out his arms. I precipitated myself into them. Our lips met in sweet embrace. I thrust my tongue into his mouth, and solicited him to do the same, and we had some delicious tonguing, nature having at once achieved his love education. We were closely entwined in a loving embrace. I had become terribly excited notwithstanding the hard work I had undergone during the night, and my prick stood stiff as iron pressing against his belly. Suddenly the thought occurred to him that he ought to gratify me in like manner as I had done him. He proposed it, and begged me to turn from off him, and lie on my back. I immediately complied, and pulling up my shirt, displayed my immense splitter in all its glory. "Good heavens!" he cried, "what an enormous cock! Why, it is bigger than the doctor's." "Oh, you have seen the doctor's, have you?" He blushed, and acknowledged it. I drew from him an account of their proceedings, which I already knew, but I was at the same time delighted to have surprised the acknowledgment from himself, in his wonder at seeing my large proportions. I made him show me all he had done to the doctor, and the doctor to him, as all this was paving the way for future proceedings with the doctor. In fact, the innocent youth was already playing into our hands. His admiration of and handling my prick was meanwhile exciting me up to the greatest pitch. As I had continued questioning him regarding his proceedings with the doctor, he could only play with my prick in his hands. Now that matters were getting too warm for further discussion, he stooped down, but could only get the head and a small portion of the upper part of the shaft into his mouth. His lips closed beneath the gland in the most exquisite manner. I begged him to grasp the lower part of the shaft with one hand, and to thrust a finger of the other up my bottom hole, which I had already lubricated by spitting on my fingers and conveying the saliva in the desired direction. He obeyed with the docility of an apt apprentice, and thus working in unison, quickly brought on the ecstatic crisis. I seized his head in my hands, and, at the final discharge, thrust it down on my delighted prick, as I poured out a perfect torrent of sperm, nearly choking the poor youth with the length of prick I thrust into his mouth. He was obliged to withdraw for an instant to take breath, but I was pleased to see that he instantly resumed his delicious sucking of my prick, which he continued to do until it gradually shrunk up to very diminished proportions. I then drew him upon me, and we had another sweet embrace of lips and tongues, and then, side by side, we held a long converse on erotic matters. He told me all the tale of his affair with his cousin, and, although I was already well acquainted with it, I was glad to draw all the particulars from himself. I had seen the note his mother wrote to the doctor. The minuteness and undisguised description she had therein given struck me as very strange, and I augured that she herself must be a lewd and lecherous person, to have done more than merely hint at the affair, instead of dwelling, doubtless in erotic delight, on such details. So I pumped him as to what sort of woman his mamma was. His description showed that she was a fine, full-grown woman, old, in his opinion, but in reality in the prime of life, between 35 and 40. He had not scanned her proportions with any erotic thought and did not seem to attach the idea of the woman to her, only that of the mother. But I drew out of him that she was broad in the shoulders, full in the bosom, with a small waist, small feet, and small hands, a very fine head of hair, and fine eyes, evidently a desirable woman. Already I had set my imagination in play, and began to hope I might some day work my way into her favor. It will be found how well I succeeded, as these true memories will describe when I arrive at the period of my success with her. For the present I had advanced the erotic education of the dear youth considerably, and thus prepared him for further initiation at the hands of the doctor and his glorious and magnificent cara sposa, who had already determined to enjoy his first fruits in Cunny land. We had a similar enjoyment, carried somewhat further the next morning, in which we practiced more fully the fricking of the bottom, and discussed the pleasure it produced. I was gradually leading him on. That morning I purposely arranged that we should be late in entering the schoolroom. The doctor sternly reprimanded us, and told us we must attend him in his private room after 12 o'clock. Poor Dale turned pale as he heard this, dreading the punishment to come, of which his experience was so recent and so severe. At 12 we, apparently ruefully, entered the doctor's sanctum sanctorum. He had preceded us by some few minutes, and had already donned his long dressing gown, by which I was certain that he had at the same time doffed his pantaloons. "Now then, boys, you must prepare for your punishment. I cannot allow this evidently willful inattention. Off with your clothes except your shirts and stockings." We hesitatingly stripped, poor Harry Dale weeping at the thought of the dreaded punishment. I deemed it prudent also to draw a long face. The doctor spread a towel over his sofa, saying we had such naughty cocks that we were constantly dirtying his sofa. He then desired us to kneel on it with our heads down, and our tails well up. He then rolled up our shirts, and tucked them in above the small of our backs, in doing which he indulged in various lascivious touchings, which excited us as well as himself, and all our three cocks were at full stand. Harry Dale turned his head to gaze at mine, and could not resist putting his hand upon it, and gently pressing its large stiff shaft. Young Dale's smaller, but very beautiful member, which was daily developing itself in a striking manner, also excited me, and I reciprocated his caresses. "This will never do," said the doctor. "I must flog this evil spirit out of you." He threw off his dressing gown to be more at his ease, he said, and taking rod in hand, applied it gently in turns to each of our projecting bottoms. It was not for punishment but for excitement that he operated upon us. He quickly threw our bottoms all in a glow, and our excitement became intense, and we wriggled our bums in evident delight. This was the point the doctor wished to attain, that he might arrive at his desired object, which was the possession of young Dale's bottom hole. "Stop, stop, my dear boys, I see you are at your naughty tricks again, but there must be no spending yet. Get up. We must all strip to the buff, and I shall show you how they used to flog me when I was at school. Stand up, Charles." I did so, and the doctor for an instant handled, in evident delight, my huge stiff-standing pico, drawing young Dale's attention to its much larger dimensions than his own. "Now, lean half forward on the sofa. Dale, put your arms round his waist, and stow away this charming rampant little fellow between the cheeks of Charles's buttocks. Charles, do you spit on your hand, and moisten between the cheeks, and then press with your hand his throbbing young prick against the cleft. I did as directed. Young Dale felt so deliciously sheathed that he thrust his cock well forward. Now, said the doctor, you are properly horsed, as we used to say, and now, for a little more flogging of these fine hard, rosy mounts, and he lasciviously caressed them before applying the rod. Whack 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 fell the strokes, sufficiently sharply to make Master Dale wince and wriggle his bottom to and fro. Quickly the exciting pleasure overcame all pain, and his lust rising, he thrust furiously in the artificial channel he was operating in. I now shortened the grasp of my hand on his shaft, and pressing it somewhat upwards, raising my buttocks at the same time, I directed it so fairly upon the aperture that at the next push it entered fully 2 inches within, then again favoring his return stroke, he completely sheathed himself up to the meeting of his belly against my buttocks. I gave him a pressure which had an instant effect, and he began to thrust fast and furiously, evidently enjoying it to the utmost. I let him feel the full enjoyment of his new quarters, only telling him to lay hold of my cock and frig me, and then I cried out to the doctor, "Flog him well, sir, he has thrust his cock into my bottom hole." This was the very thing the doctor most wished for. So he continued his flogging only to such an extent as to still more inflame the lust of the now lecherously excited boy, who shortly brought on the final crisis and died away in delight as he shot his first tribute within the divine temple of Priapus. At the moment of the crisis coming on, the doctor had ceased his flogging and wetting 2 fingers gradually introduced them into the bottom hole of young Dale, and frigged him in unison with his movements into me, so that the ecstasy was almost more than the poor boy could bear. He lay almost inanimate on my back, but his still throbbing half-standing cock responded to the inward pressures I was exercising upon it. The doctor had ceased his flogging to admit and caress the well-formed posterior of the charming boy. Becoming greatly excited, he drew him off me, and closely embraced him, but professing at the same time to be greatly shocked, his prick, meanwhile, gloriously stiff, pressed hard against young Dale's belly. The doctor then relaxing his hold, young Dale gazed, with pleased enjoyment, on the size and stiffness of the doctor's cock, and, by an impulse of passion, took it in hand, knelt before him, and put it into his mouth, and sucked it lasciviously. The doctor placed his hands on Dale's head, and pressed it down for a minute or 2, and then begged the dear youth to rise, as he did not yet wish to spend thanking him for the exquisite pleasure he had given him. "Now," said he, "it is your turn to flog, so Charlie, you must be horsed upon me, and Harry Dale shall take a first lesson in the art of flogging upon your posteriors." The pose was arranged as before. My formidable weapon was placed between the cheeks of the doctor's fine fat backside. His hand pressed my cock as I had done to Dale's. Dale took the rod in hand, and at the very first cut made me wince, for the young rogue laid on with a will. The doctor had applied a good quantity of saliva to the end of my prick, and thrusting out his buttocks, he quickly guided it into the longing orifice, in which I vigorously sheathed myself to the utmost extent. I seized his cock and squeezed it gently, but he begged me not to make him spend, but to enjoy myself to the utmost, crying out, at the same time to young Dale, "Flog him well, Harry, for he has thrust his great tool up my bottom hole, it is wonderful how it ever could get in." Indeed, so little could young Dale believe in the possibility of such a thing that he stopped flogging to assure himself of the fact, by both touch and sight. I drew my prick out and in that he might be perfectly satisfied of the truth, and the doctor wriggled his backside to and fro to show what pleasure it gave him. Of course, all this was preliminary to the grand attack he meant afterwards to make on the virgin aperture in young Dale's bottom. After Harry had assured himself of the fact, he pitched into my poor bottom with redoubled vigor, which, though it greatly excited me at the moment, made my poor bum smart for days afterwards. I quickly sent a torrent of sperm far into the entrails of the doctor, to his great delight, but he tenaciously avoided spending lest his powers should fail to overcome the natural obstacle of a virgin bottom hole, especially in one so young as Dale. Consequently, after retaining me for some few moments in the delightful pressures of the internal folds, he allowed me to withdraw, all reeking with my own sperm. It was now the doctor's turn to be flogged by me, while he was horsed on Harry's loins. As Harry had already found out what pleasure a bottom hole gave to the plugger of it, and had also seen how the doctor seemed to enjoy, and so easily engulfed, the much larger weapon I possessed, he had no idea there could be any pain accompanying it, and consequently he lent himself entirely to every direction that was given him. He placed himself in the easiest position, stuck his bottom well out, stretching wide the channel between the orbs, and exposing a charming little rosy aperture most tempting to the sight. Indeed, the doctor instantly knelt to pay his devotions to it, devouring it with kisses, and thrusting his lecherous tongue within its tight little folds, taking the opportunity to thoroughly lubricate it with his spittle. This preliminary, followed by a little fricking with his middle finger, which produced nothing but pleasurable sensations in the dear youth, completely captivated him. The doctor wisely informed him that the first attack was sure to be somewhat painful, but that if he felt it so, he was not to draw away his body, but simply to complain, and the doctor would instantly remain quiet without withdrawing, and he would then find that the strange sensation would rapidly pass off, and allow a further progress, which would be again arrested if the pain was renewed. In this way he would eventually find that the pleasure would become indescribably delicious, as he had seen how both Charlie and himself had enjoyed it. Poor Dale assured the doctor he might proceed at once, and he would be perfectly docile. So the doctor, first asking me to suck his cock a little to moisten it well, put the charming youth in the best position, telling him to strain as if he wished to void himself, then applying his well-lubricated pico to the rosy orifice. By gentle pressure, he succeeded, with hardly a twinge of pain to the dear boy, in housing the head and about 2 inches of the shaft within the delicious receptacle. Here the pain became so great that young Dale would have withdrawn himself away from the doctor had the latter not taken the precaution to seize him by the 2 hips, and hold him as if in a vice, but without attempting a further insertion. Then, "Keep still, my dear boy, and I will not move, and you will find in a minute or two that the strange sensation will pass away." Turning his head to me, he said, "Charlie, gently frig the dear boy." I immediately did so, which rapidly had the effect of exciting him up to a pitch that made him forget all pain, and he even thrust his bottom further back, and as I had taken the opportunity of the pause to drop some more spittle on the lower shaft, a further gentle pressure forced it in almost up to the hilt. Here, again, young Dale cried out to stop, it was so painful. The doctor paused again. I continued caressing his now inflamed and stiffened prick. His convulsive twitches, caused by my lascivious caresses, were followed by involuntary wrigglings, which of themselves completed the entire insertion of the doctor's excited prick. He still continued quiet, allowing the passions of the youth to become still more excited. Then gradually and gently withdrawing, and as gently again thrusting within, he went on until the youth's movements betrayed the raging lust that possessed him. Then the doctor increased his pace. I frigged on fast and furious, and in a few minutes they both died away in wild excess of the most ecstatic joy. As to Dale, his gaspings and wild cries of delight proved that the final joys were almost too great for him to bear. The doctor had drooped his head upon his chest, and closed his eyes, in all the gratification of having ravished the first fruits of this charming youth's beauteous bottom, and I could see by his momentary convulsive thrusts, and the pressures of his hands on Dale's hips to draw the bottom more completely against his belly, as well as by the broken sighs that heaved his bosom, how exquisitely he was enjoying his triumph. Gradually his cock reduced its dimensions, but even when quite down and soft, it left the tight sheath it was in with a plop, showing how well enclosed those delicious folds had embraced it. The doctor would not allow young Dale to rise until he had embraced and kissed the lovely bottom that had just yielded him such intense satisfaction. Then, drawing the youth to his bosom, he embraced him most tenderly, and thanked him for the heroic manner in which he had borne the attack, and told him he would never suffer so much in after attacks as he had done in this first taking of the virginity of his bottom hole. It was thus this dear youth was initiated into our mysteries, and henceforward he became an apt disciple, and by being introduced into our interior circle, added much to the variety and enjoyment of our orgies. For, as may well be supposed, my glorious and most lecherous aunt thoroughly enjoyed the taking of his first tribute in the legitimate temple of Holy Mother Venus. I was present on the occasion, which was supposed to be unknown to the doctor. The first coup was on her belly, the sight of which and her truly magnificent cunt wildly excited Dale, and his cock stood stiffer and really bigger than ever. It was quite surprising how rapidly it developed when once he got thoroughly into hardness. He fucked Aunt twice, spending as rapidly as she herself, lecherous as she was at all times. I acted postilion to them both. I stopped further combats until I too could enter the field. So Aunt mounted upon him, and falling forward lent her divine backside to all my fantasies. Twice we ran a course without changing. Then Aunt herself claimed my big prick for the contentment of her randy cunt. We quickly changed positions. I, on my back, received dear Aunt's delicious cunt on my stiff and hard as wood standing pigo. She straddled over me, and sank her luscious orbit down upon me until our two hairs were crushed between us. Here, by rising and falling, she had another delicious discharge before bending down to be embraced by my loving arms. She then presented her most glorious bottom to the wonder and admiration of dear Harry, who had been caressing and kissing it, and at the critical moment had thrust a fricking finger in, and turning his head in front had greatly increased the pleasure of my loved and lecherous aunt by sucking the large nipple of her wondrously fine bubby. When once she was fairly down on my belly, Harry scrambled up behind, and quickly inserted his already fine but still comparatively small prick, which, of course, found ready entrance where my splitter had previously opened and greased the way, but he gave a cry, almost of pain, or at least of surprise, on finding the sudden grip which my aunt, with her wonderful power of pressure, instantly gave him. At it we went, fast and furious, until again the grand crisis overtook my lascivious aunt, who spent deliriously. We boys both paused a second or two to allow her to enjoy her discharge to the utmost, then recommencing with increased vigor and speed, we soon both discharged at one and the same time our freights into the delighted vessels that were conferring such exquisite enjoyment upon us. And, too, did not fail to join us at the ecstatic moment. We lay for many minutes panting in all the after sensations of the most exquisite joys humanity can revel in. We kept it up for several hours, and sucking young Dale's toothsome prick while I gamma-hutched and postillioned her to her infinite satisfaction. In this way, and with repeated changes from one receptacle to the other but always both occupied at once, we at last gained a reprieve, and retired to well-deserved repose. The doctor, who had kept out of the way on this our first bout with my glorious aunt, afterwards apparently surprised us together, and, after giving us and receiving a pretty sharp flogging, he joined in all the ecstasies of our orgies. He especially delighted in being into my bottom while I fucked his wife, and he himself had the double pleasure of having young Dale's fast-growing pigo into his bottom at the same time. It was some time longer before I succeeded in completely sheathing my huge prick in the delicious bottom hole of the dear youth, but at last I succeeded to the utmost extent of my wishes, and although I continued to hurt him for some weeks after the first attack, he could at last entertain me with perfect ease, and we were thus enabled to play successively into each other's bottoms, and every one of us enjoyed the exquisite delight of fucking and being fucked at the same time. As we grew more lasciviously intimate, I often turned the conversation on his mother and cousin. At last I told him, I thought from his description that his mother would be a good fuck, and that if ever I had the opportunity I might cover his attack on his cousin by fucking his mother, only we must lead her to believe that she took my virginity. The idea pleased him. He began to think his mother must be a desirable woman for me, as I was so largely hung, and then the opportunity that I would give him to enjoy his longing for his cousin was an inducement to second my views to the utmost. Towards the close of the half-year his birthday occurred, and his mother could not do less than have him home for the day. She felt that her niece would be in greater security when Harry begged she would allow him to bring with him the doctor's nephew, myself, to wit, telling her that we had become very close friends as well as schoolfellows. I had previously told him I should play the complete innocent, but should take care some time or the other during the day to put myself in such a position that his mother should get a glimpse of my prick, so that if not immediately successful, I might pave the way for future success. His birthday fell on a Saturday. We were only asked to spend the day, with the intention of returning in the evening. Accordingly, on the happy day we made our appearance after breakfast. I have before said that his mother lived in a very pretty cottage ornée, about 1.5 miles from the parsonage. We were most kindly received by her. She first lovingly embraced her son, wishing him many happy returns of the day, declaring that he was much improved, N.C. She then turned to me, and gracefully and kindly bade me welcome. The niece was a charming girl, just budding into womanhood. She blushed greatly in welcoming her cousin, and bashfully did the same to me. We spent the earlier hours in conversation, the mother having much to ask and to hear from her son, from whom she had never before been separated. I had thus time to scan her well. She was a fine, broad-built, well-standing-up woman, with broad shoulders, and hips that gave promise of good form beneath. Without being beautiful, her face was a well-formed oval, with really fine eyes, to which her son's description had hardly done justice. It appeared to me that a good deal of suppressed passion lurked in their expression, and I already began to think she would be a real bonne bouche if once we could come to close quarters. After luncheon we strolled in the garden. The leaves had already fallen, but the afternoon was bright and warm for the end of November. I told young Dale to keep close to his mother, and not show any wish to stray away with his cousin, feeling certain that if she became anxious about their movements I should have no chance to play off my little game. All went as I could wish. We threw his mother off her guard, and she then began to show closer attention to me. I acted the ingenuous and innocent youth to perfection, but at the same time, in thinking of her charms, I let my prick get up to half-stand, so as to show its large proportions under my trousers. I very soon perceived that it had struck her notice, and her attention became concentrated upon me. She questioned me a good deal, and especially sought to find out if peculiar intimacy existed between her son and me. I played the innocent, and professed that the utmost intimacy existed, but when she tried to find out if it had gone to what she really meant, I gave such an innocent character to our intimacy that she was quite convinced of my thorough ignorance of all erotic tendencies, and she became more endearing in her manner of addressing me. Harry and I had previously agreed that after I addressed to him some particular frivolous remark, he should seize the first occasion near a shrubbery to go on more ahead, and alarm his mamma by turning round a corner. Our stratagem succeeded. She immediately hastened to follow them. As soon as she had turned the corner I drew out my tool, now at full stand, and placed myself so that when she returned she should see it fully developed, while I would take care not apparently to see her, but be intent upon piddling. To the utmost of my wish it fell out. She had told her son to stop and return to join me. My eyes being turned downwards did not let her become aware that I was watching for her, but I could see the bottom of her petticoats as she turned the corner, and also that she came to a sudden stop, which must have been at the moment she caught sight of the noble proportions before her. I took care to pass my hand once or twice backwards or forwards while pissing, and then shook my prick deliberately, and exposed the whole length and breadth of it for a minute or two before buttoning it up, during which I could see she stood perfectly still, rooted to where she had first stopped. After I had buttoned up, I stooped down, apparently to tie my shoe, but in fact to give time for it to be supposed I had not seen her previous approach. So when I rose up she was already at my side. There was a flush on her cheek and a fire in her eye that showed the bait was swallowed. My role was to play the perfect innocent, and appear quite unconscious of her having seen me. She took my arm, and I could feel that her hand trembled. She led me along, hastily at first, until we joined her son and niece. After that she became uncommonly endearing in her manner to me, making such remarks as she thought would show her that I was not so innocent as I looked, if my replies had jumped with her expectations. But I was in reality too experienced not to pay her off in kind, and ended in making her believe that she had a perfect virgin to deal with. We walked on. She was evidently much preoccupied, becoming at times quite silent for a minute or two, and then, gently pressing my arm, she would make some endearingly flattering remark, at which I would look lovingly but innocently up to her face to thank her for her kind opinion. On these occasions her eyes sparkled in a peculiar manner, and her color went and came. After a while, her hand left my arm and rested on the opposite shoulder, in a half embrace, which became warmer and warmer. Her conversation became more affectionate. She was profuse in her congratulations that her son had found so charming a schoolfellow, and here she halted, and turning half in front of me, said that she felt that she could love me as if I were indeed her own dear son, and, stooping slightly, she sought a kiss of maternal affection. I threw my arms round her neck, and our lips met in a long and loving kiss, very warm on her side, but a simple though affectionate kiss on mine. "Oh," I said, "how happy I shall be to call you my mamma, and I will love you as if you were it. It is so good of you to allow me to do so. This half year has been the first time in my life that I ever was separated from my mother, and, although my dear aunt is as kind as possible to me, still I can't call her mamma. My guardian won't allow me to go home for the Christmas holidays, but now I shall have a dear, kind new mamma to make me happy." Here I again raised my lips for an embrace, which was given with even more than the previous warmth. Her arm had fallen to my waist, and she pressed me with energy to her bosom, which I could feel was unexpectedly firm, and even hard. I had great difficulty in keeping my unruly member down, that she might think I took her warm embraces as nothing more than affectionate friendship. I succeeded, however, and this, of course, more than ever convinced her of my entire ignorance of carnal desires. As I closely embraced her, and glued my lips to hers, she became greatly agitated, trembled visibly, sighed convulsively, and then pushed me from her, and seemed suddenly to recover herself, seized my arm, and hurried on after her son. For, as may well be supposed, she had purposely loitered behind to allow them to get out of sight, before she indulged her uncontrollable desire to embrace me. She spoke not a word until we came in sight of them, apparently sauntering along, innocently enough. But Harry afterwards told me that having seen how his mother had halted to gaze at my prick, which he knew beforehand I meant she should see, he had watched us through the shrubbery, and afterwards had noticed her warmth of manner to me, and the loitering of her walk. He had turned a corner some distance ahead of us, and was out of sight when his mother stopped to embrace me, as described above. He guessed she would be in no hurry to follow him. So rapidly advancing with his cousin, he got some way before us, and choosing a place where he could see us through the bushes when we did follow, he sat down on a garden seat, and drew his cousin on his lap, asking her if she did not regret their hasty separation after their last delicious interview, and telling her his mother had seen them, which was the cause of his being sent as a boarder to the doctor. She was much surprised to hear this, as her aunt had never breathed a word of it to her, and she had been greatly distressed at his being sent away from home. Of course his hands were not idle, but first unbuttoning his trousers, he put his cock, now much increased in size, into her hand. She at once observed how much larger it had become, and began to caress it. He meanwhile was busy fricking her little clitoris. He found that she was already quite moist, and he had hardly frigged her a minute, when a sigh and an "Oh, how much more pleasure you give me than my aunt does." She spent profusely, grasping his prick with painful tenacity. Her breath was taken away for some minutes. When she recovered a little, and was gazing lovingly with half-closed eyes upon him, he at once recurred to her unexpected confession. "When does my mother do this to you?" "Ever since you were sent away. Your mother took me to sleep with her, as she said, she felt so lonely after you left. For some time she used to embrace me very lovingly, and hold me close pressed to her bosom. As I always went to bed before her, I was generally sound asleep when she joined me. I used at first to wonder how when I awoke in the early morning my chemise was drawn up close to my neck, and your mother's was in the same state, and our two naked bodies closely united by the embracing arms of your mother. I even one morning found that my hand was held by hers against that part which you are now feeling so nicely." She had fallen asleep in this position, but I could feel that she was as moist there as you have just made me. I could not help feeling it was very nice, and gently removing her hand, I began to feel all over her in that part, and, do you know, Harry, she is all covered with such thick and curly hair there. In groping about, I felt the lips pouting and thick, and on trying I found I could get my fingers in. I pushed on, I got up to the knuckles, when I felt it give such a convulsive pressure upon them, and her body was projected towards me with a heave of her bottom, then drawn back, and pushed forward again, while her arms pressed me closer to her, and she commenced some loving expressions in her sleep. I felt something grow hard against my thumb. "It was just what you have been feeling." "Oh, go on," she cried. I renewed my tickling operations again, and I made her spend, Harry continued. As she came to her senses, I gamma-hutched her, I thrust my tongue up her sweet little cunt, and licked up all the delicious spendings. As I rose, with prick erect and standing stiff out of my trousers, she seized it in her mouth, and, with very little sucking, made me spend to excess, and the dear girl swallowed it with all the luxury of the utmost voluptuousness. We had no time for more at that moment, as I caught sight of Mama's dress through the trees. I buttoned up hastily, and we strolled along, as if nothing had happened. It was in our after walk, when we had allayed Mama's suspicion, that my dear Ellen continued her confessions. The stiff thing pressing against her thumb was Mama's clitoris, which, by her account, is wonderfully developed. She, knowing from her former experience with me that it was the point of most exquisite enjoyment, turned her finger upon it, and began awkwardly playing with it. It was at this moment that the greater excitement awoke Mama, who, finding to her surprise what Ellen was doing, seized her hand, and pressing and rubbing it with more art against her clitoris, continued its action with exclamations of delight, declaring that Ellen was her dear precious loved girl, and then with a positive cry of delight, spent profusely over Ellen's hand. After panting for some time in perfect bliss, she turned and took Ellen in her arms, kissing her most warmly, and thrusting her tongue into Ellen's mouth, and then demanding hers in return. After much embracing, Mama asked her how she came to do what she found her doing when she awoke. Ellen described how she found her hand held against it, and then two naked bodies pressed against each other, that she was surprised at this, and wondered how it came so, that on moving her hand she felt Mama give a throb down there, and a push of her body forward, which made her fingers slip easily in. This still more surprised her, as she had tried often if her fingers could get into her own, but it hurt her so much that she had given it up as impossible, and now she had found one where all her fingers, up to the knuckles, slipped in quite easily. The inside movements, and the heavings of her aunt's body, showed that it gave her pleasure. In continuing her movements she had felt a hard body at the upper part pressing against the side of her hand. She withdrew her fingers to feel this strange thing, and in doing so Aunt awoke. And you know the rest, dear Auntie. I was so glad that I had given you so much pleasure. Dear girl, her aunt replied, I shall love you more dearly than ever. Yes, and you, too, shall have the utmost pleasure. I have long wished to initiate you into the secrets of womanhood, but thought you too young to be able to keep secret such intimacy as we may indulge in. Often in your sleep with your lovely naked charms exposed to me, and pressed against my own lascivious person, have I enjoyed you, and even made use of your own hand all unconscious in sleep, to excite me to a still greater pitch. Last night I had enjoyed you to the utmost, kissing your lovely budding and hidden charms, and must have unconsciously dropped off to sleep with my hand still pressing yours against my secret charm. But now I must initiate you into the same joys, even in a more exquisite way. Upon this she begged me to throw off my chemise, while she did the same. We stood up to do this, and your mother took the opportunity to pose me in every way, admiring and kissing me all over. I did the same to her, and I can assure you, dear Harry, your mother is far better made than I am, both in the bosom and the bottom, and with such firm thighs and legs, and her affair is so well developed and pouting, and with such silky curls all around it. I can feel you passing your fingers through the curls of mine, but though it has more than it had when last you felt and caressed it, it is nothing to dear Auntie's. When she had much excited me, and was evidently herself greatly so, she desired me to lie across the bed on my back, and to draw my knees up so as to let my feet rest on the edge. She then placed a footstool in front, and kneeling upon it, after first feeling and caressing me down there, she glued her lips to it, and after sucking a while began to play with her tongue upon what you have been so deliciously rubbing. She licked me most exquisitely, and soon made me die away in ecstasy of delight. She sucked it for some time after, while I lay in a languid state of joy. When at last she rose, she threw herself on the bed, and our two naked bodies became closely united in the most loving embrace. Her lips were wet with the moisture that had escaped from me, its peculiar aromatic odor emanated, and I could not help licking the creamy juice from off her lips. Oh, my beloved aunt, I cried, you have given me the joy of paradise. I must try and do as much for you. My darling Ellen, you will make me positively adore you. I now only regret that I had not sooner taken you into my confidence, as I at once perceive I might have done so in perfect safety. Yes, my darling, you shall indeed try, and I shall instruct you as we advance how to obtain the greatest amount of pleasure from our libidinous and lascivious enjoyments, delights that are without risk, and from which we shall have no anxieties as to fatal results, which are the consequence of connection with the opposite sex, who only make use of us for their own sensual enjoyment, and abandon us at the very moment they ought to console and cherish us the most. Dear aunt, again embracing me tenderly, threw herself in the same position I had previously lay in. I knelt on the cushion as she had done. But before proceeding to do as she had done to me, I could not help pausing to gaze with delight on her natural charms. Oh, dear Harry, you cannot imagine the beauty of that part of your mamma. Her stomach is of the purest white, smooth and firm, round and beautiful. Below a crease commences a large plumped-out swelling seen through the fair and thick silky curls that so much adorn it, then grandly rounded sinks down between her thighs, and the beautifully pouting lips rise richly tempting through the thickest of hair, that goes far beyond between the large rounded orbs that project behind. At the upper part of the lips, where they form a deep indented half-circle, I could distinguish a stiff projecting object, as long and thicker than my thumb. I now know that this is the center of exquisite joy. Your mother had since taught me to call it her clitoris, and says that although seldom so strongly developed as in her case, it exists in every woman and becomes stiff and excited as the final crisis of joy approaches. I glued my lips around this charming object, and sucked it, and played with my tongue around its point. Your mother, in an ecstasy of delight, wriggled her bottom below me, and with both hands pressing my head down on the excited point, gave utterance to the most loving and sensual expressions. She begged me to pass the flat of my hand under my chin, and introduce my thumb within the lips below, where I was sucking, and move it backwards and forwards as much as I could. I did so, and immediately found that it added greatly to your mother's delight. Faster and faster grew her movements, until, with a cry of delight, a firm pressure of my hand against her affair, and still firmer pressure on my thumb, she suddenly ceased all movement, her hands relaxed their hold of my head, the stiffness left her clitoris, and beyond convulsive graspings of the interior of her affair upon my thumb, she lay for some time inanimate. At last she recovered her senses, she seized me under the arms, and drew me upon her belly, her hands pressed my bottom down close upon her person, until I found that my affair was nestled in the rich profusion of curls that so finely adorned hers. She thrust her tongue into my mouth, and sucked off all the rich creamy substance that had flowed from her in such abundance. She blessed the happy chance that had led her to give me her confidence, told me that for long she had only enjoyed the unsatisfactory delight of lonely self-gratification, and said that now we should revel in mutual delight of every sensual indulgence that woman can have with woman. We lay for some time enjoying such delicious communings, until compelled to rise by the lateness of the hour. We have since practiced every method of enjoyment given to two of the same sex. Your mother has often introduced her stiff excited clitoris within the lips of my affair as far as it would go, but I have always longed, my dear Harry, for you to penetrate still further with that larger and longer thing you have got, although what I have seen today of its increased size has made me greatly fear it can never get in. Thus ended her ingenuous description. Harry, of course, promised that he would never hurt her, that those parts were made to yield, that, doubtless, his mother's large clitoris had hurt her at first, but had given her great pleasure afterwards. Yes, that was so, and it was that gave her courage, and if they could only get the opportunity she would allow him to do anything he pleased. It may well be supposed this account of Ellen's intercourse with her aunt fired my imagination and made me resolve to have her. Indeed, I began to conceive that there would be no occasion for me to make any effort, that all would be done by dear Mamma herself. We had returned to the house after this agitated walk. Mamma was evidently greatly preoccupied, but at length she appeared to have come to a final determination, for she told Ellen to go up to her room, and begged us two boys, as she called us, to go out and amuse ourselves for an hour. It was during this interval that Harry narrated his interesting conversation with his cousin. Her lively description had set his imagination on fire, and he now declared his regret that it was not to be he who would enjoy his lasciviously sensual mother. Neither of us had any doubt but that she would now find an opportunity of enjoying me. If we had, our doubts were solved on re-entering the house. Mamma first, for form's sake, kissing her son, and then far more warmly kissing me, informed us that she had written to the doctor that we had been such good boys that she would feel greatly obliged if he would allow her son to remain with her until Monday, and also leave his nephew to keep him company and prevent any of his former misbehavior, which, she was happy to say, he appeared to have forgotten, but still it would be better he should have the safeguard of so intelligent and discreet a friend as she was glad to see he had found in the doctor's nephew. My uncle, without knowing exactly what to make of this note, had consented. Hence her joy in being able to communicate the pleasing intelligence doubly so to me, as I immediately augured the downfall of my assumed virginity. Dear Mama was all radiant with joy, and conveyed me at once to where she intended I should sleep. I marked that it was in an out-of-the-way room, easy of access, but not likely to be interfered with by passers-by. And here, my dear son, for you know in future you are always to call me Mama, I hope you will find yourself comfortable, and that you will not be alarmed because you are in an out-of-the-way part of the house, but in case you should, before I go to bed, I shall come to see that you are comfortably asleep. Here she kissed and embraced me warmly. I repaid her most affectionately, but apparently in all innocence. She sighed, as I thought with regret, that she could not at that moment go further, and then led me away. The afternoon, the dinner, and the evening passed away without anything worthy of remark, except that Mama was frequently absent and preoccupied. She sat by me on the sofa while Ellen played to us, her hand sought mine, and frequently squeezed it affectionately. Harry sat by Ellen, which enabled me often to raise my head and pout my lips for a kiss in a boyish way. It was never refused. She dwelt on my mouth sensuously with half-opened lips, but apparently afraid to tip me the velvet of her tongue. She frequently gave a shudder and trembled, and was evidently greatly excited. In the course of the afternoon, Harry and I had had an opportunity of exchanging ideas. I told him I was certain his mother would come to me that night, and he might be sure if she did that she would remain till daylight. I advised him to watch her, and when he saw her leave her bedroom to come to me, then he could slip into his cousin's room, and effect his purpose, but to be sure to retire at the first dawn. I said that if that time his mother wanted to leave me, I would keep her another quarter of an hour to enable him to put matters to rights with his cousin, and regain his own room. I advised him also to put a towel under his cousin's bottom, as he was sure to make her bleed, and he must take it away in the morning to prevent any traces of what he had done being perceived by his mother, and to tell Ellen to feign deep sleep on his mother's return, and to appear quite unconscious in the morning of her aunt having been absent. A little before 10 o'clock Mama thought it time for her children, as she called us, to go to bed. Her son and niece both kissed her, and I, too, claimed a kiss of my new Mama. It was taken and returned in quite a passionate way. Her lips seemed loath to leave mine, and her arms encircled me in a very loving embrace. "Dear Mama," I said, "I shall love you ever dearly. My darling boy, I already love you as if you were indeed my son." She sent the others to their bedrooms, but escorted me herself to mine. I could see that she trembled greatly, and was evidently glad to put down the candlestick. She turned down the bedclothes for me, hoped I would sleep well, and, with considerable agitation, again embraced me most passionately. I could feel that her tongue would fain have thrust itself between my lips. I had great difficulty in restraining myself, but somehow I managed to do so. She at last left me, saying she would give a look in to see that I was comfortable before she herself went to bed. I told her it was very kind of her, but that there was no necessity for her doing so, as I always went to sleep like a top the moment I lay down. "I am glad of that, my dear child, but nevertheless I will look in, lest the strange bed should prevent your sleeping." And again she hugged me passionately against her firm and well-formed bosom, kissing me with a long, long kiss. Quitting me with a deep sigh, at last she said good night, and shut the door, apparently going away. But I fancied that she stopped short, and that I could hear her gently stealing back, probably in the hope of seeing me undress, and of catching a view of my huge pigo. So I determined she should have her curiosity indulged. I hurried off my clothes, and before putting on one of Harry's nightshirts, which had been laid on the bed for me, I took up the chamber pot, and turned fronting the keyhole, stark naked, and cock in hand. It was at half cock, but when I had piddled I made it throb and raise its head, and gave it a rub or two, and a shake very deliberately, so that she might be still more bent on possessing it. I took up the nightshirt, and turning to the light, was very awkward in getting it on, so as to give time for a good sight of my prick at full stand against my belly. I then blew out the light, and tumbled into bed very quickly. I listened attentively, and could hear a deep half-suppressed sigh, and then footsteps stealing quietly away. I lay awake cogitating as to how I should receive her, whether to feign profound sleep, and so let her take all the initiative, or whether to pretend that the novelty of the bed, and thinking over her affectionate kindness to me had kept me awake. I decided upon pretending to be sound asleep, chiefly that I might see how she would carry out her designs, and also as allowing me to play the surprised one. In little more than half an hour after all had retired to rest I saw the glimmer of light through the keyhole. I had studied a pose that would facilitate matters. I lay on my back, the clothes partially thrown off my breast, and the hand next to the side on which she must approach, placed above my head. Of course my cock was at full stand, and as I had thrown off the heavy counterpane, it easily lifted up, and bulged out the sheet and light blanket. I closed my eyes, and breathed heavily. The door was gently opened, and she entered. She turned to close it, and I gave a peep through a half-opened eye, and saw that she had only on a loose robe de chamber, which was thrown open in turning, so that I could see there was nothing but her shift below. I even caught sight of her beautiful bosom, which at once caused my prick to throb almost to bursting, so that when she came to my side, it stood up most manfully. She paused, evidently intent on the sight. She then held the light towards me, and spoke in an undertone, asking me if I was awake. Of course I only breathed the heavier, and lay with my mouth half open, as if in the very deepest first slumber. She then turned her attention to the bulging out substance, and ventured to touch it gently, then, growing bolder, she still more gently grasped it from above the clothes, and then turned the light on my face, but I gave not a sign. She then put the candle down, and, taking a chair, sat down close to the bed. Here she again spoke to me in a subdued tone. Finding no cessation of the deep breathing, she gently insinuated her hand below the already favorably turned down bedclothes, and with great care slipped it down to my prick, which she grasped softly. I could now feel her whole body tremble, her breath came fast and short. She passed her hand gently up from the root to the head, its size evidently greatly exciting her. When she grasped the head, it gave a powerful throb. She eased her hand, and, I felt certain, turned to see if it had disturbed me. But I slept on profoundly. She seemed to gain more confidence, for both hands were now applied, and it was evident she had assumed a kneeling posture, the better to favor her designs. I could feel her pass one hand over the other, until she found the head was still partially above the third grasp. I heard her give an involuntary exclamation of surprise at its size. Her curiosity growing by what it fed on, she now commenced with the utmost caution gently to remove the bedclothes, that she might see, as well as feel. When this was accomplished, she rose and brought the light, again passed it before my eyes, and then moved it down towards my prick. Being sure she was now far too deeply engaged to turn her eyes towards mine, I half opened them, and beheld her bending close over the great object of attraction. I heard her exclaim half aloud, "How wonderful! I never could have imagined such a thing, and in such an innocent boy, too. Oh! I must possess, yes, I must possess it." Here she grasped it more forcibly than before. Then, rising, she put the candle on the pot stand, which she removed to the foot of the bed. Then taking my prick in both hands, she gently rubbed it up and down, and even stooped and fondly kissed the nut. It throbbed more violently than ever at this, and I thought it time to start, and appear to awake. She instantly quitted her hold of it, and stood up, but was too agitated to think of covering me. I opened my eyes in apparent great surprise, but recognizing Mama, I said, "Oh, is that you, dear Mama? I was dreaming such a nice dream about you. Oh, do kiss me," purposely not seeming to know that my person was all naked. She stooped and kissed me tenderly, saying, "My dear, darling boy, I came to see if you were comfortable, and found you lying uncovered, and with this extraordinary thing sticking up." She had seized it with her left hand, as she stooped to kiss me. On the instant, I determined to play off the same game that had succeeded so well with my aunt. "My dear Mama, I should not have dared to speak to you about that, but it does give me much pain, by becoming so hard that it throbs, as you may feel, at the least touch. I don't know what to do, and it makes me feel so queer too, especially at the gentle pressures you have just given it. Dear Mama, can you tell me how I can cure it, and I will love you so dearly." Here she stooped and kissed me very luxuriously, actually thrusting her tongue into my mouth. I sucked it, and told her how sweet it was. But my prick becoming perfectly outrageous, I implored her to tell me what I could do to relieve it. She looked at me long and intently, blushing and turning pale by turns. "Yes, my dear boy, I could relieve you, but it is a secret that I hardly dare confide in one so young." "Oh, you may trust me, my dear Mama, you know I am becoming a young man, and men must know how to keep secrets, or they would be despised. Besides, so dear and loving a mama as you are to me would doubly make me keep secret anything you confide to me on those terms. I will trust you, my darling boy, but you will at once see by what I shall do, how completely I sacrifice myself to do you good." Upon this, she threw off her robe, and sprang into bed by my side. "Oh, how nice of you, dear Mama," said I, as I took her in my arms, and kissed her lovingly. "Feel, Mama, how much harder it is, so tell me at once how I am to relieve it." "Well, my dear child, we women are made to relieve such stiffnesses as this. We possess a sheath to put it in, and then it gradually softens." "Oh, where dearest Mama, do tell me." She took my hand and put it down on her cunt, already quite wet with the excitement she had been in. "There, feel that, do you not find an opening?" "Oh, yes, but how am I to get in there? Won't it hurt you?" "I will show you." She turned on her back, opened her legs, and desired me to mount on her belly, with my legs between hers, then guiding my rampant pigo, and rubbing its great head up and down the lips to moisten it, she told me to push gently downwards, for it was so large that I would otherwise hurt her. Playing the novice to perfection, I awkwardly but gently soon thrust it in, up to the cod piece. She uttered an oh, when it was fairly hilted, then throwing her legs over my loins, and her arms round my waist, she begged me to move my bottom backwards and forwards, always thrusting it in as far as I could. 3 or 4 pushes finished me off, in the great excitement I was under. She, too, died away with a great convulsive sigh. I took care to cry out, "Oh, my dear Mama, oh, stop. I am dying, I am dying." Her convulsive internal pressures were delicious, and quickly roused my prick up again. She also had come to, and had glued her lips to mine, giving her own, and then asking in return for my tongue to suck. "Oh, what heavenly joys, my dear Mama, you did, indeed, reduce its hardness, but just feel it has got hard again, you must reduce it once more. My beloved boy, I shall always be ready to do so, but it must be the most sacred secret between us, or I should never be able to do it again. You may well suppose my protestations were of the strongest. At it we went again, and again, and again. Mama declared that I was a most apt scholar. 4 times did I pour into her foaming and fiery cunt torrents of sperm. At last she insisted upon my withdrawing, saying it would injure my health to indulge any more. So I withdrew, and we embraced each other most lovingly. I now expressed a wish to see the wonderful place that had given me the ecstasies of paradise. She lent herself with admirable grace and ease to my boyish curiosity, and even threw off her shift, making me do the same, that she too might admire the undisguised beauties of my form. There was no pretense in the great admiration I expressed for her really superb form, but I expressed it in a naive and innocent way, that made her laugh heartily, and confirmed her idea that she was not only the first naked woman I had seen, but that she was the first I ever knew, or who had taught me what sensual pleasure meant, and great was her delight in thinking she had taken my virginity, and been the first to initiate me in love's delightful mysteries. Of course, I did everything I could in order to carry on the deception she was so much pleased with, and I may add this was the last time I ever did so, for daily becoming more of a man, I took things by the forelock at once, and rarely failed to succeed. We got up, and she turned herself round in every way for me to see the rare beauties of her person, herself explaining to me where she was well-made bosom, buttocks, belly so white and smooth, without a wrinkle, although she had had a son. She was, indeed, one of those rare cases where nothing remains to tell of such an event. Her bosom, without being so large as ants, was gloriously white and firm, with such pink nipples, larger than in a maid, but sticking out hard and inviting a suck. Then her cunt, for she laid herself on her back, opened her legs, and allowed me the closest inspection. I have already alluded to her clitoris, as described by Ellen to Harry. It was charmingly developed, about half the length of Miss Franklin's, and not so thick. As I felt her cunt and introduced my fingers to hold it open, she got excited, and Master Clitoris raised his head, and came out of his corner in full stand. I professed great surprise to find she had a little doodle of her own. I purposely used the boyish expression. I began to play with it. "Oh," I said, "I must kiss it." I did so, and began to suck it. She got dreadfully lewd, and seizing upon my now again standing prick, drew me upon her, and introduced once more my master weapon. With greater slowness until the final crisis drew near, we had another delicious fuck. She was a woman of very warm passions, and the long pent-up seclusion she had kept herself in with regard to our sex being once broken, now that the floodgates were opened, there was no resisting the torrent of her lascivious passions. Twice again did we fuck without withdrawing. Then, after hugging and thanking me for the ecstasies I threw her into, she rose for a natural purpose, and advised me to do the same, and we would then both lave ourselves with cold water to restore our nerves. She laved me and I her. She then insisted on my lying down on my back, while she admired what she called the masterpiece of nature. From seeing and feeling, she soon came to sucking. Up he got in a moment. Playing the ignoramus, I asked if it was not possible that we could both enjoy that pleasure at once. "Oh, yes, my dear boy. I am so delighted to find that this pleases you. Lie on your back, I shall get over you in the reverse way, and while I suck this enormous jewel, whose head I can hardly get into my mouth, you shall do as you like with my notch." "Is that what you call it, dear mamma?" "That is one name, and it has many others, but you men generally call it cunt, as we call yours prick. It is just as well you should know their ordinary names, as children only call them Fanny and Doodle. Prick and cunt. Oh, I shan't forget, so let me have that beautiful cunt to suck." We had a mutual gomohutch, and both greedily swallowed the double result, and continued our caresses of both parts, until they were again in full vigor, and inspired with a desire for more solid enjoyments. My darling boy, you are so apt and excellent a scholar that I must show you there are several ways of allaying the stiffness of this dear fellow, who seems as desirous as ever to have his hardness taken out of him. I shall show you how my husband liked best to enjoy me. She scrambled up on her knees, and presented her very fine bottom, told me to kneel behind and give her my prick in her hand, which she thrust out backwards between her thighs. I did so. She told me it would appear to get further in this way, and, in fact, it did. After it was all in until thighs and buttocks met, she told me to admire, praise, and handle the splendid cheeks of her bottom, and said that such praise greatly excited her. Of course I did so, admiring not only their size and fairness, but also the beautiful curly silk meshes that ran between the cheeks, covered her beautifully pink bottom hole, charmingly puckered as it was, and ran up to the flat of her back. After I had so excited her, she begged me to lean forward, and to handle one bubby while I should play with her clitoris with the other hand. I did all this tolerably well, but with somewhat of awkwardness. She said I would soon be perfect. We ran again 2 courses before she fell forward, dragging me down without withdrawing, and then turning on our sides, still intertwined, we fell off into a deep slumber, and did not awaken till daylight. Mama jumped out of bed, unseating me by the act. She was alarmed lest the hour should be late enough for the household to be up. I tried hard to persuade her to reduce once more the hardness which had again seized me, as she might see and feel for herself. No, my dear boy, we must not be imprudent. My niece may have awakened and grown anxious at my absence, and she may rise to seek me, so goodbye, my darling, go to sleep again. She embraced me tenderly, but I could not prevail upon her to go further, although she promised to seek an opportunity during the day, and to give me as much as I liked the next night. She left me, and I pondered over the lucky chance that had put so desirable and fine a woman into my arms, and also congratulated myself on the stratagem by which I had fully convinced her that she was my first instructress in the art of love, a circumstance ever dear to the ardent imagination of the darling sex. I easily fell asleep again, wondering how Harry in the meantime had got on with his cousin. My dear mamma would not allow me to be disturbed. She had entered my room once or twice, and found me sleeping soundly. At last she again entered, just as I had satisfied a natural want for which I had risen. To rush to her, to embrace her tenderly, to fasten the door, and compel her, not much against her will, to come towards the bed, to beg her to lie on her belly on the bedside, to cant her petticoats up, to kneel and hutch her cunt from behind until she begged me to rise and fuck her, was but the work of a minute or 2. And then my stiff standing pigo, aided by the mouthful of thick saliva occasioned by the hutch, was directed at her cunt, and driven home as far as the buttocks or her fine backside would allow. My prick being fairly sheathed, I paused for a moment to handle and praise the beauty of her posterior orbs. Then, stooping, I nibbled at her bubbies with one hand, and frigged her clitoris with the other. Sharp set, with my long rest and refreshing sleep, I rapidly ran a first course, but not quicker than the lascivious nature of dear mamma, who joined me in a copious discharge with the most ecstatic joy, and the most delicious inward pressures. For she was a perfect and most accomplished actor in the combats of love, and in her own way was worthy of my glorious aunt and my loved Miss Frankland, and as thoroughly accomplished as they in all the abandon of lust and lubricity, although at the moment I had only proved things in an ordinary way. Her exquisite internal suctions almost prevented the slightest relaxation in my delighted pigo, and after a minute or 2 of indulgence in the after joy, I began again almost before dear mamma had recovered her senses, when she tried to tear herself away. But before she knew where she was I had succeeded in again firing her ardent and lascivious nature, and she became as eager for a second course as myself. This was naturally longer than the first fiery one. I raised myself upright on my knees, contemplated with the utmost delight the uncommon active play of her loins, and the exquisite side wriggling of her very fine backside. I loudly praised her delicious maneuvers, and seconded them to the utmost, until getting more and more excited, fast and furious grew our movements. I bent down to second her by fricking her clitoris, and the final crisis seized us both with its agony of joy, and I sank almost insensible on her back. We lay for a short time lost to everything, until Mama, remembering the risk we ran of discovery, begged me to withdraw, and let her go away. She rose and threw herself into my arms, gluing her lips to mine with a most loving kiss. Then stooping, she gave my now pendant prick a most delicious suck, making her tongue play into and around the mouth of the urethra. This was so delicious that the delighted member instantly showed its appreciation of the pleasure by starting up in full swing. Mama gave it a pat, and said he was a most charming and delicious boy, who did not know how to behave himself. Again she kissed me, and tore herself away, but I could easily see the regret was as great on her side as mine. She told me her son had been as lazy as I was, and said that breakfast was waiting for us both. I quickly finished my toilet and found them all at the breakfast table. Ellen blushed deeply when she saw me. A glance from Harry assured me he had succeeded, and that Ellen not only knew what I had been about, but also that I knew what she had been doing. Hence her high color when she saw me. I smiled, and nodded to her knowingly, and as she had observed the intelligent glance that passed between Harry and me, it did not tend to put her at her ease. Mama, of course, knew nothing of what had passed in her bed while she was with me, and was all affectionate attention to the whole party, but with a marked tendency to pay me more particular attention. Our breakfast was late, so we had to hurry ourselves for church. Mama drove Ellen in a small pony phaeton, while Harry and I took a short cut across the fields. Harry told me how he had watched his mother and had quietly approached my door, and as the bed was exactly opposite the keyhole, had seen and enjoyed her proceedings, especially as he knew that I only pretended sleep. "By Jove," he said, "what a fine woman Mother is. I could not tear myself away, and remained until you both went at it again, stark naked. My mother's beautiful hairy cunt, fine bubbies, and backside, nearly drove me mad with desire. I could have violated her if she had been alone. And, then, her energy in fucking was superb. I could hold out no longer, but rushed to dear Ellen's side. She was asleep. I took her in my arms, and awoke her by feeling her delicious young cunt. She opened her eyes, and thinking it was Mama she turned round to repay the compliment, and started on having hold of my pigo. Why, Harry dear, how came you here? We shall be caught by Mama. Oh, no, my love, Mama is better engaged, and has slipped away to Charlie's room to get done to her what I am going to do to you. She was too much alarmed to believe me, and I was obliged to bring her to your door. I first peeped, and saw you were still at it. Mama's legs and arms thrown around you allowed me to see your great big thing rushing in and out, and driving home with immense vigor. I whispered to Ellen to peep. While she did so, stooping, I sat down on the floor and Gamma hutched her. She spent almost immediately, and was so excited that it quite filled my mouth. I rose on my legs, and bringing my prick against her cunt, made an entrance as far as over the nut, but was myself so excited with all I was doing, and all I had previously seen, that I went off in an agony of delight and with a suppressed cry, which must have been heard by you and Mama if you had not been so busily engaged. Ellen had been so excited and so intent on to her new scene enacting before her eyes, that she had never ceased gazing on it, and left me to do whatever I pleased, but my cry alarmed her, especially as in my last forward push I had sent her head with some noise against the door. She rose, and so unseated me from the slight hold I had got of her cunt. She turned round to embrace me most excitedly, and whispered that we must go elsewhere. I took her round the waist, and we quickly regained Mama's bed. The light enabled me to find a towel. I told Ellen it was to prevent any moisture betraying our acts. She was far too excited and wishful for the article to make the slightest resistance, or even pretense of refusal. I begged her to throw off her shift, as she had seen both Charlie and Mama were quite naked. She at once complied, being now as eager for the fray as myself. I, too, threw off my nightshirt. For a moment we embraced each other's naked bodies. My cock was as stiff as iron. She lewdly laid hold of it, while I handled her charming young cunt. I helped her onto the bed. She at once lay down on her back, and threw open her legs as she had seen Mama do. I stopped and gave her cunt, all oozing with her own and my spunk, a warm kiss, and with a lick or two on her budding clitoris, I fired her even to greater excess than she had yet been in. "Oh, come to my arms, my dear Harry, and let us do as they were so delightedly doing." She had noted with what rapture Mama was enjoying you, and she had noted, too, what a much larger cock yours was than mine, so she had naturally reasoned that if one so big gave her aunt so much delight, my smaller one could not possibly hurt her, hence her eagerness to have me at once. I did not balk her, but throwing myself between her widespread thighs, I soon brought the point of my prick to the longing lips of her little virgin cunt. I rubbed it up and down in between the pouting and self-opened lips, partly to moisten it, and partly to still more excite her lust. I then gently pressed it forward, and introduced just its head, and drawing it in and out, made her beg me to go further. I did so, slowly, until I found there was an impediment. I knew that I must burst through this and that it would hurt her, so I continued withdrawing and re-entering without going further until she became so voraciously lewd as to throw her legs around my loins and heave her bottom up to meet my thrusts. I seized the fortunate moment and with one downright violent thrust burst through every barrier and buried my prick in her up to the very hilt. The attack and its result was so unexpected by Ellen that when she felt the knife-like thrust of agony she gave a shriek of pain, and made an immediate effort to throw me off. I was too firmly seated for any other result of her struggles than the still more complete rupture of her maidenhead, which my forward thrust had partially effected. I lay for some time quite tranquil, and when her immediate pain wore off I commenced a gentle in and out movement, which, without exactly exciting her, produced a pleasing sensation. I then went on faster and faster until the crisis came upon me, and I shot into her a torrent of boiling sperm that by its balmy nature mollified the previous smarting, so that when I had recovered from the delicious ecstasies of my first success, and my prick gradually resumed its former vigor, I found by the somewhat increased pressure upon it that her passions were reawakening. 3 times did I fuck her before I withdrew. The last one appeared to give her more pleasure, but still she complained of a smarting pain as I passed over and over the shattered hymen. I advised her to rise and lave herself as a relief, and to wash away the stains of blood from her thighs. The towel was a fortunate thought on your part, but, in fact, I had followed in all my movements the sage counsels you had given me from the experience you had had in taking the virginities of Mrs. Vincent and your 2 sisters, or I should otherwise probably have bungled the matter, although my experience with your magnificent aunt had naturally put me up to all the art of fucking. I had some difficulty in persuading Ellen to let me put it in again, as she declared she had endured perfect agony when I broke through her maidenhead. However, I hutched her well, got her passions up, moistened the shaft well, and was very gentle in entering and in my first movements. I spent without making her do so. But the well-greased sheath now allowing more easy movements, she gave down her nature with considerable pleasure as I spent the second time. Still there was fear and restraint, fear lest Mama might come back, so I thought it advisable to retire to my own room, being quite certain that now the road is open her lascivious nature will not be long in enabling her to enjoy the sport to the utmost. By the way, she could not help wondering how Mama could take in your immense pico. Why, she said, it was as thick as her wrist and much longer than her hand, and yet it seemed to slip into Mama with ease and pleasure, while yours, dear Harry, which is not thicker than my 2 forefingers, and hardly much longer, has given me such pain. I assured her it was only for the first night, and that if she would bathe it with warm water 2 or 3 times during the day, and put up a little glycerin as far as where it hurt, which her finger could easily reach, she would find that tomorrow night there would no longer be any pain felt, and she would enjoy it as much as she had seen Mama do. With this advice I left her to her repose, and gained my own room unobserved. After this we concerted together as to what we should say to the doctor, who was sure to question us. Mrs. Dale's cottage was not in our parish, but she had driven over to our church, partly to throw off all suspicion from the doctor's mind, and also to thank him for allowing us to stay with her. We, therefore, knew that we should have to go to the rectory and stay for luncheon. We agreed that we should not on this occasion take the doctor into our confidence, but that we should tell him we had purposely been very quiet and discreet, so as to throw Harry's mother off her guard. That Ellen slept with her, so that it became doubly necessary to gain her confidence. This being arranged before we reached church, we entered. After service we all adjourned to the rectory. The doctor escorted Mrs. Dale, Harry, Ellen, and I my aunt. And, pressing my arm, asked me if I had had Mrs. D, as she seemed a fine woman worth having. Oh, dear no. I have had no opportunity, even if she would have consented. I have been playing the ingenuous youth to help Harry with his cousin. I thought we had somewhat thrown her off her guard, but she was still jealous and watched him closely. Ellen slept with her, which rendered things more difficult for Harry. She has closely examined me as to the sort of intimacy existing between us. I threw such an air of candor and innocence over my replies that she was quite delighted Harry had met with such a companion. I fully expect she will break out in praises of my modest and discreet conduct. Indeed, so it turned out, and Mrs. Dale did it with such an air of candor that Aunt was quite convinced nothing as yet had occurred between us. While the ladies discussed the dresses and bonnets of all who had appeared in church, Uncle took Harry and me for a walk in the garden until luncheon was ready. Here he began, as Aunt had done, to question us as to our proceedings, and the reason for Mrs. D asking permission for us to stay. The same replies that had satisfied Aunt satisfied him that nothing as yet had taken place beyond my gaining the confidence of Mrs. D. "My dear Charlie," said Uncle, "you have only now to manage somehow or other to let her see your great big cock without apparently your being aware of it, and I will warrant, from my knowledge of woman's nature, that she will find a way to have you. Only mind you play the innocent, and be very awkward, and let her appear to teach you, which will give double pleasure and prevent any questioning as to how you have gained your instruction, if she thought you instructed." I smiled inwardly at these sage directions, and thought how completely all persons knowing in the ways of the world gave the same advice. But little did Uncle then think that I had acted up to the very letter what he was advising for my future conduct. We re-entered the house on luncheon bell ringing. Mrs. Dale complimented the doctor on the advance her son had made both in manners and instruction, and quite naturally congratulated herself on his finding so very modest and gentlemanly a companion in the doctor's nephew, myself to wit. Returning home, Ellen begged she might be allowed to walk, doubtless calculating on having Harry for a companion. But Mamma, while agreeing to her request, was still sufficiently on her guard to take Harry in the phaeton, and leave me to escort Ellen. Here was a chance. Ellen blushed, but took my arm as we left the rectory. Uncle gave me a knowing look, and a glance at Ellen, as we parted, as much as to say, "I guess what will happen." We walked away steadily enough until the first hedge hit us. I stopped, and embraced Ellen tenderly, saying how glad I was to be able to congratulate her on the happy chance her aunt had given her, by coming to me for the night. She was a good deal confused at thinking that I should know how she passed the night. I rallied her upon this, told her that no secret existed between Harry and me, and that, in fact, if I had not lent myself to the game, she would not have had the opportunity for the great pleasure she must have had in Harry's arms. I knew she had not had much, but I wished to draw her on, and to make her open out as to her feelings, being determined to make the most of any confidence on her part. She replied that, indeed, she had done nothing but suffer, and would not have allowed Harry to do what he did if she had known the pain it would give her. She had been deceived by seeing how much Aunt had seemed to enjoy what was so greatly superior in size to what Harry had. I smiled at her allusion to the size of my Pigo, and knowing that her curiosity must be creating in her a desire to see it, I told her it was well for her, in the first instance, to have had the smaller weapon to penetrate her, and that now she would never again suffer, even by the introduction of so large a one as mine. Oh, but when I think of the immense size of yours, I could never dare to allow you to try, although Aunt did seem to enjoy it, when you pushed it in with such force. My dear Ellen, it was the size alone that tempted Mama, and if I had not been larger than Harry, I doubt if ever she would have come to me at night. But how could she dare to do so? Curiosity to enjoy an unusually large cock, my dear. Did you know she was coming? Yes, and no. I saw that her passions were excited, when I had once accidentally allowed her to see my large proportions. Yes, Harry told me what you were about, but I hardly expected Aunt would have dared to come to you. How did it happen? Well, if you will promise never to let your aunt know that I have told, I shall tell you. She came and found me apparently asleep, first felt me, and seeing I did not awake, carefully uncovered me, looked at it, handled and kissed it, upon which, as my cock was nearly bursting, and I could stand it no longer, I awoke, and innocently complained of the stiffness I suffered from in that part, and begged her to tell me if there was any means of relieving it. She told me there was, but it was a great secret she hardly dared trust me with, and even if she could do so, she was afraid of a great long thing like that, 3 of her hands long below the head. But that if I promised secrecy, she would try. Then she lay down and taught me how to put it in, and I know you afterwards enjoyed the sight of our being in full action, quite naked. Did you not enjoy it, dear Ellen? Well, dear Charlie, it was very exciting, and made me feel queer all over, but is it really 3 hands and a head long? I was delighted at the question, as it showed me she was ready for what I intended should be done. Curiosity once excited was sure to go to the utmost length, if it had the opportunity. I had purposely been hurrying on to gain a dense copse through which our path lay, and I knew there was a snug glade, where we would be in perfect security. It was the dinner hour of the peasantry, and no one else was likely to come that way. Just as we entered the copse, she had put her last question. I told her I would show her, if she would step a few yards beyond the footpath. She objected, for form's sake, saying, "What would Harry say? There is no occasion for him to know anything about it, but even if he did, has he not himself shown you Mama and me in full enjoyment of her sweet charms? But, unless you tell him, you may be sure I never shall. It will not take a minute, and as we have already walked very fast, we have plenty of time, and our absence will not be observed." With professed reluctance she allowed me to lead her where I wished. Having arrived at the favorable spot, I sat down on a gentle slope, and begged her to sit down beside me. As you may well suppose, my prick was rampant, and almost bursting open my trousers, so that as soon as I unbuttoned, out it flew in all its splendor. She gave a half scream of surprise as she gazed upon its large proportions, and declared it looked larger than when she had seen it with Aunt. Her face flushed, and her eyes sparkled as she gazed, but she seemed half frightened to touch it. I took her hand and placed it on it. She immediately grasped it convulsively, but sighed deeply. I had lain back on the grass that it might stand out boldly before her, and I told her to try if it was not 3 hands and a head long. She immediately passed one hand over the other from the root, and said it was really monstrous, and she wondered how Aunt could have got it into her. Oh, my darling, I hope someday you will find that you can take it all in with the utmost delight, but I should not think of trying until you have had some more practice with Harry. Meanwhile she was handling it with great excitement, and while saying she was sure I could never succeed with her, she was evidently longing to be able to take it in. I saw I must work her up more, so I said, "Dear Ellen, you know what pleasure it gave you and Harry to play with each other with your mouths. It is now your turn to let me see your dear little thing, and then you must lie over me reversed, so that we may enjoy ourselves with tongues and mouths." She let me at once pull up her petticoats, but said she feared that even for that she was still too sore from Harry's work last night. I asked if she had bathed it in warm water and put glycerin up. Oh, yes. At first it smarted, but before going to church, she had done it 3 times, and no longer felt any pain, but still was afraid of my finger going up. I was introducing it at the moment. It passed in its full length without hurting her. "Now, pull up your petticoats well, and lie down on me, while I do the same with this charming little cunt. My tongue can only give it the utmost pleasure." She herself was now so much excited that she was ready enough to comply with my desires. She got upon me, her petticoats well canted over her back. She glued her lips to my prick, and sucked and frigged it with an energy that proved how highly her passions were fired. Her cunt was already in a foam of spendings, which I first licked up. Then, sucking her tiny clitoris, stiffly projecting slightly out, I thrust my middle finger up her cunt, and by the wriggling of her backside, saw how much she enjoyed it. Introducing a second finger to moisten it, I withdrew both, and, turning my hand sideways, made each finger enter a separate aperture. She was already nearly in the grand crisis. It came upon her before I was ready. She poured a greater discharge into my mouth than I thought the young thing could have spent. It took her breath away, and she released her suction of my prick for a minute. But on my begging her to continue sucking, she did so with increased energy, and I poured out a torrent of sperm that shot down her throat and nearly choked her. But the dear girl never let go for all that, and sucked away until not only was there not a drop left, but by her delicious titillations she had brought my prick up to its utmost vigor again. I, too, had reawakened her passions. She wanted to renew the sport in this way again, but I begged her to allow me to rub the head of my prick up and down between the well-moistened lips of her cunt, and then to spend with the point, or at most the head, within it. She asked if she could trust me to stop if it hurt her. "Of course, my darling," I said, "nothing shall be done, or rather everything shall cease the moment you tell me to stop." Half afraid, yet wishing to try, she changed her position to a kneeling one. I canted her petticoats well over her back, and first kissing and handling her hard and plump buttocks, which promised a future perfection, I stooped and again licked her charming pouting cunt with all its budding fair young curls. Then, applying my surcharged mouthful of saliva to my already well-moistened prick, I lubricated it completely from point to root, and then applied it to the half-opened lips. Rubbing it up and down here, and over the clitoris, I excited her to the greatest pitch. "Oh, Charlie dear," she cried, "try if its head will go in now, and I will try to bear it." I was only too glad of the permission, and very rapidly got it in over the nut, but it was very tight. I drew it half out again, and then, on repeating this 5 or 6 times, found I was imperceptibly gaining ground. Oh, dear Charles, it is delicious. Try on, gently. I did so, and had got rather more than halfway in when she went off in an agony of delight, deliciously pouring her warm liquid over my enchanted prick, giving, at the same time, such a push backwards, which, meeting a firm, though gentle forward movement on my part, joined with the natural relaxation following her discharge, drove me up to the hilt in the very tightest little cunt it has ever been my good fortune to sheath myself in. I seemed to fill every cranny, and to have stretched every part to its utmost distension. My aunt with her great cunt had a power of pressure that seemed almost to nip off your prick. Miss Frankland, too, was great in that way. But this was more like a very well-made first-rate kid glove, 2 sizes too small for your fingers, yet giving way without bursting, and fitting every irregularity of the nail or finger, just so her little cunt fitted my prick exactly like a glove, and it was truly most ecstatic. A gentle withdrawing, and then as gentle re-sheathing, so excited me that I shot a torrent of sperm up into her very womb. She gave quite a cry of ecstasy, and I could feel the tight sheath exercising a running movement along the whole length of my prick, and still more tightly closing all round it if that were possible. It was so exquisitely delicious that both of us were almost instantly in readiness for another course. She asked if I was all in. Oh, yes, my dear, do you think you could have taken any more? Oh, no, it appears to fill me to bursting, and to be up to my very heart. I could not have supported more, but could hardly believe I had it all, as I did not think it possible, and was afraid there was more to come. Did it give you any pleasure? Oh, yes, and does so still. Push on, dear Charlie, and don't spare me, it is heavenly. She wriggled and heaved her backside. I seized her by each hip and favored her side movements by, as it were, drawing her off and on. Faster and faster we moved, until at last the crisis seized us both together. Her head sank with a deep sigh, or rather cry of ecstasy. She would have fallen forward on her belly, but that my grip of her hips held her bottom close up to my belly, with my prick thrust into the innermost end of her cunt, until I felt the 3 points of the opening of her womb, like the nailless ends of 3 fingers grasping, as it were, the very point of my prick, and opening themselves to receive the whole discharge of my sperm within its innermost recesses. Nothing could be more delicious, and as I held her fast, I was myself in a state of perfect ecstasy. At last, addressing some endearing expressions, and getting no reply, I found that the dear girl had quite fainted away, and was insensible in every respect except in the continued convulsive throbs of her delicious tight cunt. However, finding that she did not recover her senses, I gently withdrew my still stiff prick. Very little sperm followed the withdrawal. I wiped her cunt dry with my handkerchief, and was glad to see there was no blood stains. I laid her gently down on her back, ran to a little stream, and taking 2 handfuls of water, came back, threw some on the still throbbing cunt, and sprinkled her face with the drops that still adhered to my palms. This had the desired effect. She opened her eyes, raised herself on her bottom, and threw her arms round my neck as I knelt by her side. Telling me I had made her taste of the joys of heaven, she kissed me, and then burst into a hysterical flood of tears. I comforted her as best I could and asked why she wept. I don't know, dear Charles, but the last time made me feel both sick and faint just after you had given me such ecstasy as I never dreamt was possible. I believe I then fainted, and even now, I don't know why, but I feel quite hysterical. I kissed her tenderly, begged her to rise and come to the spring, where she could drink, and said if she sat down on her feet I would bathe and cool her dear little cunt, which would probably put all to rights. She did so, and was quickly quite restored to herself again. She said she supposed it was my enormous size. But it did not hurt me, dear Charles, it only gave me too much pleasure, but you will do it to me another time whenever we have any opportunity, will you not, dear Charlie? I assured her I should always be too glad to do so, but that we must neither let her aunt nor Harry know of our proceedings. This being arranged, and she having quite recovered from the pallor her fainting fit had caused, we resumed our course homeward, and so hurried on that Harry, who had come to meet us, found us getting over the stile of the last field, and was even disappointed that we had got so far, for we were now in sight of the cottage. He had hoped to find us much further back, and that I might have favored his having a go at his cousin before reaching home. Ellen squeezed my arm. I said it was just as well as it was, for any imprudence might have awakened his mother's suspicions, and prevented a night of pleasure, which would be far better than any uncomfortable field affair. When we arrived at home, Mamma thought that Ellen looked fatigued, and advised her to go and lie down on her bed, and take an hour's siesta. She told us boys we had better do the same, as she had some private matters to attend to. Harry and I saw immediately what was meant, and we betook ourselves to our respective rooms, I to expect Mamma, who did not fail to come, and Harry to watch her, and then made the most of the opportunity with his cousin. I quickly undressed, and when Mamma came I found she had divested herself of stays and undergarments, so when she undid her gown, and let fall her shift, she stood in all the naked glory of her beautiful form. I flew to embrace her most lovingly. Both our hands wandered, and being both in full heat, we were at it in a moment, fast and furious. I drove on, admirably seconded by dear Mamma, and we quickly both gave down at the same instant a most delicious libation on the altar of Venus, and then died away in all the after enjoyment. We lay for nearly a quarter of an hour soaking in the delicious bliss of satisfied desire. Mamma, on coming to her senses, kissed me most tenderly, and declared she had never believed it possible that she could have had such exquisite delight. But then, my dear Charles, I never dreamt that any man, let alone a boy like you, could be so magnificently hung. Oh, it is also such joy to me to think I have first taught you the real joys of coition, and tasted the first sweets of that most glorious weapon. My dear Charlie, I must contemplate its beauties in this full light, withdraw the dear fellow and turn on your back. I did so. She rose, and turning in the reverse position, brought her lovely foaming cunt right down on my mouth. I sucked up all the delicious foam oozing from the aperture. Then drawing into my mouth her half-stiffened clitoris, which was then pendant like a little boy's cock, I soon sucked it into its utmost rigidity, fricking her rich pouting cunt with 2 fingers, the while. She, on her part, was not idle, first playing with my prick, covering and uncovering its head, which soon made it stand up in all of its glory. She was profuse and loud in its praises. Then getting too excited for mere admiration, she took it in her mouth and sucked it, and manipulated it with one hand, fingering my codpiece with the other. I then found her fingers were feeling and tickling my bottom hole. She took her mouth from off my prick, and paused a moment, then again applied her finger to my fundament, and made it gently penetrate as far as it would go. The previous pause had evidently been for the purpose of moistening her finger with her saliva that it might slip in easily. I was delighted to find that she had come to this, but pretending ignorance, I stopped my proceedings to ask her what she was doing to my bottom, which could give me such exquisite delight. It is my finger, my dear Charles. My late husband was always delighted with my doing this, and used also to add greatly to my pleasure by doing the same to me. Shall I do so to you, dear Mamma? Oh, yes, my darling boy, moisten your finger first and then do it in my bottom hole, as you have been doing it in my cunt. But I think I can do both at the same time, they are so close together. You are a delightful darling, do so, and it will be double pleasure to me. So I immediately commenced to postilion her to her, and my extreme gratification. We soon spent with the utmost delight, and both swallowed all we could get, continuing our suctions until the passions of both were again excited. I now declared I must fuck her again in the kneeling position, in which she had before given me such exquisite pleasure. As she drew a little higher up, I flung my arms round her fine backside, and glued my lips to her bottom hole, and thrust my tongue in and out. "Oh, Charles, dear, what are you doing? Oh, how delightful!" And she wriggled her backside over my mouth in a most voluptuous and lascivious way. "Oh, rise my darling, and fuck me, you have made me so very lewd." I drew myself up on my knees behind her, and was into her with wild ferocity that made her cry out with joy as she felt the mighty instrument rush within her. I stooped and frigged her clitoris at her desire, but wishing to contemplate the glorious movement of her backside, I begged her to frig herself that I might be able to do so. Seizing hold of her hips, I drew her splendid bottom off and on my stiff and glowing prick with such immense delight to her that she went off and spent profusely, the hot stream bathing my delighted prick. But having already fucked Ellen so shortly before, and having spent twice at the present time, I remained for a while quiet, with Mama's exquisite cunt deliriously throbbing round it to the infinite enjoyment of my cock. I stooped and nibbled with my fingers at one of her nipples. I played with and frigged her very fine clitoris, which was soon in stiff standing excitement again. Being cool myself, I soon worked her up into the wildest state of excitement by my frigging and the throbbings of my prick, aided with occasional long slowly drawn out movements, and then as slowly regaining ground until within the last 3 inches, when it was thrust vigorously forward, and kept there for her convulsive pressures on it. I kept this up until she was almost wild with lust, and cried out for more vigorous movements. I did not immediately comply, but continued my exciting proceedings until she bit the pillow in the madness of her lust. Then I drove on fast and furious, amid cries of delight and ecstasy on her part, until the grand crisis overtook us both at the same instant in a perfect fury and agony of delight. I had previously left the frigging to herself, and had seized her hips and enjoyed the glorious sight of the furious contortions of her bottom under the excessive lubricity of her wildly excited lasciviousness. She died away in such excess of ecstasy that she would have fallen on her belly but for the grip I had upon her hips, and the pressure with which I drew back her glorious bottom against my belly. I threw back my head in the agony of delight, and brayed like a donkey as I had done once before when fucking the luscious Frankland, and felt the 3-pointed entrance to her womb close upon and nibble at the point of my prick so delightfully, just as dear Ellen's had done in the wood. As I came to my senses I spoke to dear Mama, and found that she too had fainted away, and was quite insensible to everything but the convulsive inner movements of her delicious cunt. I withdrew and laid her gently down on her side, bringing a tumbler of water, a sponge, and towel. I opened her splendid thighs, sponged and bathed her cunt, which showed but little of the torrent of sperm I had just poured into it. I then sprinkled her face, and she came to with a deep sigh. Her first utterance was to bless me for the joy I had given her, which was in fact too much, and then she burst into tears and became quite hysterical. I thought it odd that I should have produced the same effect upon her more accustomed and more developed organs as I had done on dear Ellen. I comforted her in my boyish way, and asked how it was that the effect should have been different from anything she had previously experienced with me. "Ah, my dear boy," she said, with a deep sigh, "you have caused me such extreme sensations that I fear you must have got me with child. You seem to penetrate my very womb, and to excite me far beyond anything I ever previously remember. My loved Mama, can I possibly get a child?" "Get a child, indeed," she replied. "Yes, a dozen, with such a great monster of a cock, that so excites us poor women." I embraced her most tenderly, and said I was so happy to think I should be the father of a child of hers. "Alas, my dear boy, it may be joy to you, but what a sorrow it will be to me if such should be the case. Think how I should lose position in the world if it should be known, and even if by going abroad I could hide my shame from the public, still what shifts and contrivances I should be put to ensure secrecy. But never mind, my darling, I would run twice such risk to enjoy your person, and secure your affection. You must ever cherish and love me, my Charlie, for I risk good name and fame for you. But now I must be gone, or we shall be sought for. Try and sleep a little, my dear boy, for I am sure you need it after your exertions, and remember you must gain strength to renew them this night. She kissed me lovingly, rose, put on her things and left me to repose. But I could not help thinking of what she had said about fearing that peculiar fuck in which she had fainted portended fructification. If so, I thought dear Ellen will probably be in the same predicament, for the result was precisely the same with her. I may here observe that Mama's fears became certainties, both in her case and Ellen's. Eventually they both left the country together, when staying would have brought on discovery. And, curiously enough, they were both delivered of daughters on the same day. Of both I was the happy father, although Harry had the credit of Ellen's child, but she herself always asserted to me that it was the delicious fuck in the wood that did the mischief. And from the peculiar effect produced on both mothers on that day, I never had any doubt of the real paternity. Besides, the child grew up my very image. Mama's daughter was superbly developed when she became a young woman. She had even a larger clitoris than Miss Frankland, with which she absolutely deflowered her sister's cousin at the age of 14. I may also incidentally observe that at the age of 15 I had both their maidenheads, as far as the male sex was concerned. And Harry and I often fucked them together in every way, and my darling daughter with her long and large clitoris has often fucked my bottom, while I was doing the same to her sister, with Harry below fucking her whom he believed to be his daughter. But this belongs to my latter experiences, and has nothing to do with the present period of my life, though, perhaps, I may be tempted hereafter to enter into all the details of my middle age and later experiences. Dear reader, pardon me this digression. To resume, I slept soundly for an hour, then rose, and strolled in the garden with Harry, who related to me how he had taken advantage of Mama's occupation to steal into Ellen's room. She had been much afraid, the sly pussy, to allow him to enter again, but when once he got within, and she found it did not hurt her, but the contrary, she got extremely lewd, and they had 2 splendid fucks. Then stealing along to my door to peep as to how we were getting on, we so excited them again that he had another from behind, while she stooped and peeped all the time, for it was when I was fucking Mama from behind, on my knees, and they concluded it would be our last for the present. When they had brought matters to a finish they separated, and Mama had found Ellen fast asleep. But, by Jove, Charlie, said Harry, how splendid mother fucks, I quite envied you, and I shall never rest until I get into her myself. How gloriously she wriggles her backside, and how lusciously she enjoys fucking. To be sure such a mighty prick as yours is enough to stir up every passion. It astonished, and I think made Ellen more lewd, although she is sure she could never take in such a monster. I smiled at thinking how easily the very youngest of the fair sex deceives us, but I took care not to let Harry know my opinion. We re-entered for dinner, and spent a pleasant evening, which was the forerunner to the delights of the night. Mama came as soon as she thought Ellen fast asleep, which Ellen took very good care should soon be the case. In a moment, she was quite naked, and clasped to my equally naked body. I had been expecting her, and thinking over the delights of our last fuck, so that I was rampant before her arrival. She was equally eager for the fray, and at it we went hammer and tongs, and soon brought the first bout to a close, in mutual ahs, and ohs, of delight. We soaked for some time in the delicious enjoyment. Then Mama scolded both herself and me for our precipitation, saying that we threw away all the luxury and abandon of fucking when we went at it in such haste. It was in that way mere animal instinct, and wanted all the lascivious delight of lubricity and skill in fucking. She said, now that the edge was taken off our appetites, we must begin again with a mutual gamohuch. She rose first to piddle, and allowed me to see the rush of water from her delicious cunt. Then lighting 2 more candles, she placed 2 at the foot of the bed, and 2 at the head, by which we should both have the advantage of seeing all we were caressing. Then I lay down on my back, and she mounted on me, in reverse, thus bringing her bottom down over my face. I thrust my tongue up her cunt, and licked up the delicious spunk oozing down from the inside. Her piddle had washed all away from the pouting lips. Then taking her charming clitoris in my mouth, I sucked it up to its greatest stiffness. I had thrust 3 fingers into her cunt, and when I found she had thrust hers into my bottom, I transferred them all into her beautiful pink bum hole. They were very greasy from my sperm coming down upon them when in her cunt, and as she favored their entrance by pushing out her bottom, all 3 slipped in, without, apparently, her thinking it was more than one. I was delighted to see how easily it stretched out, for this gave me great ground to hope that I should be able to manage to get my large pigo within, which I was fully resolved upon doing, but it required a little artfulness to do so without raising her suspicions that it was no new road to me. She brought matters to a conclusion much as before, and when re-excited, Mama proposed to teach me a new way, which was by her mounting on me, and staking herself on my standing pigo. Like others before her, she did not stoop down upon me until she had made herself spend where she was, while I saved myself for further fucking. When she died off, she sank on my bosom. I clasped her waist with one arm, sucked the bubby nearest my mouth, and reaching round my other arm, I brought my hand over her bottom to the delightful orifice, first moistening my finger with her spending which was oozing out between the lips of her cunt and my standing prick. I thrust my finger into her bottom hole, and worked it in and out, to her infinite satisfaction. She cried out in the excess of her lewdness, "Oh, my dear boy, that is just as my dear husband used to do, and it gave me great pleasure, but not near so much as you do, for your dear prick is twice as large as his was, and fills me with an excess of pleasure which was never approached with him." All this led up to a superb and lascivious fuck, in which we both died away in mutual ecstasy, with cries of voluptuousness, and then lay soaking in delight until her weight forced me to beg her to turn on her side. We then had a long sweet chat of love. Turning the talk on her suspicions of having got with child at the morning prayers, I remarked that she had had only one child by her husband, and as he had lived many years after Harry's birth, and from what she said, she had continued to be enjoyed by him, it was, therefore, not probable she would now be got in the family way. That appears probable, my dear boy, but then he took precaution not to get any more children. But what precautions could he take, and how did he do so? You are a curious boy, but I shall tell you. He used to continue long at it, making me spend 2 or 3 times before he did, and then when he felt it coming he used to withdraw, and his prick being all moist, he would slip it into my bottom, and spend there as soon as ever he got the head of it inside. And did that give you any pleasure, Mama? He had excited me, and made me spend several times before he did so, and beyond slight irritation I did not feel much pleasure, as he was generally so near the crisis that he could scarce do more than get its head in when off he went. Did he ever get it in altogether and then did it give you pleasure? Sometimes he did when he had drawn it out of my cunt too soon. In such cases he used to pause until by rubbing my clitoris he got me into a renewed state of lewdness, and then the pleasure was peculiar and great. Oh, my dear Mama, you must let me too fuck you in that way, and then you know we shall get no children. My darling Charlie, it is impossible that this great big thing could ever get into that orifice. My late husband's was not half your size, and he had great difficulty unless I had already spent 3 or 4 times and relaxed all those parts. I should not dare to let you attempt it. Oh, yes, my darling mama, you will let me just get its point in and spend there. I should so like to try. We will fuck 2 or 3 times first, and then after the 3rd time I shall frig you till you spend first, and so I shall be ready just to put in the point for you to try how it feels. But, my dear boy, the least throb on my part will push it out, unless it is in over the nut, and only look what a size it is. I can hardly grasp it, and although it is so velvety it is quite hard. Oh, the dear fellow, let me kiss it, and then do you fuck me again, my darling. She bent her body, gave me a delicious suck, then throwing herself on her back, and opening her beautiful thighs, invited me to mount her. Before doing so I also bent and sucked her charming and well-developed clitoris, until she squealed again with pleasure, and begged me to put it to her. I threw myself on her belly, and with one vigorous shove drove my rampant prick up to the hilt, making her all shake again. She was so hotly wound up that she spent with the single shove, and poured a flood of hot liquid over my delighted prick. I, too, would have gone off in 2 more thrusts had she not thrown her arms and legs around me, and slipping her hands over my buttocks, held me tight pressed against the pouting and greedy lips of her salacious cunt as if she would shove in buttocks, and all, if it were possible. So keeping it tightly thrust in up to the lowest hair, which lay all crushed between us, I let her indulge in all the delight of perfect conjunction, responding to her delicious throbbing cunt with powerful throbs of my own highly excited prick. For more than a quarter of an hour did she lie panting and convulsively sobbing in the perfect ecstasy of enjoyment. At last she drew my mouth down to hers, and thrust her sweet tongue into my mouth. I sucked it, and her hands relaxing the pressure of my buttocks against her cunt, I began a slow in and out movement that soon renewed her utmost lubricity. Most actively and divinely did she second me with an art quite her own. Fast and furious grew our movements, until, like all things human, they came to an end in a death-like agony of delight, in which my very soul seemed to take flight, and we lay all unconscious, for I don't know how long, enjoying all those exquisite after-delights which a prick soaking in the cunt of a beautiful and lewd woman so enchantingly confers. When we recovered, we rolled over sideways, and still intertwined and conjoined in the sweet priapic bonds, we lay billing and cooing with all those soft loving murmurings and bitings so befitting such moments. At last both were again ready, and longing for the fight. I proposed the delicious kneeling position. She saw at once my object, and said I was a little traitor, who wanted to surprise her bottom hole. But, my darling boy, it is really impossible. I embraced, flattered, cajoled, and implored her until at last she promised that if I would engage on honor not to go further, she would try and support the entrance of my prick as far as over the nut, but that I must really withdraw it if it was too painful for her. So these preliminaries being arranged, she got into position. First stooping to lick out her delicious cunt, and give a suck or 2 at her charming clitoris, I brought my eager prick to the pouting and longing lips of her delicious cunt, and after 2 or 3 rubs, thrust it in with a rush that made my belly smack against her glorious backside. We then lay quiet, throbbing mutually in the luxury of voluptuousness. I passed a hand under her belly, and frigging her clitoris quickly, made her come in an ecstasy of delight. I only gave her time for 1 or 2 throbs of my prick, and knowing that nothing so much delights a lecherous woman as quick movements almost immediately after spending, I commenced rapid series of thrusts, shoving my prick well up to the hilt every time, and talking grossly all the while, such as, "Does not that shove make you quiver? There you have it to the ballocks in your lascivious and delicious cunt, and see." She grew madly lewd, called me her own dear delightful fucker. Yes, yes, I feel it is up to the root. I have it well in, my dear boy. Your dear, great big prick, it kills me with joy. Oh. 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 She squealed again with all the lewdness of the most delicious spend. She had hardly gone off, and was yet in all the throes of delight when I, too, feeling I could hold out no longer, suddenly withdrew the reeking shaft, and bringing it to bear against the corrugated and beautiful orifice of her bottom, attempted to introduce it. Notwithstanding the fury of my excitement, I was sufficiently gentle to push in without force, and sheathed it over the nut without difficulty or drawing a murmur from dear Mama, who fulfilled her promise, and did her utmost to help me by pushing out her big bum, and offering no resistance with her sphincter muscles. I was so highly wound up that even if I had promised to be content with the insertion of the head, I could not have gone on further, as the access seized me with such killing sweetness that I melted away, shooting a torrent of sperm far up into her entrails, and then losing all power of even the slightest further thrusts. I suppose it was the long holding back to let Mama spend 2 or 3 times that had wrought me up to such a high pitch of nervous excitement that when I spent I seemed to lose all power of further advance. This was the first time I ever felt this momentary impuissance, but it was by no means the last. It generally follows the holding back your spending powers in the fuck that leads to it. The delicious throbbings of dear Mama's luscious cunt, which were repeated in her arms, soon reawakened my momentarily dormant powers. My prick had gone down more than usual, so that it was only a soft half-stiffness that ensued, but enough to enable me to give it a forward movement, and it slipped almost imperceptibly in quite as far as he could go before dear Mama had recovered from the ecstasy of her last discharge. As she came to, I continued convulsively catching my breath, as if I were still in that exquisite sensation of half-consciousness. I felt her pass her hand between her thighs, and heard her murmur, "Why, I declare he is up to the hilt." Her gentle touch on my cods, which she took in her hand and fondly caressed, made my prick stiffen sensibly. She felt this, and caressed them more until she made it stand as stiff as ever, still embedded to the utmost in that delicious bottom, which by its increased throbbings, seemed rather to welcome the stranger than repulse him. I pretended now to recover my full consciousness, and cried out, "Oh, where am I? I have never known such heavenly joy." She raised her face up from the pillow. "Why, you naughty boy, you have actually gone in up to the hilt. Ah, you have broken your promise, but I forgive you, only don't move yet." I assured her I did not know how it got there, as I had spent and lost consciousness as soon as ever his head was within. Here I throbbed, and was met by as delicious a pressure. I passed my hand round her belly, and found her clitoris stiff and excited. I rubbed with the fingers of the other hand at one of her hard projecting nipples. She soon grew madly lewd, and began a side wriggle on my rampant prick. I lay still, determined to let her passions demand movement of my part. I had not to wait long. She begged me to try a gentle movement. I obeyed, and slowly withdrew but a short way, and as slowly returned. Soon her lubricity got beyond all bounds. She begged me to draw out further and somewhat quicker, then quicker and quicker, until we both were in an excess of furious lust, which knew no bounds. We rushed on to the final crisis with mutual cries of agonized delight. Indeed, Mama squealed so loud that I afterwards thought she must have been heard. Her pleasure was of the wildest, and when I poured a flood of sperm up her entrails at the very moment she herself was spending, we both fell forward and fainted away. I was too much lost in ecstatic joy myself to observe this, but lay long a tightly held prisoner engulfed in that most exquisite joy-giving aperture. At last I became aware that Mama had really fainted. So drawing my prick out with somewhat of a good pull, for he was most tightly held, and came out with a flop, I rose and brought some water to Mama, I sprinkled her face, and she opened her eyes, which beamed the intensest love upon me. Her lips murmured something. I put the tumbler to her mouth. She drank with avidity. Then, looking at me again with the most loving expression, she said, "My darling boy, you will kill me with delight. Never, oh, never have I known such joy. It was too much for me, and I fear I am also injuring you. We must be more moderate in future. Help me up, for I must rise. Your last coup requires me to absent myself for a few minutes." She rose, threw her robe over her shoulders, and left the room to go to the water closet. I hoped that she would not go into her own room and discover how matters were going on there. Fortunately, she was afraid of awakening Ellen, and so prevent our continuing bedfellows for the rest of the night. She returned. I had purified myself in the meantime, and now acted as her femme de chambre, and laved all the parts. "My dear boy, we must not do this again for some time. Do you know I have passed blood, and was very sore when relieving myself." We got again into bed. She would not allow of any further fuckings, but tenderly embracing me, and putting my head on her bosom, we soon fell asleep. She awoke me at dawn with kissing me and feeling my stiff standing pigo. She laid herself on her back, and we had 2 most delicious fucks without withdrawing. I knew that if I did withdraw she would take herself off. Nevertheless, she took most kindly to the second, as it would be our last until we had another opportunity of meeting. She exerted all her wonderful skill and her movements were of astounding agility. She twined herself round me almost serpent-like. Our mouths and tongues were equally engaged, and the final crisis was beyond description exquisite. I tried hard for a third course, but we had already prolonged our sports to so dangerous an hour, for we could hear them opening the lower window shutters, that she gave me a sweet kiss of thanks and tore herself away. I lay thinking over the joys of that ecstatic night, and then rose and dressed quickly, as we were to breakfast and then walk home, where we were expected at 9 o'clock. However, after breakfast, Mama drew me into her sanctum, a house storeroom, to give me some directions. Of course, no sooner was she there, than pushing her towards the table, I canted up her petticoats over back, and gave her a good fuck, getting in from behind. She yielded with a good grace, notwithstanding her protestations that it was not for that she had come, as if it had been for anything else. "Oh, woman, woman, how thou seekest to deceive, even when gaining the very object thou hast in view." Harry told me they had peeped in and seen what we were at, but he was not so ready as me, and had not been able to go and do likewise. We loitered all too long, and did not get back to school until after 10 o'clock. The doctor sternly ordered us to attend him in his sanctum at 12 o'clock. We knew what that meant, a good flogging, and then the doctor enjoying the account of our successes. At 12 o'clock we entered the doctor's room, who followed us immediately after. He scolded us sternly for being late, and said he meant to flog us both well for our idleness and, he had no doubt, debauchery. We knew immediately that he meant to lay on. From time to time he was fond of really seriously flogging someone, and we now saw that such was his present intention, although we also knew it would end in an orgy, after we had excited him sufficiently by recounting the details of the fucking which he no doubt felt certain had taken place. He made us all strip, and choosing to take Harry first, he made me the horse to flog him on. When all was ready, he began by some real sharp cuts on Harry's backside, and then commenced his remarks. "So, young gentleman, you have been seducing your cousin, have you?" Whack, 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 and then making that the excuse for neglecting your school. Whack, whack, whack. I thought I had formerly whipped out all idea about fucking your cousin. Whack, whack, whack. Poor Harry writhed in real pain. "Oh, sir, I'll never do it again without your leave. My leave indeed. Whack, whack, whack. The doctor now laid on for some time most unmercifully until the revolution of pain turned to lubricity, and Harry's cock began to stand, rapping fiercely at my bottom as he writhed under the sharp infliction of the rod. Upon seeing the expected effect, the doctor relaxed his severity, and changing the rod to his other hand, afterwards only tickled the bottom to keep up the excitement. Taking hold of the standing prick, he said, "So this is the article that has been doing all the mischief." He frigged it a little, stooped and gave it a suck. "Ah, yes, I find it still tastes of cunt, and smells the true odor of it, so you have been at it this morning again. Let me hear how it happened." Here Harry was let go. The doctor seated himself, Harry stood before him, while the doctor in delight, handled his stiff standing pico. "Now, let me hear." "Well, sir, when Charlie occupied Mama—" "Oh, that is it, cried the doctor, "we shall have all that out of him, by and by, go on." "I slipped into Ellen. She made some difficulty for fear Mama should catch us, but I took her and showed her through the keyhole how she was having Charlie into her." Ellen was astonished at Charlie's immense size, and seeing how easily and delightedly Mama accommodated him, she thought that my smaller size could not hurt her, and she let me do it. But I made her scream and bleed when I got in far enough to reach her maidenhead. She tried to shake me off, but I was too firmly seated for that, and I fucked her then, and again before I withdrew. I laved her cunt and applied some glycerin, and this morning did it again without hurting her any more. And she liked it so much that afterwards she would kiss and suck it, and made me spend in her mouth, and then got me up again for a final go. "Upon my honor, a very pretty affair," cried the doctor. "Now suck my prick, as she sucked yours." This Harry did, till the doctor was rampant. He then made him cease, but ordered me to mount on Harry's back. I knew I should catch it sharp, as the doctor was just excited enough to wish to be more so. And preciously he gave at me interpolating questions as to how I had accomplished my wicked ends. I told him it was his own advice to me to let her see my prick, which I did, and the bait took. Whack whack whack. "And did you act this innocent sin?" "Oh, yes, do spare me, sir, and don't lay on so hard." Whack whack whack. "Spare you, indeed, and how did she fuck?" "Oh, most splendidly, sir." Whack whack whack. "How often did you do it?" "I hardly know, sir, we were at it all night, and again this morning." "Did she suck your prick?" "Oh, yes, sir." Whack whack whack. "What did she think of it?" "She said it was the finest she had ever seen, and that I must keep it for her only." "Well, that will do, now suck my prick, as she did yours." He was soon excited up to the top of his bent. He made Harry take the rod, and belabor his backside, and I had to stoop over the table, while he fucked and frigged me, repeating all the time the account we had given him of our fucking. After he dismissed us, having gained his object. Shortly before our Christmas holidays commenced, dear Mrs. Dale informed me, while sleeping with her one Saturday night, that she found from the stoppage of certain things, she was in the family way by this sad rogue of a fellow, taking my large though at the moment soft and inert instrument into her caressing hand. "Oh, my darling mamma, is it so indeed?" My prick rose to bursting point at the very idea, and in an instant I was on her, and we ran a most delicious course, in which both died away in rapturous insensibility. Being thus cooled, Mama began to discuss the probabilities, and what ought to be done, if it should turn out as she feared. She explained to me that as yet she could not speak with certainty, but remembering the fainting on the first night, and the cessation of her monthlies, the nature of which she explained to me, little dreaming that I was perfectly au fait of the whole matter. She had every reason to dread that her fears were too well founded. This would make it necessary for her to go abroad, when she would be so far advanced as to be likely to draw observation. But she said it would not do to distress ourselves about that until we were more certain of the event. However, the very idea nerved me to renewed efforts, and again, we rushed into all the ecstasies of passion in every form and way. Especially did I gamma hutch and suck up her precious bomb, and in like manner she, too, sucked me until exhausted nature laid us both in the lap of Morpheus. We renewed our delightful pastimes when morning light awoke us after our refreshing slumbers. Several times during the Sunday we adjourned to Mama's bedroom for the same purpose, and again had a glorious night of it before separating on the Monday morning. The following Sunday, after another Saturday night of bliss, we all went over to church, which heavy rain had prevented on the previous week, and after service went to the rectory for luncheon. Here, in course of conversation, Mrs. Dale mentioned that business would require her presence in London for some days, and that she proposed starting on the following Thursday, which was the day after our breaking up for the holidays. She said also that she would take her son with her to London. The doctor here observed that he, too, must go to London, to see a gentleman who had some idea of sending his son to the rectory, and if Mrs. Dale could defer the departure until Saturday, it would be very agreeable to him to be her companion on the journey. This was readily acceded to, and my dear aunt, who guessed to what this tended, and who had herself taken a great fancy to Ellen, and longed to embrace her young charms and gamma hutch her, chimed in with a proposal that as the dear girl would thus be left quite alone, she would be most happy if she would accept her invitation to occupy the bedroom that opened out of her own room during Mrs. Dale's absence. The latter, who little dreamt of my connection with her dear niece, and thought that the protection of my aunt would be a safeguard to her, jumped at the invitation, and expressed her gratification and thanks for so kind a consideration on my aunt's part. I have not alluded to Harry all this time, but of course, whenever his mother and I were occupied in amorous alliance, he was equally engaged in the same delicious pastime with Ellen. And, I may add, that once or twice I had seized a favorable opportunity of gratifying the little lecherous creature with what she called a feast of my noble prick. She, of course, was delighted at my aunt's proposition, as she at once foresaw how she would have me all to herself for more than a week. A single glance from her explained all this, and when, on leaving, she found an opportunity of taking my hand, her pressure of it was most eloquent. So all parties were delighted, for Harry, when we got together alone, said, "By Jove, Charlie, I am so jolly glad, I'll bet you anything I'll fuck my mother before I come back. You know how I long to be in the delicious cunt that bore me." The moment I heard she meant to take me with her, my cock stood ready to burst. My uncle, too, who also longed to fuck Mrs. Dale, had his intentions in that direction favored by the arrangement concluded. The following night, when I was in bed with Aunt and him, in the interval of a charming little orgy, and after fucking me while I was in Aunt's bottom, and for the moment he could do no more, the conversation turned on the coming journey. He expressed the pleasure he felt at the opportunity it gave him of indulging in a long-desired object. The lecherous old fellow also alluded to a future opportunity it would give him of enjoying the younger charms of the niece. "Of course, you and my dear wife between you will break her in to allow of any action on my part, and, by the way, my dear, I would suggest that you should surprise Charlie in the act, and tear them asunder in pretended rage that Charlie should seize you, and say he would make you by force a participator in the act. On the pretense of shutting you up for finding fault, you must break from his arms, and fly to your own bed. He must catch you as you try to enter it, and push his great big cock into you, on which you must cry for help, and call upon Ellen to come to your succor. She will come, but I do not judge her right, if she will not rather assist Charlie, by holding you, than otherwise. You must afterwards appear much offended, but it may be safely left to the influence of Charlie's great prick to reconcile you to the incest, then relaxing, as if gained over by it, you can join in their sports. Thus this admirable man, with his great knowledge of the world and sex, gave us excellent advice, which, as I shall state in the sequel, we followed pretty exactly. Meanwhile Aunt, excited by expectation, had taken my prick in her mouth, and sucked it into firmness, then mounting upon me, she began such an exciting action, wriggling her magnificent backside, that it fired my uncle anew. Finding his prick stood sufficiently stiff, he knelt between my legs, and greatly to the satisfaction of my darling aunt, gave her the double pleasure of 2 pricks fucking her at the same time, one before and the other behind. My guardian had desired that I should continue with my uncle during the holidays, and I was to leave him altogether at the end of the next half. I did not know his object at the time, but I found that he himself went down to my mother, and stayed for a fortnight, paying great attention to Miss Frankland. He announced his wish that my sisters should go to a first-rate finishing school in London in the summer, and seeing Miss Frankland look somewhat disappointed, he sought an interview with her, and laid himself and his fortune at her feet, expressing a wish that if she accepted him, their marriage should take place on her separation from her pupils. This was too good an offer to be refused, and after the usual grimace of being perfectly unprepared for such a proposal, and desiring to have a day or 2 to consider it, she accepted the offer. I at once anticipated immense gratification from this connection. I should naturally, when in London, have every opportunity of enjoying that adorable creature, and it will be seen in the 4th volume of these memoirs, to what delicious orgies this connection led. You may be sure that my loved mistress, the adorable Benson, and the no less lascivious Egerton, would welcome so glorious a creature as Miss Frankland, at that time become Mrs. Nixon, and how the Count's eyes glistened, when he beheld her in all the majesty of her superb and hairy form, how the 2 women gamma-hutched her splendid clitoris, and how the Count and I strove which should most fully satisfy her lascivious and lustful passions. But all this will be seen in its proper place in the sequel. Meanwhile the day arrived for the departure of Uncle and Mrs. Dale, with Harry. As the coach passed through our village, Mrs. Dale drove over bringing Ellen with her, to leave her at the rectory, as arranged. All the proprieties were duly observed. They departed, Harry going outside, with only the doctor and Mrs. Dale in the interior. I squeezed my uncle's hand, and gave him a knowing look, which he returned, with a meaning wink, and off they went. When we returned to the house, an aunt took Ellen up to the room adjoining her own, with which there was a door of communication, and which, I have before observed, had been made use of by uncle on more than one occasion. When they came downstairs, with kind consideration, for she could see by the protrusion in my trousers the state I was in, Aunt said, "My dear, I have some household duties to arrange, so you must excuse me. Meanwhile Charlie will show you our grounds, and amuse you for an hour or 2. When luncheon is ready I shall order the large bell to be rung for you." Ellen had not yet removed her bonnet, and taking up her shawl, we sallied out. You may be sure we lost no time in reaching the summer house, already known to you as arranged for and dedicated to the service of Venus. A fire was always kept laid, which I immediately lighted, but as it was a bright sunny day, and the place looked south, it was not at all cold. While I was occupied at the fire, Ellen threw off her bonnet and shawl, and undid her belt. She wore no stays. I seized her in my arms, and gently laid her on the couch. Her petticoats were freely canted up, showing her beautiful belly and now more fully fledged cunt. I stooped and gamma-hutched her at once. She was so excited that in 2 minutes she sighed deeply, pressed my head down to the lips of her cunt, and gave down her sweet and balmy sperm. I myself was already so rampant that not waiting to lick it up, I brought my huge pico to the charming orifice, and plunged in one effort up to the hilt, quite taking away her breath. But she recovered herself in an instant, and with all the energy of her younger lubricity, quickly brought us both to the grand final ecstasy in which soul and body seemed to die away in a joy too great for poor humanity to bear. We remained locked in each other's embrace, and lost to all around for some time. On coming to our senses I rose, and said we must go to work more lasciviously the next time. The fire having burnt up, and the room being small, it was already of a pleasant temperature. So begging Ellen to strip, I threw off my own clothes, and we quickly stood in all the beauty of nature, admiring each other. Some delicious preliminaries preceded our next encounter, which we procrastinated till passion could no longer be restrained, and again we died away in all the raptures of satisfied lust, and sank once more into the soft languor of the after-enjoyment. Next we had a mutual gama-hutch, and then a final fuck for the present, as it was time to dress and be ready when called to luncheon. As soon as our toilets were finished, I took her on my knee, and told her how I should steal along to her bedroom at night, so that she must not lock her door. I told her also that we must be as quiet as possible, as Aunt slept in the next room. She was delighted with the prospect of having me all to herself for the whole night, naively telling me that I gave her so much more pleasure than Harry did, that I seemed to fill her whole body with a joy almost too intense, and now that she was to have me every night, she hoped her aunt would stay away for a month. Here the dear creature threw her arms round my neck, and kissing me, thrust her sweet little tongue into my mouth. You may be sure I reciprocated, and putting a hand up her petticoats, and a finger up her charming little cunt, was just about to turn her on the sofa, when my aunt opened the door, and stopped further proceedings. She pretended not to see Ellen's confusion, hoped I had amused her, and told us to return to the house, as luncheon was ready. We, of course, obeyed. With sharpened appetites, produced by our late warm exercise, we indulged in a plenteous meal, Aunt taking care to ply me with champagne, for which, as may well be imagined, she had her object. She afterwards ordered me to my room, to do the daily task the doctor had set for me, and which, as she said, she was to see to the doing of giving me a sly wink. Ellen, my dear, she added, you must keep up your practice at the piano daily, for an hour and a half at least. She thus separated us. I went to my room, lay down, and fell fast asleep, but in about half an hour, was awakened by the warm embrace of my glorious and wantonly lustful aunt. She stooped down, and taking my limp prick in her mouth, rapidly sucked it into its accustomed firmness. As soon as that was accomplished, she begged me to rise and undress. She herself had come only in a loose morning dressing gown, which she instantly threw off, and jumped on my bed, where she lay stark naked, in all the splendid development of her superb form. I was naked in a jiffy, but knowing she would want some extensive fucking, I threw myself upon her cunt, and gama-hutched her until she spent twice before I mounted upon her, and introduced my large tool into her longing cunt. Here, also, I played with her, and did not spend myself until she had twice given down her own contribution. This encounter was on her belly, with her magnificent legs twisted above my loins for a fulcrum to her splendid action, for few women could equal her in the delicious wriggle of her glorious backside. After we had soaked for some time in all the ecstasies of the after languor, I withdrew, to place her on her hands and knees for the next bout, but took advantage of her position to gama-hutch her again into spending twice before I withdrew my insidious tongue. Then turning round, and gazing in rapture on that most noble and massive bottom, which, as I have before remarked, I never saw equaled by any woman, I stooped, and closely embraced and kissed its divine orifice, tickling her into wild excitement by thrusting my tongue therein, so much so that she begged me to fuck her at once. I mounted behind, her hand passed under her belly and guided me into her throbbing hot and longing cunt. I gave one violent lunge, and sent my prick at the first thrust up to the hilt. This so excited the dear creature that in 1 or 2 delicious wriggles on my stationary prick, and with a pressure that seemed as if it would nip it off, she spent profusely, squealing all the time like a rabbit. I was very glad to give her so many discharges, without myself being forced to spend, for I wished to be able to do my duty by Ellen at night. Aunt lay for several minutes panting and throbbing on my prick most deliciously, until I could no longer bear to be inactive, although the pleasure of looking down on the glorious and palpitating orbs below me had given me the greatest satisfaction. But now stooping down upon her, I passed one hand under to excite her clitoris, and with the other took hold of one of her beautiful large and hard bubbies, and began manipulating its nipples, a proceeding most powerfully exciting to dear Auntie. It awoke all her lust, and the dear lascivious creature again spent before I was ready to follow suit. The pause that followed allowed my excitement to subside a little, and enabled me to hold out until her lust recovered its wonted energy. She again, with her pressures and movements, soon compelled me to more rapid action, but this time I determined to enjoy the exquisite delights of her delicious bottom hole. So when she became very hot, I suddenly withdrew, and, happily, hitting at once on the delicious orifice, plunged at the first thrust up to the cods, taking dear Aunt's breath away, but she instantly recovered, and loving sodomy to her heart's core, I could not have done anything better suited to her libidinous passions. It was glorious to see the energy with which she met and responded to my thrusts, her superb buttocks working with surprising energy, and giving me, at each stroke, when I buried my prick to the hilt, the most exciting pressures. Both being so lustfully excited, matters were not long in coming to the final ecstasy. I felt as if my whole soul was poured into her, when with loud cries of the liveliest enjoyment, I spent with fury, in the very heart of her entrails. She was perfectly overcome with delight, and sank senseless on her belly, dragging me down with her, for her grip by the sphincter was too strong to let anything out that was within. We both became insensible to everything but the delicious death-like languor of the after-enjoyment. We lay long in this trance of joy, and when dear Auntie came to her senses, she begged me to rise, as she must go downstairs. I did so, and when she rose from the bed, she took me in her loving arms, and kissing me tenderly, thanked me for the enormous pleasure I had given her, and said no one in the world was my equal, and that I ought to thank her much, that she allowed anyone else to participate in my exquisite power of fuck. She gathered up her gown, and left me to dress. I soon was downstairs, and found Ellen, who looked as if she expected me to find an opportunity to fuck her at once. But after the encounters I had already had, both with her and with Aunt, though I had kept myself from excess with the latter, I felt no inclination to press matters again to a conclusion, especially seeing that I intended passing the night with her. So assuring her we should be likely to be caught if imprudent and so lose all chance of night work, she was satisfied to be quiet and reasonable. And coming in, we spent the afternoon in pleasant conversation, and a walk together in the garden. After dinner I fell sound asleep on the sofa. The two women, each with the same object, left me to my deep repose, and only awoke me when it was time for all to retire. Thus refreshed, I was all ready for the night's work before me. I allowed half an hour to elapse, that all the house might to be in their bedrooms, and then, with merely a loose dressing gown on, I stole along to dear Ellen's room, opened the door and entered. She was already in bed, impatient for my arrival. She had left both lights burning, as well as a cheerful blaze from a good fire. I dropped my robe, and was in an instant stark naked, and in her longing arms. Under our mutual impatience, Our first was a rapid course. Then followed a long enjoyment of the after languor, and then a more prolonged and rapturous embrace. After soaking in bliss for some time, we rose, and I posed her before the fire, gazing delightedly on all her young charms. The hair on her cunt had become much more developed than before, her bosom too was filled out, even her hips and bottom seemed enlarged, doubtless owing to the fucking she had had since I first knew her, which naturally hastened her ripening into womanhood. I grew very excited by this inspection of her increasing charms, and determined to have a fuck on the rug before the fire. In order to enjoy it the more, I drew forward a cheval glass, projected it forward, and lying down, directed her to move it until I was satisfied I could see all the play of her bottom in the position I meant to fuck her. So lying down on my back, I made her stride across my head and settle down on her knees, and bringing forward her delicious little cunt over my mouth, I gamma-hutched her until she had twice given down her balmy essence. Then she shifted her position lower down, until just above my prick, which by this time was rampant with desire. I guided its point to the rosy-lipped orbit, and bringing her own weight to bear upon it, she sank delightfully impaled upon the upright stake. I made her rise and fall a few times, that I might enjoy the sight of its entrance and exit. Then gently drawing her down upon me, I folded one arm round her slender waist, and turning my head, found that the cheval glass, inclined forward, reflected as it were from above her beautiful bottom and back, and of course her cunt stretched to the utmost with my huge prick, and above it the sweet little corrugated pink aperture of her bottom. With my free arm I embraced one hip, and bringing my hand round, moistened it with the plenteous spunk of her cunt, and insinuated a finger into the smaller abode of bliss. Her excitement grew furious, and knew no bounds. The action of her backside was glorious to see reflected in its active risings and fallings. I let her do all the work, which enabled me to hold back my own, until she approached a second discharge, when the heat of her cunt seemed to fire me with additional powers, and the action of both our backsides became fast and furious, and soon brought down the ecstatic discharge, which instantly laid us low, panting with all the wild passions we had just allayed. We lay long locked in each other's arms in the ecstasy of blissful enjoyment. Then rising, we embraced tenderly, and retook us to bed. I would have excited her and myself to another effort, but she begged off, saying that she felt quite exhausted and overcome with the day and night's work we had already enjoyed. Indeed, I did not wonder at it, for I had made her spend 7 or 8 times more than myself. Nor did I regret her resolution, as I knew the morning would bring my aunt into the field, and then the two would try my powers to the utmost. We slept profoundly, and morning was already advanced before we awoke. From a displaced chair I saw that aunt had been in to look at us, so I knew she was on the watch. I threw the clothes off dear Ellen that I might gaze on all her young charms. The want of covering awoke her. She lovingly looked up at me, and throwing her arms round my neck as I bent over her, drew my head down to hers, and impressed a loving kiss on my lips. Our tongues interlaced, a hand slipped down and encircled my rampant and throbbing prick. I turned, and placing my knees between her legs, was about to penetrate love's bower when the door leading to my aunt's room flew open. My aunt entered, gave a scream of surprise well acted, and cried out, "Good gracious! What do I see? Who would have thought it?" And, apparently to save Ellen, she rushed forward, seized me by the arm, and with a certain degree of willingness on my part, drew me out of bed, saying, "I am horrified beyond measure. How dare you commit such a sin and crime as to seduce a young girl under my care? Cover yourself up, sir, directly, and go to your own room." I boldly declared I would do no such thing. On the contrary, as she had spoiled my sport with Ellen, I was determined she should pay for it herself. "How dare you talk to me, you dreadful boy? Not dreadful at all, dear aunt. Look at this poor dumb thing, and see how he longs to be into you." Upon this I seized her in my arms as if to throw her on the bed. She made a pretended struggle, during which she gave a tender squeeze to my rampant prick. Then, breaking from me, she fled to her own room, pretending to endeavor to shut the door in my face but taking care to give way and hasten towards her bed. I caught hold of her as she bent forward as if to get into it, and canting up her chemise, the only article of dress she wore, I was into her longing and luscious cunt from behind up to the hilt in one thrust. She gave a subdued scream, and called to Ellen to come and prevent me from violating her. Ellen came, but wisely would only look on while I worked away manfully. "Ellen, why don't you pull him away? He is ravishing me, and oh, horror, committing incest." She pretended to struggle greatly, but cleverly did so to her own profit, by wriggling her backside so as to send me further up into her cunt. "Oh, Ellen, Ellen, do help me." "Ah, no," said Ellen, "I shall let him do it, and then you cannot tell upon me." My aunt seemed greatly distressed at this, and actually managed to shed tears, then buried her face in the bed as if in despair, but all the time most actively seconding me. As the crisis drew near, she raised her head, and said, "Heaven pardon me, this mere simple schoolboy is exciting me to such pleasure as I never before felt." She then gave way to all her lubricity, and we brought matters to a crisis in the utmost ecstasy of enjoyment. Aunt's head sank on the bed, while the rapturous inward pressures of her cunt soon began to raise my prick to its pristine vigor. She felt its throbs and responded to them, but no doubt thinking that an immediate repetition would betray our previous intimacy, she turned her face and body suddenly round, and completely unseated me, my prick coming out with a plop. She began again to weep, women can do so at pleasure, and to scold me for the dreadful crime I had committed. To do so to her was incest. Here followed sob upon sob. I threw my arms round her neck, and kissing her tears away, laid all the blame on that rampant fellow, taking her hand and placing it on my still stiff prick. She drew her hand away quickly, but not before she had given it a gentle squeeze. She told me I was a dreadful boy, and that I must go away and leave her and Ellen to think over what could be done in such an awful dilemma. Here Ellen came forward, and tenderly kissing her begged her not to send me away. "I do so love him, dear madam, and I do so long to have him now. It was so exciting to see him having you, that I shall die if you don't let me have him now." "Dreadful, dreadful," said Aunt. "Why, I thought I was just in time to save you." "Oh, no, he had slept with me all night, and has often had me before, but he was not the first who had me, so that there was no violation nor seduction." "Then you must have seduced him, you wicked minx, for a more innocent boy never was known." Poor Ellen, confounded at the accusation, repelled it as untrue, and said she knew well enough who seduced me. Aunt for the moment felt this as a home thrust, for be it remembered, she fancied she had had my maidenhead. "What do you mean by that? I insist upon you speaking out." Ellen gave way and said it was Mrs. Dale who first had me. She had accidentally seen how powerfully Charlie was armed, and then could not resist teaching him how to use his weapon. I saw them doing it, and hence I longed for it myself. "Look, dear madam, what a noble one it is. I am sure, if you had known of it, you could not yourself have resisted having it. Try it once more, and I am sure you will forgive us, and share our joys." I seconded this good advice. Aunt seemed to be afraid of me, and jumped into bed. While she was on her hands and knees I also jumped up, and catching her round the waist, held her fast until I could also kneel behind her and bring my prick into play. With all her apparent attempt at resistance, everything was done in such a way as to facilitate rather than prevent matters going forward. Of course I was in her in a moment, and then remained quiet for a few minutes to let her enjoy her inward pressures for which she was so famous. She had buried her head in the pillow, crying out, "It is dreadful, it is dreadful." Ellen came and leant over the bed embracing her, and telling her not to resist, but to take it in freely, and then she was sure it would give her the utmost pleasure. "It is that which horrifies me, my dear. I never felt anything so exquisite in my life before, but then think of the sin with my own nephew, it is quite an incestuous connection." "What does that matter, dear aunt, for I shall call you aunt too, you are so lovable and so beautiful. Oh, it was such a pleasure to see him doing it to you, and you are so gloriously fine a woman, I long to be a man to have you." She had embraced aunt's splendid bubbies, than which nothing could more please her, and now she begged to be allowed to suck one. Aunt gave way, and was delighted. She slipped the hand next to Ellen down to her charming cunt. Ellen opened her legs, aunt's fingers began frigging her. "Ah, my dear, how I love to embrace my own sex at your age. Our tongues acted instead of men, and I could still delight in a fine fresh one like this. It would almost reconcile me to what this bad wicked boy is doing." "Oh, that would be charming, do let us do it at once. Charlie can withdraw for a moment while I get under you, and while you lick me I can excite you and see the glorious work above me. You tempt me much, my dear girl, but what would your aunt say if she knew?" "But she never will know," said Ellen, who was all the time arranging herself on the bed. Aunt moved aside to allow Ellen to get under her, who then begged Aunt to throw off her chemise that both their bodies might be in close contact. Aunt was longing to do so, yet made some grimaces about it. She at length complied, and striding across Ellen, threw herself with avidity on the delicious young cunt below, and began to gama-hutch her amort. I instantly resumed my position. Ellen guided my prick into Aunt's burning cunt, then frigged Aunt's clitoris, and worked a finger in my fundament, while Aunt was so delightfully gama-hutching her. We all rapidly came to the grand finale, with an excess of lubricity rarely equaled. We were all somewhat exhausted by this bout, and, as it was getting late, we rose. Aunt pretended to forgive my violating her for the pleasure I afterwards afforded her. She embraced Ellen tenderly, and said she had so enjoyed her person she hoped to renew such a delight. Then taking hold of my prick she kissed it and sucked it until it stood upright, and said, "I don't wonder, my dear, at your having it when once you had seen it, and I envy Mrs. Dale the pleasure of having first enjoyed such a monstrous thing. If I had known he was so wondrously provided, I doubt if I could have resisted the temptation to teach him how to make use of it myself. My only wonder is how such a little thing as you have got could ever take it in." Ellen laughed, and said that her cousin Harry had opened the way, or she doubted if ever she could have admitted it, but I was so gentle while getting in, and when once in, it filled up every crevice so deliciously, that she should grieve much if she were refused access to it in future. So, dear aunt, I hope you will let him do it to us both. I can do to you what you have just done to me, because before we had him and Harry, Aunt and I used to amuse ourselves in that way. Aunt is immense in that particular. She could put it a little way into me, and gave me great pleasure, and she said that I sucked it better than either her late husband or any of half a dozen schoolfellows who used to amuse each other. So, dear aunt, you must let me do it to you while Charlie is in me, and then you will do it to me while he is in you. Only fancy how nice it will be. Oh, you dear little coaxer, you are enough to seduce an angel. So all was arranged that Ellen should come from her room and I from mine, and meet in Aunt's bed at night. We did so meet, and a most glorious 8 days we spent. I showed Aunt that I could get into Ellen's bottom hole, and thereby gave her immense pleasure, and with more reason the same result would occur with her. She gave an apparently reluctant consent, and, that done, there was no bridle to the utmost lubricity that the most wanton lust could devise. Aunt took immensely to Ellen, and Gamma hutched her amort, while the other repaid her in kind. I did not regret this, for it relieved me from too excessive work. Thus we passed a most delightful 8 days before the absent ones joined us. Both Uncle and Harry had succeeded in their desires. From each I had the fullest details, but as their stories would in some particulars repeat themselves, I shall relate the events in a connected narrative. Uncle and Mrs. Dale had the inside of the coach to themselves, Harry riding outside. Uncle began by praising Harry, and then reverting to the time he was first sent to the rectory, and the note Mrs. Dale sent with him. He asked, not without a knowing smile, if the intimacy she had formerly feared had been at all renewed, because he had observed that Harry appeared worn and pale on his return on the Mondays, and was dull and stupid that day. Mrs. Dale seemed somewhat alarmed at hearing of this. Probably she began to think that something might have occurred between the cousins while she was busied with me. Uncle observed her uneasiness, and, guessing the cause, said, "My dear Mrs. Dale, if anything has taken place, and anything comes of it, I am a man of the world, and you may rely upon my assistance and discretion to take such steps as may tend to keep it from the knowledge of the world." She thanked him, and said she would be glad to accept his aid if any unfortunate event should have happened, but she hoped not. Uncle saw that her fears were excited, so he held on to the subject, so at last she avowed that she feared there might have occurred some passages between the two cousins, for she had foolishly trusted that all thought of that had gone out of their heads, and she might not have taken such precautions as she ought to have done. "Well, my dear madam, my services are at your disposal in case of any necessity. I am not in reality straight-laced, although, in my position, I am obliged to appear so. I feel certain that my experience would be able to suggest the best way of hushing up the scandal if such should be likely to occur." Mrs. Dale was profuse in thanks, and the doctor became warmer in his discourse, saying that for such a woman as herself, whom he had long admired and coveted, he would do anything. "For, my dear madam, though I am in the church, something of the old Adam still adheres to me, and the sight and touch of one who has so charmed me as you have done makes a young man of me again." Here his arm glided round her charming little waist. He drew her to him, and with some coyness and words of refusal, she yielded her lips to his embrace. His other hand, lifting up her petticoats, sought to feel her beauteous cunt. Again resistance of hand and tongue, but a yielding for all that, and the doctor soon got possession of her lovely cunt. Finding her large and fine clitoris in a state of stiffness, he knew that her passions were excited. So opening her legs, he got between them down on his knees, and as he previously unbuttoned his trousers in readiness and the fresh cunt stimulating his powers, he pulled out his prick fully erected, and quickly established himself up to the hilt within, the lady up to the last declaring she could not allow him, but wriggling her bottom to perfection as soon as she felt the doctor's very fine prick working within her. She then hugged and seconded him, kissing and tonguing to his heart's desire. They soon brought things to the ecstatic conclusion, to the great satisfaction of both parties. Of course, after this there was no difficulty in arranging for a comfortable meeting in London. Indeed, it was resolved that they should lodge in the same house and have contiguous apartments. On their arrival in town they put up at one of those large lodging houses in Norfolk Street, Strand, and were fortunate in finding the first-floor bedrooms vacant. The house was a double one, or rather two houses opening into each other. The doctor's bedroom was in the front, and a former door of communication with the back room was locked on one side and bolted on the other. Mrs. Dale took the back room, from whence opened a small room with a bed in it, where Harry was lodged. The doctor had thus easy access when the lady chose to withdraw the bolt on her side. After consultation it was thought more advisable that she should go into the doctor's room, so that Harry might not by any possibility hear any love exclamations that might happen to escape them in the excess of their amorous amusements. Of course, the doctor, who knew all about Harry's great desire to fuck his mother, and that he meant to do so by one way or another in London, communicated his intention of having Mrs. Dale in to sleep with him that night, and, therefore, begged Harry to defer his attempt until after the first night, and then the doctor would aid him in his efforts. The wily doctor fully intended, after Harry had perfectly succeeded, to become the future companion of their incestuous intercourse. Harry's bedroom door had one of those old-fashioned brass locks that were screwed onto the inside of the door, with a brass covering for the bolt at the side not mortised as is now usual. Mrs. Dale locked her son in after he retired to bed. Harry noticed the circumstance and smiled to think how easily he could foil her, but as he had promised the doctor to make no attempt on his mother that night, he went to bed and slept soundly. Next day he provided himself with a turn screw and a small phial of sweet oil. When Mama was busy at cards, he slipped upstairs and easily unscrewed the brass receiver of the bolt. He oiled the screws and worked them in and out until they went freely, and then screwed the covering on again, and felt secure of entering Mama's room whenever he pleased. It had been combined between the doctor and him that by means of gamma hutching and frigging, Mama should be put into a state of great excitement without allowing her to be satisfied, so that her passions might be in favor of being fucked, no matter by what prick. For this purpose the doctor was to keep her with him till dawn. At night Harry watched through the keyhole, and when he saw his mother pass into the doctor's room, he at once unscrewed the covering, shot back the bolt, and screwed the cover on again. He was thus all ready for any event, and if his mother was astonished at his entrance, he could say he found the door open, and she must have forgotten to lock it. Thus prepared he went to bed and slept soundly. He was awake before 7 o'clock, and gently opening the door a little, he could see by the opposite open door, and the light in the doctor's room, that Mama had not yet left him. He drew on his woolen socks, and sitting where the light flashed through the keyhole, awaited his Mama's return, which occurred very shortly after. The shutting off the light by closing the door of communication told him that she had returned to her own room. He heard her sit down on the pot, and the force of the flow of water proved how healthy she was. He heard her rustle into bed. Then throwing off his dressing gown and socks he opened the door and approached his mother's bed. Being awake, she instantly saw him in the half-daylight that came from the unshuttered window. "Harry, what on earth brings you here, and how did you open the door?" "I heard you moving, dear Mama. I could not sleep for the cold. I got up and tried the door. It was not locked. You must have omitted to turn the bolt, but I should have rapped and called to you, if it had not been open. I want you to let me get warm in your nice warm bed, and you will cuddle your poor Harry, will you not, dear Mama? If you will be quiet, and speak lower, for the doctor may hear you, you may come in, and if you turn your back, I will warm you." Harry lost no time in lying down by her side, and being really very cold, and even shivering, he was glad enough to do as she bid him, and turn his back, and cuddle his bottom into his mother's belly. She said, "Poor boy, he is indeed cold. Now go to sleep in Mama's arms." Of course, he had no such intentions. Speedily getting warm, he turned his face to Mama, and whispered, in the same tone she used, "Oh, how I love my beautiful Mama," pressing his belly against hers, and letting her feel his prick standing against her mons veneris. "Harry, what do you mean by embracing me in that way? Don't you know I am your mother, sir?" He had seized with one hand her beautiful firm bubbies, and was evidently in full amorous excitement, as she could feel by the stiff pico pushing against her mount of Venus. "My darling Mama, if you knew how much I love you and how I have longed to embrace your beautiful body." "Go along, you impudent boy. Do you not know it would be sinful to indulge in such sentiments with your mother? Leave me directly." Oh, no, Mama, I can't, indeed, my own Mama. I mean to possess you. What harm can there be in returning to whence I came? Here he transferred his hand from her bubby to her splendid mons veneris, and showed what his words meant. She pretended to be very angry, and endeavored to push him away, but he held her round the waist with his other arm too well. Desist this instant, or I shall cry out. She really appeared very angry but, nevertheless, did not excite a whisper during all the colloquy before or after. Harry now thought of his best argument. Why do you attempt to repulse me in this way, dear Mama? Why should you not let me enjoy your person as much as you like Charlie to do it? She gave a start at this home thrust. What do you say, you naughty boy, and where did you hear such a falsehood as that? Is that one of your friend Charlie's inventions, after all the kindness I have shown him? My darling Mama, Charlie never opened his lips to me on the subject. I speak from what I saw with my own eyes. What do you mean? Tell me directly. Well, my loved Mama, do you remember the first Saturday night that Charlie and I slept at home? After retiring to my room, I was obliged to go downstairs to the water closet, where I went in my stockings, and without a light, not to disturb you. I was coming up again, when a sudden flash of light shone out in the upper passage. Mounting the stairs, and when my head was on a level with the upper floor, I saw you going towards Charlie's room. I went into my own, but left the door open to see when you would return. Finding you did not come back, I crept softly along the passage, until I came to the turning that led to Charlie's room. The light shone through the keyhole. I quietly approached. You know the bed exactly faces the door, and there, my darling Mama, I saw you initiate Charlie into what was to him a previously unknown pleasure. Oh, my beloved mother, the sight of your naked charms, of the delicious way in which you were giving him his first lesson in love, maddened me with desire. I was almost tempted to come in upon you and violate you, if you would not consent. It was in that state I remembered that Ellen was asleep in your bed. I ran there, and throwing off the little I had on, I lay down beside her, and began feeling her private parts. She awoke and said, "Dear Aunt, do you wish me to do the same to you?" Her hand passed down to my erect member. She gave a cry of astonishment. I whispered it was only me. "Oh, you must leave me directly. Aunt can only have gone to the water closet, and will be back directly." She was not to be pacified until I convinced her that there was no chance of your speedy return, so I was obliged to bring her along to Charles's door. We saw you quite naked, rising and falling on the enormous weapon that Charles has. I never before saw it erect and could scarcely believe my eyes, nor was it less wonderful the way in which you so charmingly took it in. It greatly excited Ellen, as well as me. We returned to your room. The fire still burned. I laid her down on the rug before it, and took her maidenhead. She had seen how Charlie's monstrous affair went easily into you, and felt how much less mine was, so she never dreamed of it hurting her, and she let me get fairly within the lips. Then, while making her spend, I suddenly thrust it through all impediments, and the affair was done. She gave a scream, as it hurt her, but I had shut the door and none of you heard it. I let her sleep after this, and did not do it again till morning. The next night we again watched your delicious proceeding. Ellen was less sore, and we repeated your example several times. She continues to this day to wonder at the enormous size of Charlie's tool, and is surprised at your taking it in so easily. But, oh, my mother, how my passions have been excited by your glorious charms. What is Ellen compared with you? She did very well to relieve my agony of desire to possess you, when I knew you were better occupied, and that I could not do so, but that is all. It is you, and you alone, my beloved mother, whom I adore, and I wildly long to possess this dear and magnificent cunt beneath my hand." Mrs. Dale was perfectly flabbergasted at this recital. "You abominable boy, how dared you to follow me, and be a spy upon your mother, and to make it known to Ellen, too? Doubtless you have been boasting of it, and telling others." "No, indeed, Mama. Ellen and I were on oath that we would never reveal to any mortal the delicious sight we had seen, so you see, darling Mama, that you can fully trust your own boy. Oh, do let me do it. Feel how my poor thing throbs." Here I must give you Harry's own account of what took place. I took her hand with very little resistance, and I could feel her fingers gently clasped my prick, before she withdrew her hand. But no, it cannot be, it would be incest. She twisted her body round, so that her magnificent bottom came against my belly. As she turned, I slipped my hand down, and laid hold of her shift, so that in turning, it left her bottom bare, and sticking out against me. I lost not an instant, and before she had quite settled down, I brought my stiff-standing pigo against her delicious cunt from behind, and as it was reeking from her previous spendings produced by the rector's gama hutching, I plunged it at one shove as far as her buttocks against my belly would allow, at the same time dropping my hand from her waist to her cunt, so that when she sprang forward, as if to turn me out, I met her clitoris. It was quite stiff, showing her to be really in a state of amorous excitement. This attack on the clitoris made her as quickly move back, which double movement thoroughly engulfed me. I lost no time in proceeding to the most active movements in and out. This was too much for her. She could not resist entering into the encounter with all the force of her passions, and we ran a very rapid course, ending in the most ecstatic delight, and with sighs of joy we lay clasped together in all the delicious after-languor. I could feel by her exquisite internal pressures that her lust was not yet alleviated, and this nerved me to fresh efforts. After a feigned resistance, dear Mama passed her hand behind her, and putting it on my buttocks, assisted in sending me further in at each home thrust. We were longer this bout, and enjoyed it more. After the usual indulgence in the after-joy, she turned, and embracing me tenderly said, "Oh, my dear child, this is very wrong, but very delicious. You must be very discreet, my dear Harry, for if it were known it would disgrace us both forever." "My sweet Mama, do not fear. Have you ever seen anything like indiscretion in the last 6 weeks, although I was madly longing for you? Oh, kiss me, my beloved mother." The sweetest of kisses followed, our tongues met, her hand wandered, already she found my pigo standing. "My darling, I must kiss it, it is so much more developed than I could have expected, and as hard as iron. Not as large as Charlie's, Mama." "That is true, my dear, but it is the stiffness, and not the size, that gives the real pleasure. Of course, when both are combined, as with Charlie, they are irresistible." Meanwhile I was feeling her cunt, her clitoris, which you know is largely developed, stood stiff. "Mama, darling, what a size this is. Ellen told me you could put it into her." "Oh, the bad girl, to tell tales out of school." "Never mind, Mama, I must suck it while you play with mine." I turned on my back with my heels up. Mama lay down upon my belly reversed. I sucked her clitty while fricking her cunt, and she sucked my prick until we both spent, and each licked or sucked all the balmy sperm that issued from the other. We continued our caresses until my prick showed its readiness for another encounter. Mama took me on her belly this time, and as soon as I was engulfed, threw her legs over my loins, and, by the most lascivious actions, contributed to our enjoyment. Her glorious bottom heaved in unison with mine, our tongues were interlaced, and at last with sweet murmurs of delight, we died away in each other's arms in the most luxurious ecstasy of thoroughly gratified desire. We lay long insensible of all around, throbbing in pressures of lascivious delight, which would have soon led to another love bout, but that Mama whispered it would be imprudent to continue, for the sun was up, and breakfast time had arrived. I withdrew from the sweet cunt with great regret, and in slipping out of bed brought my mouth down to it, and gave it a loving kiss and suck, played with the magnificent covering of bushy ringlets, and then tore myself away with difficulty. Thus ended my first possession of my adored and glorious mother, which was followed by night upon night of the most lascivious enjoyment. I returned to my room, and was dressed and downstairs before her. The doctor took an opportunity to inform me that she had excused herself from joining him the next night on the pretense of not feeling well, but in reality it was to have me all to herself for the whole night, and a most delicious night it was. She displayed and exercised her libidinous passions to the utmost. Never before had I such a treat. It was, perhaps, the closeness of the relationship that added to the excitement, but it appeared to me that she beat even the doctor's splendid wife. Oh, she was so loving, too. The way she fondled me in her arms and caressed me was irresistible. I can't tell how often we did it. We were at it all night. The next night, under pretense of fearing to exhaust me, she forced me to retire to my room after 2 fucks, and locked me in. I had previously been informed by the doctor that he had bespoken her for that night, and he begged me to fuck her first, that the pleasure of gamma-hutching her might be enhanced. I, therefore, did not do more than make a feigned resistance to her when she told me I must go to my own bed. She said she would let me have one embrace before she rose in the morning, but that one was converted into 2 exquisite spends. The next night the doctor wished to repose, as he purposed surprising me in the morning. I laid myself out for this, and when Mama was asleep I rose as if to piddle. I unbolted the door and shook up the doctor, and then returned to bed. I had agreed with him to make more noise than usual in the final ecstasy. He was to wait long enough to allow of the after enjoyment, as if he was taking time to clothe himself a little, and was then to come in with a light. My mother still slept. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning. I began feeling her glorious buttocks, and, sliding under the clothes, turned her legs apart. She insensibly slipped upon her back. I took her charming clitoris between my lips, and soon sucked it into stiffness. The excitement awoke her. She had dreamed I was fucking her, and so was hot and randy. She drew me upon her bosom, threw the clothes off, and her glorious limbs clasped my loins. Her 2 hands pressed on my buttocks, as if to drive me further home, and we ran a most delicious course. I feigned to be even still more excited than I really was, and almost brayed at the ecstatic moment of ejection. Mama herself was too far gone in delight to notice the loudness of my braying. She lay panting and throbbing on my prick, almost in a state of insensibility to aught else beside. Her eyes were closed, so that she did not observe the entrance of the light carried by the doctor. It was not until he was standing by the bedside, and made an exclamation of surprise, that she was aware of his presence. She gave a scream, though not very loud, and covered her eyes with her hand. I scrambled off her. The doctor, with great politeness, begged her pardon for his intrusion, but hearing what appeared to him an unearthly noise, he had feared she was taken ill. Here the usual resource of woman, tears fell plentifully from Mama. The doctor most affectionately begged her to calm herself. "My dear madam," said he, "I do not in any way blame you for this. I am a man of the world, and I know that incest is practiced to a far greater extent than is at all imagined, and to prove that it in no way offends me, I may at once tell you that it was my own mother who initiated me into these delightful mysteries. I see that this dear boy looks terribly frightened at my being a witness to the delight he must have had, but to put him at his ease, we may as well inform him that we, too, have indulged in that delicious game. I may add that this is not the first time I have joined in orgies with more than one man or woman, and nothing gives me more pleasure than to embrace one reeking from the arms of another, especially if I have been a witness to the previous encounter. See, my dear madam, how this dear instrument stands stiff in proof of what I say, and to ensure my silence dear Harry must not object to my enjoying you after and before him." So saying, he dropped off his trousers and jumped into bed. He was met with feeble remonstrances from my mother at doing it before her son, but I assured her that I rather preferred to see her at work, as she knew, than otherwise, especially as she evidently enjoyed it so much. So the doctor forthwith mounted her. There could be no doubt that she enjoyed it equally with him. My cock stood at the sight. I put it into her hand, and she squeezed it lovingly, then stooping I sucked one nipple, and you know how this excites her, and slipped a hand behind the doctor, and after gently tickling his buttocks, acted postilion to his bottom hole. They ran a most exciting course and died away in mutual raptures. No sooner did he turn off than I jumped up into his place, and in one moment was up to the cods in that overflowing cunt. Mama feebly expostulated, but the doctor begged her to let him have the pleasure of witnessing the vigor of the youth. I knew that in heart Mama was delighted, for all women especially enjoy having a fresh prick into them immediately after a previous one has been withdrawn. This is quite true. Witness my own dear Benson in our early days. Her greatest delight was to have me the instant be retired, and she avowed that nothing could give her greater pleasure. I knew a lady in after life whom I and 3 others used to have together, and no sooner was one off than another was on, and sometimes 2 at once. She used to tell us how she deceived her husband. When at Florence she had 8 lovers, and she had had them all on the same night without any of them knowing of the others. She managed it in this way. She made them come 2 at 10 o'clock, 2 at 10:30, 2 at 11, and 2 at 11:30. They were put in 4 different rooms with convenient sofas. She ran to number 1 in a merely loose rope, which was instantly thrown off. She was a magnificently made creature, the sight of whose charms would inflame anyone. She rapidly got 2 goes from the first without withdrawing. Then, saying that her husband would be seeking her if she did not leave him, she rang for her German valet, who used to fuck her himself, and who afterwards confirmed her story to me, who showed my gentleman out of the room. Off she ran to number 2, told him she had only got away by letting her husband have a go, and that he thought she had only gone to the water closet, so he must do one good and leave her. Of course the cunt full of fuck only excited him the more, and he very soon racked off to her great satisfaction, and was dismissed, leaving the rooms vacant for the 2 at 11. As there was not 5 minutes to spare, she ran to number 3, where another lover was waiting. The same pretense was made as to the last, but as he was largely hung, she got 2 coups from him and then packed him off, and in the same way ran to the others, always with the same story, getting 2 coups out of 3 running, who were the best fuckers, and waiting with the last until he could do no more. The same lady told me that once while living at Dieppe her husband ran over to England for a few days. During his absence she had 4 young men to supper every night, and made them all fuck her on the sofa squabs laid on the floor, accommodating one in her bottom at the same time. During the day her landlord, a married man, used to come in and rack her off besides. At one time she was left alone at Mannheim, where she made acquaintance with an officer, who introduced a second, and a third, until she knew 8 in all. She had the whole lot once to supper, and they all fucked her 3 times each. She was a wonderfully fine woman, and could take no end of fucking. Her father had initiated her at 12 years of age. She was of Greek origin, and actually was hairy and menstruated at that early age. But all women are rakes in their hearts, and numbers never encumber them. During Harry's encounter with his mother, the doctor stood beside them, and handled Harry's buttocks and acted postilion to him. Mama took to it most kindly. The sight again inflamed the doctor, the incestuous idea enhancing the excitement. As Harry withdrew, he begged Mrs. Dale to get on her hands and knees, to let him put it in from behind. He would rather have gone in behind but did not think she was as yet quite prepared to allow that. He only said that the movement below his eyes of such a fine bottom as hers added to the excitement. He further proposed that she should kneel over Harry's body reversed, so that she might gamma hutch him, and he frig her beautiful clitoris. "You mean to kill me between you," she said, but all the same complied. She sucked Harry's prick and he spent in her mouth, which she swallowed with great gusto, spending herself at the same moment in advance of the doctor. Harry kept frigging her clitoris with one hand, while the other was frigging the doctor's bottom hole. It was a long bout. She made Harry spend twice in her mouth, while she spent thrice to the doctor's once, all dying away together in the final fuck. They lay long lost to everything, and when they recovered, they separated and retired to their own rooms. The ice being thus broken, the remaining days were passed in the most refined lasciviousness. The doctor had his way with her bottom, and asked her leave to have Harry's after Harry had had his mother's bottom hole, while the doctor was fucking her, and had fucked the doctor upon another occasion, the doctor crying out "Hi, hi, hi," as if it hurt him, and he was losing his maidenhead. He professed immense satisfaction when she let him have Harry, declaring that he could not tell whether having her both ways, having Harry or being had himself, was the greatest pleasure. Mama declared that to have both apertures filled at the same moment was the most delicious. It was then the doctor said he would try. So fucking Mama in a kneeling position, he presented his great backside to Harry and was well fucked. It was after this complete initiation that they returned home, and after such proceedings, the transition to a general entry into our orgies was easily arranged. As they were to arrive to a late dinner, it was resolved that Mrs. Dale should stay the night, and we would see what that would bring forth. They arrived accordingly. Mrs. Dale went to Ellen's room, taking Ellen with her to help her at her toilet. Here ensued an explanation between them. Mrs. Dale felt that there must be an explicit avowal on both sides. She admitted to Ellen that Harry had come to her bed, and only succeeded in his horrible purpose by telling her how he and Ellen had seen her operations with Charlie, and had followed her example. "And now, my dear Ellen, as there must be no secrets between us, tell me if you and Charlie have got together." "Well, yes, we have. You know I had seen how immense he was, and yet with what pleasure you took him in. So curiosity made me give way one day that we were in the summer house, and he slept with me afterwards." "Does the doctor's wife suspect?" "Oh, yes, she knows all about it. I forgot to bolt the door one night. In the morning Charlie made too much noise. She came in, merely in her chemise, ran up and pulled him off me, without imagining she ran any risk herself. Charlie seized her in his arms, and swore he would do as much to her, to prevent her telling. She was horrified, and fled to her own room, but had not time to shut him out. He forced the door open. She ran to her bed, intending to ring for the servant. He caught her as she had one knee up on the bed, and was into her from behind before she could accomplish her purpose. She cried out to me, to come and pull him away. I went, but told her Charlie was right, as it would prevent her splitting upon us. I rather think that Charlie's large proportions gave her much pleasure, for she soon ceased to struggle. Indeed, she had her back to him, and his strong arms round her waist prevented her using her hands. She cried much afterwards, and talked about the greatness of the crime. She had then got into bed. Charlie followed to coax and console her, and, of course, got into her again. I thought she enjoyed the second, for her bottom heaved to meet him. She afterwards accused him of the crime of seducing a young lady, her guest, but I stopped that, by avowing that my cousin had had me previously. Then she accused me of seducing Charlie, and here, I must implore your pardon, for I let out inadvertently that you had initiated him, for I had seen you having him. Oh, you bad girl, how could you be so cruel and imprudent? Well, dear aunt, there is no great harm done. Charlie's aunt was soon quite appeased and regularly joined us after this. She is as fond, if not fonder, of gamma-hutching me as you used to be. She has grown greedy for Charlie's immense cock, envies your having had the first of him, and says that if she had known of his wonderful proportions, she could not have resisted initiating him herself. She hopes that, through my means, she will become more intimate with you. I have told her of your beautiful clitoris. She dotes on the gamma-hutch, and vows that she will never be happy till she has done it to you. This explanation was a great relief to the widow, who knew she was all right with the doctor, and now foresaw that it would be all right with his wife also, and they would have complete freedom to indulge in the wildest lubricity. So having dressed, they descended to dinner. The doctor had explained all their London doings to his wife, so that after dinner the three ladies exchanged confidence. Aunt was so eager to see and suck Mrs. Dale's large clitoris that they adjourned to Aunt's bedroom, where the doctor discovered them in the midst of their operations. Mrs. Dale was stretched on her back, with extended thighs. Aunt, with her head pressed by Mrs. Dale's hands down on her cunt, was sucking at the splendid clitoris, and working some fingers in and out her cunt. They were too intent on their pleasure to notice his entrance. Aunt's petticoats were above her hips, as she knelt. The old boy's cock stood. He advanced, knelt down, got between her legs, and fucked her as she was, begging her to continue her lascivious operations on Mrs. Dale. When he had finished, he congratulated both ladies on the intimate friendship established between them, said it was the best wish of his heart. He assured Mrs. Dale that his wife was the best woman in the world, and never grudged him a little variety. So I have acknowledged my infidelity with you, and it appears my nephew has been taking my place, in my absence. She tells me you instructed Charlie, and that he is monstrous when in erection, as big again as me, or as a certain grenadier captain, once a favorite of my wife's. I am curious to see it. She tells me also that he has been sleeping with your charming niece Ellen, who, I must confess, has raised in me a great desire to possess her. Now, my dear madam, if you will consent to invite Charlie to sleep with you and Ellen, I could come in, after you have each had a turn or two out of Charlie, and take Ellen, while you would have Charlie all to yourself. My wife won't object, and I hope you will give your consent. Well, my dear doctor, after what has occurred between us, I can refuse you nothing, but I think dear Harry should have some comfort. I suppose, my dear madam, that the doctor has told you of my son surprising and violating me. Your husband reconciled me to his caresses, and I can assure you that without the enormous size of Charlie, he has a charming way that may please any woman. From what the doctor says, you are free from prejudices. Why should you be left out in the cold, while we are all enjoying ourselves? Why should you not go to his bedroom, and see what he is made of? I, his mother, can strongly recommend him to your favor. So it was arranged. During the evening, Mrs. Dale whispered to me to come to them after the domestics had gone to bed. I went and fucked them both 3 times, twice in front and once behind, the one who was being fucked always gamma-hutching the other. When I began to tail off, Mrs. Dale arose, unbolted the door of communication with Uncle's room, and invited him to Ellen's arms, who was very glad to have a little further experience of another man's prick. Uncle gallantly gamma-hutched her before fucking her, then begged to see my wonderful prick, pretended to be perfectly astonished at its monstrous dimensions, and wondered how Ellen's little cunt could ever have taken it in. It was a tight fit certainly, but the dear creature liked it none the worse for that. Before fucking Ellen, he begged Mrs. Dale to let him guide my large prick into her. After enjoying our first movements, and being excited into sufficient consistency, he proceeded to fuck dear Ellen. Even he had some difficulty in entering, notwithstanding the libations I had previously poured into her, but being once fairly hilted, he declared it was one of the tightest little cunts it had ever been his good fortune to fuck. After this, we proceeded each our way, and with a longer interval, brought matters to the exquisite conclusion, panting and throbbing for some time afterwards. The doctor now retired, and we arranged ourselves for repose. We were awakened in the morning by the entrance of Aunt and Harry. He flew to his mamma's arms, who lay down on Ellen to gamma hutch her while Harry was fucking her. Aunt and I coupled in the old-fashioned way. Uncle entered while we were in full operation, and seeing the tempting backside of Harry, scrambled up behind and fucked his bottom. After we had done, Aunt pretended to be shocked at his attack on a boy's bottom. A woman's was a different thing. Well, then, my dear, get upon Charlie the next time, and I shall fuck your truly magnificent bottom. And he drew Mrs. Dale's attention to the glorious proportions, not only of Aunt's bottom, but of her body, and all her limbs. "Oh, it is indeed glorious," said she. "I must, my dear madam, gamma hutch you. I have not forgotten the exquisite pleasure you gave me in that way." "Willingly," cried my aunt, "provided you give me your clitoris to occupy me." "Certainly, that will suit me admirably, but you must lie upon me, that I may have the pleasure of gazing on that magnificent bottom, and caressing the immense rotundities of your buttocks." Oh, it was a glorious sight to see these two wanton lascivious women in the full enjoyment of each other. It set us all on fire, and the moment they had done I slaked the fire within me in the capacious but tight cunt of my aunt, while Uncle fucked her bottom hole. Mrs. Dale lay under Ellen, while Harry fucked Ellen from behind, and Ellen gamma hutched her aunt, who herself guided her son's prick into Ellen's cunt, and tickled her clitoris, at the same time acting postilion to her son's bottom hole. Oh! It was a splendid bout. We were all so excited, and it was also the first meeting of us all in one orgy. We all died away in a perfect heaven of ecstasy, and lay long in the after enjoyment. Our previous night's work made this the last for the time, and we all separated to seek some welcome repose before breakfast time. Mrs. Dale remained our visitor for 3 days, during which we met in the doctor's bedroom every night, and renewed our delicious orgies. Mrs. Dale carried off her son and niece, and I promised to come over to her cottage on the following Saturday, when Harry and I took turn and turn about with the two dear creatures, sometimes fucking one between us two at once. When the school resumed its work, Mrs. Dale and Ellen always dined at the rectory on Sunday and slept there, when we made a general orgy in the old style. This continued until our midsummer holidays, when I was to leave the rectory for King's College. Mrs. Dale's and Ellen's pregnancies, daily becoming nearer to the period of parturition, were getting more difficult to conceal. We had long discussions with Uncle as to what was best to be done. It was at last arranged that they should leave the cottage as if for a tour on the continent, but in reality should only go to Paris, and take apartments in the house of a good accoucheur in the environs, and remain quiet there till the period of delivery. It was not necessary for them to go before we broke up, and the doctor and Harry and I could accompany them, and after I had seen my guardian on my return to London, I had no doubt of getting his leave, and the necessary means to visit the continent up to the middle of October, when the classes would begin. It all fell out as arranged. Nothing of the pregnancy was visible, thanks to the full robes worn. We accomplished our journey, found a capital accoucheur in a beautiful neighborhood, with a large garden. Harry, Uncle, and Aunt remained with them, while I returned to London. I saw my guardian, who, after putting me through an examination, expressed himself much pleased with my progress, said the visit to the continent would expand my mind, and that he would furnish me with the means. He recommended that I should visit my mother first for a fortnight, and announced that at about the end of that time the girls would come up to London to enter a first-rate finishing school. He further told me he had proposed to and had been accepted by Miss Frankland, and they were to be married at the same time. My sisters were to be bridesmaids, and I could be present at the marriage before going abroad. All this being arranged, I ran down home. My mother was delighted to see me, and thought me grown and much improved. It is needless to say how glad my sisters and Miss Frankland were to see me. They had had no fucking except by tongue or dildo, so you may imagine the fury with which they set upon me the first 2 or 3 nights. We resumed all our lascivious operations of former days. My sisters had developed into splendid women, the youngest still the most libidinous. Dear Miss Frankland, on my congratulating her on her intended marriage, lovingly told me that it was the prospect of being near me that had reconciled her to it. We spent a most delicious fortnight, which passed like a day. I found an opportunity of fucking my old governess, Mrs. Vincent that was. My son was a fine little fellow, toddling about and talking already. His mother loved me as much as ever, and was become a finer developed woman, more amorous and lecherous than she used to be. She said no one could be kinder or more loving than her husband, and she had never been unfaithful to him but with me, whom, as her own formation, she must always love, and would never refuse me anything I asked when it could be safely done. At the sole opportunity I had, I fucked her 3 times without drawing, and finished with a bottom fuck. I may here mention that a little girl followed for 9 months from that period, which she always assured me was mine. My mother, the girls, and Miss Frankland all came up with me to London. The marriage went off with eclat. My guardian made very handsome presents to my sisters, and gave me a gold watch, chain, and seals, together with a handsome check for my traveling expenses. He and his bride, whom I fucked just before she went to church, departed for Scotland, to return by the English lakes, for their honeymoon trip. A few days afterwards, having had 2 or 3 nights excellent fucking with my sisters, Mama and I conducted them to their school, and left them with tearful adieus. My mother was to remain in town for a week until Uncle and Aunt's return, when she intended to accompany her sister to the rectory, and remain there until I returned from the continent. I was quickly again in Paris. We took rooms near the 2 Darlings, where Uncle and Aunt remained for the week they had yet to stay. We took Mama and Ellen several times to the play, and they slept with us every night. Uncle and Aunt left at the end of the week, but we kept on the apartments for the dear women to come to us, fucking them as much as we could. It seemed as if their pregnancy stimulated their lubricity, for we could hardly satisfy them. We had at least always to take them on hands and knees, although neither of them ever showed much in front, their babes lying just between, but, by Jove, their hips expanded splendidly. Dear Mama measured 1 yard across, and her backside projected almost as much as my aunt's. She loved to be fucked in her bottom hole to the last. We actually had them both up to the night before the day they were each confined. Nothing could be more favorable than their time. As I formerly stated, each had a little daughter. On the 9th day afterwards they were both able to rise, but as it would have been very prejudicial to renew our intercourse before another 3 weeks had elapsed, Harry and I went off for a walking excursion in Switzerland, which we traversed in all directions, with continual delight at the glorious scenery. We did not touch a single woman. When very sharp set we fucked each other, but very little even of that, so that we renovated our constitutions and returned in robust health, ready to do justice to the charms of the 2 Darlings, who had impatiently awaited our arrival. It is needless to repeat the description of the delicious fucking with which they welcomed us. They appeared more lovely than ever, especially Ellen, who had developed into womanhood. We made arrangements to leave the 2 darling children in the hands of a healthy wet nurse, and set out on an expedition down the Loire to Tours, Bordeaux, and the Pyrenees, returned at the end of September by Montpellier, Nizams, Avignon, and Lyons. The two babes were in excellent health. Arrangements were made for their remaining with their foster mother for a year, and we all returned to London together. We had 3 nights delicious fucking before they returned to the country, and promises were made that they would come to town from time to time to renew our orgies. My mother and aunt came up to see me settled in my lodgings, which were taken in Norfolk Street, and I was entered at King's College. I passed a delicious night with aunt before she left, and ran down with my mother to see her safe home. On my return I found my guardian had returned. I called to pay my respects to his wife. I found her alone, and we managed her first piece of adultery, which, as you may suppose, was not the last. But as this 3rd volume is already a long one, I shall here close it. The 4th will introduce us to London, and renew the delicious intercourse with Mrs. Benson, as well as with my guardian's wife, and our dear friend McCallum, as well as many other friends. End of Volume 3. Volume 4. Contents: Jane and Mrs. Nichols the Benson, the Egerton, and the Count Anne, the Nichols, and McCallum aunt, uncle, Harry, the Frankland, and the de Grandvitz Carl the Count the Frankland. I concluded my last volume by saying that I had taken lodgings in Norfolk Street, Strand, for the convenience of being near King's College. It was at the house of a Mrs. Nichols, tall, powerfully built, masculine, but a kind and motherly-looking widow of 52, an attentive and bustling landlady, looking herself to the better cooking, and having a plain cook, who was also a general servant, to help her downstairs, and 2 nieces to do the waiting and attendance on her lodgers upstairs. The younger was there alone when I entered the lodgings. Her elder sister had had what they called a misfortune, and was then in the country until she could be unburthened of it. She was expected back in about 6 weeks. Meanwhile, as the winter was not the season, I was the only lodger, and the younger had only me to attend to. Her name was Jane. She was but a little thing, but very well made, good bubbies and bottom, which I soon discovered were firm and hard, projecting fully on both sides. She was fairly good looking, but with a singular innocent manner of freedom about her that made me imagine she had as yet had no chance of a misfortune. In a week we became intimate, and after often praising her pretty face and figure, I snatched a kiss now and then, which at first she resented with an attractive yet innocent sort of sauciness. It was in her struggles on these occasions that I became aware of the firm and hard bosom and bottom. Up to this time my flirtations were without ulterior object, but the reality of the attractions of these hidden charms raised my lustful passions. I gradually increased my flatteries and caresses, squeezed her bubbies, when I sometimes drew her on my knee and was kissing her, and as at first she resisted my drawing her to my knee, I took occasion to lay hold of her buttocks, which I found more developed than I could have supposed. Gradually her resistance to these little liberties ceased, and she would quietly sit on my knee and return the kiss I gave. Her dress was a little open in front, so from feeling her bubbies outside, I gradually got to feeling their naked beauties inside. I now thought I could attempt greater familiarities, so one day when seated on my knee with one arm round her waist, I pressed her to my lips, and while so engaged, whipped my free arm up her petticoats, and before she had become aware of the movement, had got my hand upon her mount, a very nicely haired one. She started up to a standing position, but as I held her close clasped round the waist she could not get away, and her new position enabled me the easier to get my hand between her thighs and thus to feel her charming pouting little cunt. I began attempting to frig her clitoris, but stooping she drew her cunt away, and looking at me with a droll innocent expression of alarm, and with a perfect unconsciousness of the import of her words, cried, "Oh, take care what you are at. You don't know how a lodger this last summer suffered for seizing me in that way and hurting me very much. I screamed out, and came up, and, do you know, he had £50 to pay for his impudence. I could not but smile at the extraordinary innocence of the girl. "But I do not hurt you, dear Jane," said I, "and don't mean to do so." That was what he said, but he went on in a most horrible way, and not only hurt me very much, but made me bleed. It would not be with his hand. You see, I only gently press this soft hairy little thing. I am sure that don't hurt you. Oh, no, if that was all I should not mind it. It was when he pushed me on the sofa, and pressed upon me, that he hurt me terribly, and you must take care what you are about, or you, too, will have to pay £50. There was a curious air of innocence in all this. It was evident to me the fellow had got into her, and broken her hymen with violence, and then her screams had prevented his finishing his work. Her manner convinced me that she was really not aware of the consequences, or rather had not as yet really had her sexual passions aroused. "Well, my dear Jane, I neither intend to hurt you or make myself liable to pay £50, but you will not refuse me the pleasure of feeling this nice little hairy nest. You see how gentle I am. Well, if you will do me no more hurt than that, I shan't refuse you, because you are a nice kind young gentleman, and very different from the other rough fellow, who never chattered with me and made me laugh as you do. But you must not push your fingers up there. It was something he pushed up there that hurt me so." I withdrew my finger, and as, at my request, she had opened her thighs a little, I felt and caressed her very nice little cunt, and with a finger pressed externally above her clitoris, I could see that she flushed and shivered on feeling me there. However, I did no more than gently press and feel all her hairy mount and fat pouting cunt. She said I must let her go, or her aunt would be coming up. The first step was now gained. Gradually I progressed further and further, felt her charming bare arse as she stood before me, got her to let me see the beautiful curls she had got on her cunt, then came to kissing it, until at last she opened her thighs and let me tongue it, to her most exquisite delight. I made her spend for the first time in her life, and soon she came to me for it. I had gradually introduced a finger up her cunt while licking her clitoris and exciting her so much that she was unconscious of my doing it, then 2 fingers, and after she had spent deliriously, I made them perform an imitation of a throb, which made her jump and ask what I was doing. I asked if she did not feel that my fingers were inside of her sweet fanny. "You don't say so. It was there I was so hurt." "But I do not hurt you, dear Jane." "Oh, dear no, it makes me feel queer, but it is very nice." "Well, now you know that I have 2 fingers inside, I will use my tongue again against your charming little clitoris, and work the fingers in and out." I did so, and she soon spent in an agony of delight, pressing my head down hard on her cunt, and crying, "Oh, oh, it is too great a pleasure," and then died off, half insensible. Another time I repeated this, she told me not to forget to use my fingers. Having made her spend twice, I took her on my knee, and told her that I possessed an instrument that would give her far more pleasure than tongue or finger. "Indeed," said she, "where is it? I should so like to see it." "You won't tell?" "Oh, no." So pulling out my stiff standing prick, she stared in amazement. She had really never seen a prick, although it was evidently a prick that had deflowered her, for with my fingers I had explored her cunt, and found no hymen there. I put her hand upon it. She involuntarily grasped it firmly. "This enormous thing could never get into my body. Look, it is thicker than all your fingers put together, and only 2 fingers feel so tight." "Yes, darling, but this dear little thing stretches, and was made to receive this big thing." I was exciting her clitoris with my finger. She grew evidently lasciviously inclined, so saying, "Just let me try, and if it hurts you I will stop. You know I am always gentle with you." "So you are, my dear fellow. but take care not to hurt me." She lay down on the bed, as I desired, with feet up and knees laid open. I spat on my prick, and wetted the knob and upper shaft well, then bringing it to her cunt, well moistened by my saliva in hutching her, I held open the lips with the fingers of my left hand, and half buried its knob before getting to the real entrance. "Don't flinch, dearest, I shall not hurt." And I got it well over the knob, and buried it 1 inch further. "Stop," she cried, "it seems as if it would burst me open, it so stretches me." "But it does not hurt you, dearest." I had immediately stopped before asking the question. "No, not exactly, but I feel as if something was in my throat." "Rest a little, and that will go off." I slipped a finger down on her clitoris, and as I frigged it she grew more and more excited, giving delicious cunt pressures on my prick. It gradually made its way by the gentle pushing I continued to make without other movements. It was more than half in when she spent. This not only lubricated the interior, but the inner muscles relaxing. A gentle shove forward housed it to the hilt, and then I lay quiet until she recovered from the half-fainting state her last discharge had produced. Soon the increased pressures of the inner folds showed that her passions were awakening afresh. She opened her eyes and, looking lovingly, said I had given her great pleasure, but she felt as if something enormous was stretching her inside to the utmost. Had I got it all in? "Yes, dearest, and now it will be able to give you greater pleasure than before." I began a slow withdrawal and return, frigging her clitoris at the same time, for I was standing between her legs. She soon grew wild with excitement, nature prompting her. Her arse rose and fell almost as well as if she was mistress of the art. The novel combination of prick and finger quickly brought on the ecstatic crisis. I, too, was wild with lust, and we spent together, ending in an annihilation of all our senses by the extreme ecstasy of the final overpowering crisis. We lay panting for some time in all the after joys. Dear Jane begged me to give her some water, as she felt quite faint. I withdrew, still almost in a standing state, got her some water, helped her up, seated her on the sofa and kissed her lovingly as I thanked her for the exquisite joy she had given me. She threw her arms round my neck, and with tears in her eyes told me I had taught her the joys of heaven, and she should always love me, and I must always love her, for now she could not live without me. I kissed and dried her eyes, and told her we should in future enjoy it even more when she got accustomed to it. Let me see the dear thing that gave me such pleasure. I pulled it out, but it was no longer at the stand, and this surprised her. I explained the necessity of its being so, but said she would quickly see it rise and swell to the former size if she continued to handle it so nicely. It rose almost before I could say as much. She fondled it, and even stooped and kissed its ruby head. We should quickly have got to another bout of fucking if the ringing of the call bell had not brought us to a sense of its imprudence, so after arranging her hair and dress, she hastily descended with some of the breakfast things. Of course, so good a beginning led to constant renewals, and Jane quickly became extremely amorous, and under my instruction a first-rate fucker. As all my dear friends were not in London, I was fortunate in having such a bonne bouche to comfort me. My sisters passed every Sunday with me, and both got some good fucking out of me in every way, without raising any suspicions in the house. A month after I had taken up my residence at Mrs. Nichols's, Jane's sister arrived. She was a much finer woman than Jane, broad-shouldered, widespread bosom, which, in after days, I found had not suffered by her misfortune, but then she had not suckled it. Her hips were widely projected, and she was grand and magnificent in her arse. Naturally of a very hot temperament, when once she had tasted the magnificent weapon I was possessed of, she grew most lasciviously lustful, and was one of the best fuckers I ever met with. Her power of nip almost equaled by beloved aunts. Jane was fair, Anne was dark, with black locks and black hairy cunt, a very long cunt, with a small tight hole in it, and above it a widespread projecting mount, splendidly furnished with hair. Her clitoris was hard and thick, but with little projection. She also became madly fond of arse fucking, and particularly liked me to spend therein. This was partly to prevent any consequences leading to a second misfortune. On her first arrival, Jane was much afraid she would discover our connection, and we took every precaution, although I, in my heart, wished this might occur, for as she occasionally waited on me, I grew lecherous upon one whose charms, even covered, excited me greatly. I always flattered and praised her magnificence of figure whenever she came alone to me, but as Jane generally was running in and out, I did not attempt further action. One morning I overheard Mrs. Nichols tell Jane to put on her bonnet and go to Oxford Street on some errand. I knew thus that Anne would attend on me, and there would be no chance of interruption from Jane, so I determined to come at once to the point. We had become on friendly, chatty terms, and when she had laid breakfast I asked her to help me on with my coat, which done, I thanked her and with one arm round her waist drew her to me and kissed her. "Hello," said she, "that is something new," but did not attempt to withdraw, so giving her another kiss, I told her what a glorious woman she was, and how she excited me. Just see. I held one of her hands, and before she was aware, placed it on my huge prick, that bulged out of my trousers as if it would burst its way through. She could not help squeezing it, while she cried, "Goodness gracious, what an enormous thing you have got." Her face flushed, her eyes sparkled with the fire of lust that stirred her whole soul. She tried to grasp it. "Stop," said I, "and I will put it in its natural state into your hand." So pulling it out, she seized it at once, and most lasciviously gazed upon it, pressing it gently. She evidently was growing lewder and lewder, so I at once proposed to fuck her, and thinking it best to be frank, and put her at her ease, I told her that I knew she had had a misfortune, but if she would let me fuck her I should be on honor to withdraw before spending, and thus avoid all chance of putting her belly up. She had become so randy that she felt, as she afterwards told me, she could not refuse so splendid a prick of a size she had often dreamt of, and longed for. "Can I trust you?" said she. "Safely, my dear." "Then you may have me. Let me embrace that dear object." Stooping, she kissed it most voluptuously, shivering at the same time in the ecstasy of a spend produced by the mere sight and touch. She gave 1 or 2 ohs, and drawing me to the bed by my prick, threw herself back, pulling her petticoats up at the same time. Then I beheld her splendid cunt in all its magnificence of size and hairiness. I sank on my knees and glued my lips to the oozing entrance, for she was one who spent most profusely. Her cunt had the true delicious odor, and her spunk was thick and glutinous for a woman. I tongued her clitoris, driving her voluptuously wild. So she cried, "Oh, do put that glorious prick into me, but remember your promise." I brought it up to that widespread, large-lipped, and immense cunt. I fully expected that big as I was I should slip in over head and shoulders with the greatest ease. So you may imagine my surprise to find the tightest and smallest of entrances to the inner vagina I almost ever met with. It was really with greater difficulty I effected an entrance than I had with her little sister, whose cunt presented no such voluptuous grandeur. It was as tight a fit as Ellen's was to me on our first coition. Tight as it was, it gave her nothing but the most exquisite pleasure. She was thoroughly up to her work, and was really one of the most voluptuous and lascivious fuckers I have ever met with, excellent as my experience has been. I made her, with fucking and frigging, spend 6 times before I suddenly withdrew my prick, and pressing its shaft against her wet lips, and my own belly, spent deliciously outside. Shortly after it rose again, and this time after making her spend as often as before, for she was most voluptuously lustful. When I withdrew, she suddenly got from under me, and seizing its shaft with one hand, stooped and took its knob between her lips, and quickly made me pour a flood of sperm into her mouth, which she eagerly swallowed and sucked on to my great delight. We should have had a third bout but for the necessity of her going down to her aunt. I breakfasted, then rang to take away. Again we had a delicious fuck, and a third when she came to make the bed and empty the slops. This third time I begged her to kneel on the sofa, and let me see her gloriously grand arse, and when I had to retire I would show her a way that would continue both our pleasure. So after fucking her from behind, and making her spend far oftener than me, I withdrew, and pushing it up between the lips over the clitoris, with my hand round her waist, I pressed it tightly against her cunt and clitoris, and continued to wriggle my arse, made her spend again as I poured a flood all up over her belly. She declared it was almost as good as if inside. After this very shortly I proposed to push its nose into her bottom hole, and just spend within. With reluctance at first, it ended in her not only liking the point there, but deliciously enjoying my whole prick within, and eventually it was always the receptacle of a first discharge induced by fucking, and a second fuck completely carried on in that more secret altar of lust. She became a first-rate inculius. It soon happened that both sisters knew of the other enjoying me, and it ended in their slipping down from their attic, where both slept in the same bed, to my room, and we had most delicious fucking and double gamma hutching. Anne was by far the finest and the most lascivious fuck, but little Jane had a certain charm of youth and also of freshness, which got her a fair share of my favors. We carried this on for several weeks until use made us careless and noisy. The aunt, when no lodgers occupied the room, slept overhead, and, probably being sleepless one morning, when it was early daylight, heard our voices, came down and surprised me in the very act of fucking Anne and gamma hutching Jane, who stood above her and presented her cunt to my lecherous tongue. A loud exclamation from their aunt roused us up at once. "Get to bed, you dreadful hussies." They fled without a moment's hesitation. Mrs. Nichols then began to remonstrate with me on the infamy of my conduct. I approached the door apparently to get my shirt, for I was stark naked, but in fact to shut and lock my door, and then to turn on Mrs. Nichols, who apparently had quite forgotten she had only her short shift on, which not only allowed the full display of very fine, firm, and ample bubbies, but not falling below the middle of her thighs, showed remarkably well-made legs and small knees, with the swelling of immense thighs just indicated. My stiff standing prick in full vigor, and if anything, still more stimulated by the unexpected beauties shown by Mrs. Nichols, I turned upon her and seizing her round the waist from behind, pushed her forward, and before she could recover herself I had hauled up her cutty sark, seen a most magnificent arse, and into her cunt not without somewhat painful violence, before she could recover from the surprise of the attack. She screamed out murder, but there was no one who could hear but the girls, and they knew better than to interrupt me. I kept fucking away in spite of cries, and passing an arm round her body, with my finger I got to her clitoris, which sprang out into considerable proportions. My big prick and the frigging of her clitoris produced their natural result. In spite of herself she grew full of lust. I felt her cunt pressures, and knew how her passions were rising. Speedily, in place of resisting, she began to cry, "Oh, oh," and breathe hard, and then most gloriously wriggled her splendid arse, and as I spent she too was taken in the delicious ecstasy of the final crisis. She lay, throbbing on my delighted prick until it stood as stiff as before. I began a slow movement. She made no resistance, except crying out, "Oh, dear, oh, dear," as if in spite of regrets, she could not help enjoying it. Indeed, at last she said, "Oh, what a man you are, Mr. Roberts, it is very wrong of you to do this. but I cannot resist enjoying it myself. It is years since I did such a thing, but as you have done it, it makes me wish you should do it again. Let us change position. Very well, but you must throw off this tiresome chemise, or I won't withdraw. As her lust was so excited, she made no objection, so withdrawing we stood up. She drew her shift over her head, and displayed a far more splendid form, with an exquisitely fair and dimpled skin, than I could have thought possible. My dear Mrs. Nichols, what a fine perfect form you have got, let me embrace you in my arms. She was nothing loath, flattered by my praise. She laid hold of my cock with one hand, and closely clasped me with the other arm, while I threw an arm and hand round on her truly magnificent arse, and with my other hand pressed on a wonderful pair of bubbies as hard and firm as any maid of 18. Our mouths met in a loving kiss, our tongues exchanged endearments. She said, "You have made me very wicked, let me have this enormous and dear fellow again." I said I must first gaze on all her beauties, especially on her gorgeous and enormous bottom. She turned herself round in every way, delighted to find that I so ardently admired her. She then lay down on her back, and spread wide her legs, and called to me to mount and put it in. First I must kiss this beautiful cunt, and suck this superb clitoris. Her mount was covered with closely curled brown silky locks. Her cunt was large with grand thick lips and well-haired sides. Her clitoris stood out quite 3 inches, red and stiff. I took it in my mouth, sucked it, and frigged her cunt with 2 fingers, which went in with the greatest ease, but were nipped tightly the moment the entrance was gained, and I frigged and sucked until she spent madly with absolute screams of delight. I continued to suck and excite her, which quickly made her cry out, "Oh, darling boy, come and shove your glorious prick into my longing cunt." I sprang up and buried him until our 2 hairs were crushed between us. She held me tight for a minute without moving, then went off like a wild bacchante, and uttered voluptuous body expressions. "Shove your delicious prick further and harder. Oh, you are killing me with delight." She was a perfect mistress of the art, gave me exquisite pleasure, and, I may add, proved afterwards a woman of infinite variety, and became one of my most devoted admirers. Our intrigue continued for years, while her age, as is the case with good wine, only appeared to improve her. Her husband was not a bad fucker, but having only a small prick, had never stimulated her lust as my big splitter had done. We had on this first occasion 3 other good fucks, which she seemed to enjoy more and more. As I had previously fucked the girls pretty well, my prick at last refused to rise and perform. We had to stop fucking, but I gamma-hutched her once more after again posing her, and admiring her really wonderfully well-made and well-preserved body. She had a good suck at my cock, without bringing him up again. At last we separated, but not before she made a promise that she would sleep with me that night, and a glorious night we had. I had the more difficult task of reconciling her to my having her nieces. I used to have them one night, and sleep with her the next. Anne, as I have said, was one of the lewdest and most lascivious women I had ever known. I had told them of the beauty of their aunt's whole person, and of her wonderful clitoris, and how she liked me to gamma-hutch it. This awakened the ADDENDA passions of Anne to gamma-hutch her aunt. I, at last, persuaded her to let Anne join us, and both were afterwards extremely glad I had done so, for both were thorough ADDENDAs, and lasciviously enjoyed each other, while being fucked by me in turns. Mrs. Nichols too, once she got used to arse fucking, delighted in it, and we had the wildest orgies together. Meanwhile, my very dear friend McCallum had returned to town. He lived in the outskirts, but had taken a small set of chambers at Lyon's Inn, a sitting room and bedroom, where he had a complete library of bawdy books and pictures to excite to new efforts passions palled with excess. It was here I took my sisters, and every Sunday we four, stripped to the buff, indulged in every excess the wildest lust could prompt. At Christmas, Uncle, Aunt, the Dales, and Ellen all came to town, and taking the same rooms with others that Uncle and Mrs. Dale and her son had formerly down in Norfolk Street, we had the most glorious orgies. I confessed that I had debauched my sisters during the weary months I had been left alone with them, and advised their initiation into our society. Uncle greedily snatched at the idea, so did Aunt and Harry Dale, but his mother and Ellen rather discouraged it. However, the majority had it, and Aunt went to the school, and took them away for the holidays. I had instructed them to keep up the idea of a late initiation by me, and how much they liked it when done, carefully avoiding the least reference to former freedoms. They afforded a very effective aid to the wild variety of our orgies. Uncle especially affected them, and was never tired of fucking, sucking or gamma-hutching their splendid charms. Aunt, whose luck was for fresh young women, was unbounded in her admiration and trip-adic use of their bodies. I made a confidant of Harry Dale about our reunions at McCallum's, and, with the latter's leave, introduced him to our orgies in the inn. McCallum took greatly to the fine tight arse of young Dale. He also wished to have Ellen introduced. I took occasion to break the matter to her, and in the end she made a delicious addition to those private orgies. In March Mrs. Benson, Mrs. Edgerton, and husbands came up to town. I had written to the Benson, and got a note from her the moment she arrived. I called immediately, and finding her alone, her husband having gone to the city, was received with delight. After flying into each other's arms, nature was too fierce for any amorous preliminaries. A sofa received our ardent bodies, and before one could think, legs were opened, cunt invaded, and a most rapid fuck, too rapid for luxury, was run off. Then while recovering from our first delirium of pleasure, we had time for a few words of mutual praise and admiration of improvements in both, but it was not until I had fucked her 4 times, and made her spend at least twice as often, that we found time to enter into close converse upon past events. I had known by letter of the intrigue with the Count, Mrs. Edgerton, and herself, and now heard, from her own mouth, more exciting details. She told me how Mrs. Edgerton was eager to possess my unusually great prick, adding, "By the way, she must be alone at this hour. Come along, we may have some fun today." I had not seen Mrs. Edgerton for many years, in fact, for long before I had fucked Mrs. Benson. We went. Her reception was all I could wish. Mrs. Benson told us to lose no time, but to run off at least an introductory embrace when the field was so clear. Mrs. Edgerton made no objection. The Benson acted mistress of the ceremonies, pulled out my prick and lifted the Edgerton's petticoats, turning both sides to view, and making the Edgerton handle and admire the nobleness of my prick, then telling her to kneel and present her fat arse to my lustful gaze, guided my longing prick into her really delicious cunt, and a most excellent fuck we had, which, as Mrs. Benson said, would put us at our ease in an interview she had planned for next day, in which the Count was to join us, and telling me I should have to show my mettle to rival the Count. We met next day at a quiet house in Percy Street, Tottenham Court Road. The ladies had gone to the Soho Bazaar, leaving their carriage in Soho Square, going out by another entrance in a back street, and driving up in a cab to us in Percy Street. At an evening call I had made, to be introduced to Mr. Edgerton, I had met and been introduced to the Count. We had walked home as far as his apartments, in Berners Street, and arranged to meet in Percy Street, before the arrival of our beautiful and dear friends. Thus we were impatiently awaiting their coming when they arrived. It is needless to say no sooner had they entered, and the mere embrace and kiss of welcome been given, than they retired to another room, opening into the one where we were, to take off all encumbrances to the wildest lust, while we, too, disencumbered ourselves of all our clothes. We were quicker than they were, and the Count was in the act of handling and admiring the grandeur of my prick when the two beautiful creatures entered in nature's only robe, and well might we exclaim, "Woman, when unadorned is adorned the most," for two more beautiful women or more perfectly lovely in shape could hardly be seen. Women, too, as voluptuous and lascivious in their passions as any of their sex could be, and it was now our delight to enjoy and satisfy their ardent lust by fucking them in every way, as well as for the first time giving them the joy of having two real pricks in them at once. The charming Benson, as my original initiator in love's mysteries, claimed my first embrace, the Count fucking Mrs. Edgerton. We were so placed that each could see the other, and thus enjoy the excitement of the scene. The dear creatures spent thrice to our once. Then the Edgerton claimed me while the Count refilled the cunt I had just quitted. Again we made them spend thrice to our once. They preferred these preliminary encounters to the more lascivious excesses we were about to enter upon as exciting and preparing their passions for more voluptuous embraces. Both the dear creatures loved a prick in culo from time to time, but as yet they had not had the opportunity of having a prick in each aperture at once. The Edgerton, to whom my prick was as yet a novelty, said she must have it in her cunt while the Count planted his lesser but very fine prick in her arse. The Count's prick was quite as long, or nearly so, as mine, and even thicker close to the roots, but tapered up to a small pointed knob, so that for the enculage he had greater facility than my huge knobbed affair, whose head was as thick as any part of it. This difference of formation made the dear creatures both prefer my prick in front while the Count attacked them in the rear. They generally each got two, with me below and the Count above. But, although it was at first somewhat painful when my huge prick took the rearward side with the Count in front, they soon got accustomed to it, although invariably beginning, after our preliminary fucking, with the Count first in culo. The Edgerton, as I said before, made her first trial of two pricks fucking her at once, by having me below her. I had laid down on my back, she straddled over me, the Benson claimed the place of conduct rest to the instruments of pleasure, and, first giving a suck to my prick, she guided it into the delicious cunt of her friend, who sank down upon my stiff standing prick, deliciously impaling herself thereon, and went off in a voluptuous discharge on feeling its huge head engulfed to the utmost. She rose and fell upon it in an upright position, until she had spent a second time, and had brought up her passion to the wildest rage of lust, then falling into my longing arms, she called out to the Count to shove his prick at once into her arse. The Benson had, meanwhile, sucked and moistened the Count's fine prick, making him as eager as the Edgerton to be into her beautiful arsehole. The Benson conducted it to the divine entrance of that rapture-giving receptacle, which he entered at first with little difficulty, but as the thickening of his prick by its further entrance began to stretch the tender folds between our two pricks, the Edgerton cried out for a momentary pause, as it was producing the strange sensation that one prick alone produces in the earlier stage of sodomitic embraces. The Benson came to her aid by desiring the Count to withdraw about half the distance he had gained, and having whipped up some warm soap suds she well wetted his lower shaft, and then he more easily recovered lost ground, and gained a complete lodgment within the tremendously stretched affair, for as I have said, the lower part of his shaft was thicker than I could grasp. The Edgerton felt as if the two apertures were about to be torn into one, and cried out for a few minutes' cessation. We both lay still, beyond the involuntary throbbing of our pricks, pressed as they were against each other, for the at all times thin membrane dividing cunt from arsehole was now stretched to the fineness of gold leaf, and to our sensations did not appear to exist at all. These double throbbings soon stirred up all the wild lubricity of the Edgerton's nature, first showing itself in the responsive inward pressures of the delicate widely stretched folds of both receptacles, then increasing in fiery lust, she cried out for us to begin gently our first movements. We drew in and out in unison together, at first slowly, but the Edgerton, finding that we were producing the most excessive delight to her double-gorged receptacles, cried out, "Oh, oh! It is heavenly, fuck faster, you angelic fuckers! Oh! Faster, faster! Oh! Oh! It is too much!" She spent in such an agony of ecstasy as to faint clean away. We were not aware of this, not having ourselves spent, as we had only paused to let her enjoy her most heavenly discharge to the utmost. Then, first with throbs, and then with in and outward movements, we soon recovered her from her trance of excessive joy. Her passions were more violently stirred than before. She wriggled her arse convulsively sideways, she raved in the grossest body terms, and so excited us that we all three came to the final crisis in wild cries of the grossest lust, and died away in an agony of bliss, so overpowering that we lay, almost insensible, soaking in the sacred vases in which were compressed our well-satisfied pricks. Meanwhile the Benson, wildly excited by the scene enacted below her eyes, sought relief by kneeling beyond my head, for we always fucked on the floor with mattresses spread widely around. She then backed her splendid arse over my head, and brought her cunt to my mouth, and I had gamma-hutched her continuously until my own delicious spending annihilated all power of movement for the time being. The Edgerton, in the agony of her pleasure at the moment of the last spend, had fastened her teeth on the glorious arse of the Benson before her, and bit so hard as actually to draw blood and make the Benson spring forward with a sudden start and cry. But we were all too lost in the ecstatic joys to even hear the cry of pain she uttered. At last the Edgerton gave signs of returning life. The Benson had risen and was eager for her turn, but Mrs. Edgerton implored that she might have once again a taste of these more than heavenly joys while both pricks were still engulfed within her, and thus avoid the pain of entrance. This was so reasonable that the Benson yielded with a good grace. The Count, to indemnify her, begged her to stride over our two bodies, so as to bring her delicious cunt to his mouth, which, as he was kneeling, was just at the proper level, so he gamma-hutched, and embracing her splendid arse, postillioned her at the same time. Thus we were a chain of delight. This bout was drawn out to great length. The Edgerton must have spent half a dozen times, and when we both at last jammed our pricks up in the ferocity of lust, making all three give down life's essence in an almost killing ecstasy, she really fainted quite away, and so alarmed us that we withdrew to use such remedies as were at hand to bring her to. Even then she was quite hysterical. We laid her in the bed. She was relieved by a copious flood of tears, which she assured us were those of joy at the exquisite and overpowering delights we had conferred upon her. She begged us now to gratify the Benson with the same ecstatic joys we had bestowed upon her, and she would be a quiet and delighted spectator of our doings. It was now my own loved Mrs. Benson's turn to experience the inexpressible delights of the double junction. From her love of my splendid splitter, of which she had taken the first sweets, and which had been initiated in her deliciously adulterous cunt into the divine mysteries of love, and the still more sacred and secret joys of the second altar dedicated to the worship of Priapian unutterably sensual raptures. From this circumstance and the constant use of the rear receptacle practiced by her husband, whose prick was a very fine one, the initiation into the double jouissance was less nervously effected than with the less used arsehole of the more delicate Edgerton, but at the same time two such pricks operating at once made her wince a little before we were fairly engulfed to the cods, the banging together of which in their close proximity added greatly to the stimulating of our lust. The sweet Benson lent herself most readily to the work, and seconded us by her art in wriggling her arse and the delicious cunt and sphincter pressures, enjoying herself at once and more rapidly than the Edgerton. She got 4 delicious discharges before our somewhat more sluggish senses would allow us to come to the grand final crisis, which seemed to stimulate the divine Benson to a point of raving lust, which showed itself in cries of the grossest body, shouting to us to shove our pricks in further and faster, calling us all the loudest blackguard names she could put her tongue to, absolutely roaring as the final discharge seized her in the very same instant that we poured floods of sperm into both interiors. She then sank, annihilated by the excess of the voluptuous delights conferred upon her, but lay throbbing and pulsating in all the afterjoys of the utmost venereal satisfaction. We lay long in this delicious inanition of such voluptuous excesses. The darling Benson exercised her delicious nippers in both orifices, which soon had their expected effect, and shortly the flesh gave symptoms of its resurrection to mundane joys, after having passed through the heavenly delights of paradise, truly rising from the most delicious graves in which they were lying so exquisitely buried. Like her lovely predecessor, she was eager for more, and if it were possible our second course was superior to the first. At all events it was longer drawn out, for the previous drafts on our slackening appendages made the further delivery and effort requiring longer pumping, and thus swelled the amount of pleasure by lengthening the process before arriving at the grand final crisis. The Benson, much more ungovernable in her passion than we were, must have spent 6 or 7 times in our last effort, and died away in, if anything, greater abandon than in our first course, and eventually sank completely overcome by the entire satisfaction of her raging lust for the time being. We, too, both wanted a respite, so we all rose. The 2 dear creatures, when once on their legs, found instant necessity to evacuate their rear receptacles of the double cargo taken in, and disappeared for a few minutes. We all purified ourselves and well laved everything with ice-cold water to reanimate them the sooner. We then sat down to a stimulating refreshment, in which we at least all drank a bottle of champagne apiece, in the midst of delightful and exciting bawdy wit and obscene stories, in which our darling faute uses showed a witty proficiency. In half an hour we began to take up our positions. It was my turn to take them in the rear, but both begged off for that day. The pause for refreshment had given time to make them feel sore after the great stretching they had undergone for the first time, so my turn was delayed for 3 days, that being the usual delay in their orgies to prevent suspicion by too frequent absences, but not excluding any opportunity that might occur for a rack-off in the meantime. So we only each fucked them once and closed our exquisite orgy for that day, parting with every expression of fully satisfied desires, and the warmest kisses and embraces. The Count and I walked to his apartments to refresh ourselves there with hot tumblers of toddy, whiskey being a great favorite of his, and, in his opinion, the best restorative after our exhausting efforts with the 2 insatiable creatures. He congratulated himself on my accession to these orgies, as being a great relief to the burden he had had in satisfying both in both ways when all alone with them. However, the Count was an indefatigable and an unwearied fucker, but 2 such insatiable cunts often had tried his powers to the utmost, and was more than he liked to do at the interview, so he had found whiskey toddy a remedy at once efficacious and agreeable. I myself, with my private excesses at home, was glad to know so pleasant a restorative. The Count and I became the most intimate and attached friends. Through him I perfected myself in Italian, and not many years after this, passed some happy months with him in Italy after he had been amnestied, returned to his country and recovered part of his once large property, but of that hereafter. I called next day on my adored Benson, who had developed into a glorious woman, more lovely and lustful than ever. We had but a moment to ourselves, and could not use it for amatory purposes, but as we both had much to relate, we agreed to meet at our house in Percy Street the next day. This house was taken furnished for love purposes only, and merely an old woman was kept to take care of and arrange matters when we were gone. It was held in the Count's name but paid for by the 2 fair users of it. They had latch keys each, and the place was kept ready for everyday use. The dear libidinous Benson avowed that she used it for other lovers unknown to the Count or the Egerton, paying the old woman liberally. She had all her own way. We met there the next day, rushing into each other's arms, and then assisting in the undressing. We had 3 exquisite fucks, during which the delighted Benson spent 7 times, and then we could have a long and uninterrupted talk over old times, and my after-doings. I told her all, and how the Vincent, my elder sister, Miss Frankland, my aunt, and Mrs. Dale had all thought me an innocent, receiving his first lesson in their delicious cunts, and how true and wise had been her sage counsels. She listened in wonder and delight, drew from me descriptive pictures of our conjunctions, and thrice interrupted my narrative to have a delicious fuck to calm the excitement raised by the lascivious descriptions of my acts with all those most glorious women. I told her also of my intrigue at my lodgings with the 2 sisters and the Count. My description of the latter set her off in raging lust, and produced another most excellent fuck. But afterwards she told me I must find other quarters in some place where Mrs. Edgerton and she, or either of them, could call and receive comfort without observation. I told her I was inscribed for chambers in the inner temple, which I had reason to believe I should get in a week or 2. This much pleased her, and it will be seen that I succeeded in getting just such a set as exactly suited the great object in view, approachable without being under the observation of others, commodious and agreeable, where all that the dear Benson wished to be added to our set were brought together, and the wildest orgies of the most insatiable lust were carried on. My description of my aunt, of Mrs. Dale, and especially of Miss Frankland, now Mrs. Nixon, excited all the triadic passions for which the dear Benson was so famous. Her clitoris, which was formerly prominent, was more so now, and she dearly loved to gomahutch her own sex. In that way she took a great fancy to my sisters, especially Eliza, who had all the same instincts very decidedly pronounced. So we had the prospect of the most consummate orgies in near view, and most gloriously in the end we realized our wildest expectations. In men we were more restricted. The Count would only consent to have Harry Dale and my uncle in any orgy of which he formed part. He was nervously timid about his sodomistic tendencies being known to many, and only yielded on account of the relationship and the closer ties of Harry Dale and myself, who eventually shared my chambers, and we lived together, so that perforce he was obliged to put up with his presence. He soon came to delight in having Harry's prick in his bottom when fucking others at our orgies. It will thus be seen that the Count's timid exclusiveness shut out from these family orgies my dear and esteemed friend and Master McCallum More. However, in a certain sense, it was an advantage, as we had at least the pick of the young ones, in my 2 sisters and Ellen, who wanted very little persuasion to join our lions in orgies. And our excellent friend had some of his own set, both male and female, to meet us either with 1, 2, or all, for we could not always manage to have the whole of the dear creatures together. En revanche, dear McCallum had several youthful Ganymedes, whose tight young bottomholes were a great solace when cunts were altogether absent. We thus had 2 distinct and separate sets of orgies, which had all the natural effect of novelty, and by exciting comparison, making us turn from one to the other with renewed passions and power of enjoyment. As my sisters could only come on Sundays, that was our exclusive day, and we made an entire day of it, but I, in the end, persuaded Anne to join our orgies with McCallum, and she proved a first-rate addition in every way. I have already stated that she was of a most libidinous temperament, and developed into one of the most lascivious and lustful of women one could possibly find, and as she had rare beauties and splendor of form, she was made to raise the most raging lust in man or woman, for she, too, was as fond of triadic indulgencies as my aunt or the delicious Frankland. Her position as a servant prevented our introducing her to Ellen or my sisters. As a matter of worldly prudency it was best not to trust her with the knowledge of their complying with all our lustful demands on their charming persons. The Count, myself, and our 2 charming lovers met on the appointed day to renew our delicious orgies. After both of us had fucked each dear creature came the double jouissance. We took the adorable Benson first, that the scene of our erotic sports might stir the lust of the darling Edgerton to a greater heat. It was my turn to lay my offering on the secret altar of Priapus, while the Count filled her cunt with delight. As I have before said, the arsehole of the Benson was much more used than that of the Egerton, whose husband never dreamt of such a horror, as she would call it. Mr. Benson, on the contrary, delighted in it, and seldom passed a night without paying his devoirs to that delicious aperture. So, although it was but the second time she had indulged in the double jouissance, yet her lust enabled her to take in with greater ease my big prick in her arsehole, with the Count's fine prick in front, than when our parts were reversed. She revelled in the wild fury of raging lust, created by the glorious ecstasy of having a prick in each aperture, screamed with wild cries of heavenly joy, spent furiously, and eventually died away in an overpowering and indescribable felicity. She soon recovered her senses, and begged for another bout before withdrawing. Of course there was immediate compliance, and another more soul-killing encounter was run off with the usual death-like termination. I had continuously gamma-hutched the Egerton, who straddled over the two bodies below her, and brought her delicious cunt to my mouth, while my arms encircled her beautifully formed and cream-like colored buttocks, at the same time acting postilion with 2 fingers to increase her lustful gratification. We purified ourselves after this, and drank some champagne, then standing stiff at the prospect of now possessing the lovely body of the Egerton, we took up the same position as before, the Count under, in cunt, the Egerton above, with her deliciously fair arse exposed to my embraces first, and my big prick afterwards. The adored Benson gave it a suck first, and well wetting the knob, guided it to the narrow entrance of love's secret bower. Its head was soon housed, and although still creating strange feelings, the previous day's attack had made the entrance more facile. With little halting we drove on to the first delicious discharge. The second bout was all divine pleasure, and ever after the delicious Egerton enjoyed it completely. These delicious orgies with these 2 lovely women were indulged in on every third day. I became a favorite with both their husbands, thanks to a kind of sheepish innocence that I had the power of putting on. At the same time as my education had been well attended to, and as I myself was fond of study, attentive to my college instruction, and anxious for a knowledge of foreign languages, I had become fairly proficient in German and Spanish, and well read in French and Italian. The latter was perfected by the Count's friendship, as we were much together and spoke nothing else. Perhaps it was this which led to a greater friendship for me on the part of Mr. Egerton, who was an excellent Italian scholar. His wife's intrigue with the Count had also perfected her, so that when we all 4 dined together, Italian was the only language spoken among us. The dear Benson, too, was a perfect mistress of the Count's tongue, as well she might, having it so often in her mouth, and as it is a soft language that lends itself to love and lust, it became ours in all our orgies. The delicious Frankland, now Mrs. Nixon, returned to town with the spring. By that time I was established in my chambers in the inner temple, and had them simply furnished, but with every accessory for love's combats in couples, or in the wildest orgies. The adorable Benson inaugurated and dedicated them to the service of Holy Mother Venus and her son Cupid, as well as the more lustful Eros. The Egerton and the Count afterwards came to consecrate them to the worship of Priapus, and we had a most delicious orgy on that sacred celebration. It was on this occasion that those 2 wild lustful creatures insisted on seeing the Count and me in conjunction together. The Benson guided me into the Count's bottom, while he was in the bottom of the Egerton, and the Egerton conducted the Count into my bottom while I was luxuriating in the delicious arsehole of my adored Benson. It satisfied a longing desire on their parts to see man with man, and did not displease either the Count or myself, who, in our secret hearts, had each wished to possess the other. The Count was a powerful and very hairy man, and had an especially very full hairy arsehole, which to me was wildly exciting. In that I differed from my dear friend McCallum, who loved bare-arsed youths with no hair there, telling me that coarse hairy-arsed men rather disgusted him, and although in his wide sodomitic experience he had had such, it was with a certain repugnance that went against the grain. In that I differed from him entirely. The hairier and the coarser a man's arsehole was, the more it excited me. In that respect the Count was exactly to my taste. He was very hairy all up the chink of his arse, and had a very coarse skin and an almost black arsehole, so deep a brown it was, the very sight of which always drove me mad with lust. He as much loved me from another cause. His great lech was to frig a fine prick while buggering the possessor, hence, as he had never met with so fine a one as mine, he was insatiably fond of being into me and frigging me at the same time. We thus had 2 points of private attraction, that made us become the closest of friends, but we did not let any of our dear female participants know of the mutual joys of which they were not participants. The superb Frankland, now my guardian's wife, also came alone to my chambers, and we had a renewal of all our wildest experiences. She told me it was such a comfort to her, for although her husband, Mr. Nixon, was very loving, and did all he could, still it was nothing but exciting her to long for others, especially for my own huge prick, of which she never knew but that she had been the first initiator of it into love's delicious recess in either sacred grove. So fresh and eager as she was for the fray, you may easily imagine the wild excess we indulged in, sucking, gamma-hutching, fucking, and buggering. I cannot tell how often in every way her exciting and glorious body carried me away to an excess beyond anything I could have thought myself capable of. When fairly exhausted, and we could uninterruptedly talk over all that had occurred since I had left my mother's house, she heard in full detail, for the first time, all my adventures. I had given her, at the time of her marriage, a hint of how matters had gone, yet without any details, which now she was voracious to hear. I told her of my aunts and uncle's apparent seduction of me, nor did I hide our goings-on with young Dale, and my after possession of Ellen and his mother, who was the last to believe herself my seducer, for as I told the delicious Frankland, I can never bear to call her Nixon, I had followed her sage advice, and up to the Dale had played off the innocent game with perfect success, but now that I was a man I threw all that overboard. Indeed, said she, and who have you been throwing it overboard with? I laughed at her ready taking of me up, and then went on to a full confession of all my intrigues. She did not like my having taken up with the 2 servants, the nieces of my late landlady, thinking it derogatory in one endowed with a prick that any lady would be too glad to possess, but she was very much struck with my description of the superb body and wonderful lubricity of the Nichols. It excited her much, especially when I told her that she had given me the idea of her near approach in body and wantonness to herself. It will be seen hereafter to what a closer alliance with the Nichols this led. Pressing her inquiries, I acknowledged my intrigue with the Benson, Edgerton, and Count. This evidently excited her lust, as I could see by the wild sparkle of her eye. It led to an immediate and delicious fuck, and when recovered from its ecstatic finish, to closer and more searching inquiry as to how I got into such intimacy, but I had expected this somewhat jealous scrutiny, and was quite prepared for it. I led her to believe they had been here nearly all the winter. I told her my mother had desired me to call and see the Bensons as friends of hers. I had done so. The Bensons quickly observed how largely I was furnished, very soon gave me encouragement, of which I did not want much after the late intercourse I had had with herself, and Mrs. Dale. Thus matters came quickly to their natural conclusion. She was perfectly astonished at my powerful weapon, and as she and her dearest friend already shared lovers, I was quickly introduced to her friend Mrs. Edgerton, and they had me together, and let me into the secret of their intrigue with the Count, which was followed by my initiation into their orgies. My praises of these 2 ladies, and my saying how glorious it would be for her to make a 5th, and my description of the exquisite body and the trip adic tendencies of Mrs. Benson, fired her wild imagination, and woke up all her ADDIC lusts, and it ended in her begging me to give a luncheon at my chambers to the Benson and the Edgerton, that she might be introduced to them, more especially as they really moved in a society somewhat higher than Mr. Nixon's connections, although, in point of wealth, the Nixons were far superior. The little luncheon came off most agreeably. The ladies all took to each other most warmly, seeing which, I boldly broke the ice, and telling the Benson and Edgerton that dear Mrs. Nixon was my first initiator in love's mysteries, and as had both of them, the wisest thing we could do would be to throw away all restraint and have a jollification all round. To set them at their ease, for there was a momentary hesitation, I pulled out my prick at full stand, and said, "There's a prick worthy of all your exquisite cunts, and one, too, that has enjoyed them all, and been enjoyed by every one of you. So throw away all hesitation and let him enjoy you all again. Who is to have it first?" They laughed, and all approached and handled it, interchanging their opinions upon its being the very finest one that any of them had ever seen. "Ah, now," said I, "that is just the thing, you are at once put at ease, then let us do it with ease, strip is the word, and let us have it luxuriously." They laughed, kissed each other, and said the dear fellow must have his way, and all at once proceeded to undress. The glorious and wonderfully hairy body of the Franklin perfectly astonished them, and raised their ADDIC passions to fever heat, especially the Benson, who threw herself on that glorious form in an ecstasy of delight, more especially as the Franklin's passions being excited, her long red clitoris stood out from the dense black mass of hair which covered not only her belly and mount, but all down and around her cunt. Nothing would satisfy the Benson but an immediate mutual gamma hutch, for, with true ADDIC instinct, these two beautiful and libidinous women divined their mutual lust for that particular lascivious inclination, and at once proceeded, one on the top of the other, to wildly gamma hutch each other. The Edgerton and myself seized the opportunity of having a delicious fuck together, which we brought to a conclusion before the others had satisfied their immediate desires. The Franklin, who at first was under, was now above, and as she knelt and pushed out her stupendous arse to bring her cunt over the Benson's mouth, the sight of its hairy arsehole roused my desire to fuck it, and my cock responded instantly, so kneeling behind her, I introduced it to the well-known receptacle, and to her infinite additional delight, sodomized her to perfection. This was another means of putting them all at ease, and I fucked and buggered them all until neither handling nor suction could get my prick to raise his head again. You may easily imagine after this how delighted they were to make the glorious Franklin a participator in our orgies with the Count. Nor shall I forget the wild gaze of surprise and lust when the Count first beheld the splendid and hairy form of the glorious Franklin when she entered the room in all the dazzling splendor of her perfect nakedness. These two natures were made for each other, both salacious to a degree, both vigorous in body and untiring in the most libidinous excesses of the wildest lust. Both hairy to a degree, showing the meaning of that vast display all over both their bodies. They were instantly attracted to each other, flew into the closest of embraces, and sinking on the floor where they met, 2 strokes were racked off before they came to a state of more moderation, amenable to our general operations. It had been all the same an exciting scene to us. The Benson was madly stimulated by the sight of the Franklin's superb body, her long red clitoris, not satisfied with the double rack-off with the Count, appeared only to be more excited, and stirred. The whole soul of the adorable Benson. She threw herself in reverse upon the Franklin before she had time to raise herself, seized with her mouth the wonderful clitoris, called upon me to fuck her from behind, and then with fingers up arsehole and cunt worked furiously. The dear Franklin responded on the fine clitoris of the Benson, and postillioned me at the same time. We ran off 2 bouts in this delicious position, and then with more regulated passions rose to form more general combinations. The Count had fucked the Egerton while we were engaged above the divine Frankland. Our first pose was suggested by the Egerton, who had been as yet less fucked than any. She had been also greatly taken with the glories of the Frankland's superb body, and especially struck with her extraordinary clitoris, and had taken the curious lech of wishing to have it in her bottom hole while riding St. George on my big prick. We all laughed at her odd choice, but agreed at once, especially the Frankland, whose greatest lech was to fuck very fair young women with her long and capable clitoris. A fairer creature than the lovely Egerton could not be found. The Frankland admitted that in her inmost heart she had longed thus to have the Egerton from the moment she had first seen her, and her delight and surprise at finding the dear Egerton had equally desired to possess her, fired her fierce lust with increased desire. I lay down, the Egerton straddled over, and feeling the delight of my huge prick when completely embedded, she spent profusely with only 2 rebounds. Then sinking on my belly she presented her lovely arse to the lascivious embraces of the salacious Frankland, whose first act was to stoop, embrace, kiss, and tongue the beautiful little pinky aperture, wetting it with her saliva. She brought her fine long clitoris, stiff as a prick, and plunged within. The lech that both had taken for the same indulgence lent enchantment to the act, and their wild imaginations created an excess of joy that the smaller size of the Frankland's clitoris, in comparison with the dimensions of our longer pricks, might not have led one to suppose possible. Twice we indulged in this excess, the women going off half a dozen times to my once. I had aided the Frankland by using a double dildo, which at once filled both apertures. This excellent instrument was an invention of the Frankland, which she had suggested to a Parisian dildo maker, and had had it made in 2 or 3 sizes. It became very useful in our orgies, as from disparity of numbers an odd couple were left out, when the double jouissance was in operation, and then the 2 outsiders, with tongues and dildos, could gamma hutch with great satisfaction. During our trip ADIC Junction, with the Egerton fucked by the Frankland in the arse, the Count had first fucked and then sodomized the Benson to their mutual satisfaction. We all rose, purified, and refreshed with wine and biscuits, while discussing what our next move should be. The Count had not yet had the Frankland in culo, and suggested, as it was her introductory meeting, that the greater honors should be conferred on her on this happy occasion, so I was to fuck her while he enjoyed her in the rear quarters. The Egerton and the Benson should use double dildos to each other, or in any other way amuse themselves. This was a most exquisite encounter, and with such unutterable enjoyment that we hardly paused between the first and second, and it was not until we had deluged thrice both interiors that we withdrew. The delighted Frankland had never ceased spending, but so vigorous a nature could easily have taken twice as much, but the other dear creatures had now to be conciliated. The Count next took the Benson in cunt while I blocked the rear aperture, and the Frankland once more enkilled the Egerton, who dildoed herself in cunt at the same time, all of us running 2 courses. We then rose, purified, and refreshed. When our pricks were ready it was the Egerton who took me in front and the Count behind, and the Benson, who had grown lewd on the Frankland's clitoris, was sodomized by her and dildoed by herself. The Egerton still suffered a little in the double stretching, so that we ran but 1 exquisite bout, enabling us, whose powers began to fail to be re-excited, to finish with the double jouissance in the glorious body of the Frankland. We carried this on until the midsummer holidays, when at their desire I introduced the Benson, Egerton, Frankland, and the Count to my uncle, aunt, Mrs. Dale, Ellen, and Harry, and we had some glorious orgies in my chambers. The splendor of my aunt's arse captivated the Frankland and the Count. The latter soon got into young Dale's arse, which he did one day when arriving for the very purpose half an hour before the appointed time of all meeting. I was present, and was so excited at the sight that I seized upon the Count's arse and delightedly astonished him by giving the double enjoyment. It was after this, as Harry remained to live with me, that he was introduced to our general orgies, and thus we occupied all the dear creatures at once, and most voluptuous and lascivious meetings we all enjoyed, the Count occasionally giving us a private visit. Meanwhile Ellen had been put to the same finishing school where my sisters already were, with permission to go out with them on the Sundays, when we always had a delicious orgy at our dear friend McCallum's. He, like the Count, had taken a peculiar fancy for the tight young arsehole of Harry Dale, without altogether deserting the women, especially my sister Eliza, whose delight in rear sports was supreme, and she never would be fucked but when she had a prick in each aperture, preferring mine in her cunt with either Dale or McCallum operating in the rear. Knowing the hours when I could not be interrupted by any of my lady friends, I did not neglect the superb Nichols, but had her and Anne to come together for an hour and a half, from 9:30 to 11 a.m., and most delicious fucking I had with both. I had equally initiated them into the mysteries of rear delights, and both took it with great gusto. Upon finding this I gradually descanted on the exquisite delights of the double jouissance with 2 male pricks, filling with ecstasies indescribable the 2 apertures at once. When once I had excited their desires on this point, I mentioned my dear friend McCallum Moore, as one in whom we could all confide, and with some little hesitation obtained their consent to introduce him. I had already mentioned the matter to him, told him he might think the Nichols too old, but she was gloriously superb in body, and so extraordinarily well preserved that her body was 20 years younger than her face, and her lust and fucking powers were far superior to a woman of 25. Besides, I hinted that he might persuade Anne, and perhaps her sister Jane, to join our lions in revels. We met by appointment on a given morning. I advised McCallum to come sooner, and when the women came, under the pretense of his not being able to join us that morning, I would get them stripped, and when all was ready he should appear in buff, and so break any mauvaise honte they might have at first undressing before him. He was wonderfully struck with the superb body of the Nichols, and, as the stranger, we gave him his choice. He clasped her in his nervous arms, devoured her with kisses, and incontinently laying her down on the mattressed floor, proceeded to fuck her in the good old English fashion, with legs and arms around her body. Anne and I gazed for a little on the splendid action of her aunt's arse, and the evident way in which she milked the teat as it withdrew each time he heaved his arse to re-enter with exciting vigor. We could hold no longer, and each ran a course of ecstatic delight, ending in all the frenzy of lust to die inanimate the next instant. Our charming partners had spent repeatedly during our encounter. They wanted an immediate renewal, but McCallum suggested a change of partners and of position, that is to say, fucking them on their knees with their splendidly developed buttocks turned up but taking them in the cunt. This change was rapidly effected. We placed ourselves in such a position that each could see all the action of the other. It was a splendid fuck, and as our edge was taken off we drew it out a considerable length, giving the dear recipients the opportunity of spending 4 or 5 times to our once. After recovering from the soaking afterjoys of this delicious encounter, we had some champagne and some smutty talk, as well as outspoken praise of their splendid power of fuck, feeling their cunts and they are pricks, till renovated and renewed, we arranged for further action. As it was their introductory lesson in the double enjoyment, the splendid Nichols had, of course, first choice. She chose me for cunt, and to his intense delight, our dear friend for the rear attack. Anne was to straddle over her aunt and me, and be gamma-hutched both in cunt and arsehole by our friend. We had no difficulty in hilting ourselves to the cods in both apertures, but so excited was the Nichols that with the mere throbbings of our pricks on completely housing ourselves, she spent, squealing like a rabbit. We gave her time to fully enjoy it, and then commenced a slow, regulated movement, which quickly drove the Nichols into a state of furiously raving lust, and again she spent in an almost killing agony of delight, screaming with excess of ecstasy. Again we paused to allow of the utmost enjoyment, but renewed when her delicious cunt and arse pressures announced a return of craving appetite. These pauses enabled us to bring on 7 overpouring discharges on her part, until she was quite exhausted, especially when we both came together in an excess of joy that ended in perfect inanition, on recovering from which we relieved the nickels of the double cargo within her. She had already almost strangled me with her embraces in the unutterable joys I had procured her. Rolling off on her side, she drew McCallum also to her, to embrace him for the intense gratification he had afforded her. We again refreshed the inward man after a purification and laving with cold water, as a restorative. Then Anne took up her position in her turn, for she, too, wished to try the novel experiment with the smaller prick in her arsehole. The Nichols felt exhausted for the moment, so lay on the sofa and enjoyed the sight of our 3 persons in all the delirium of raging lust and sodomy. The experiment enchanted Anne as it had overpoweringly enchanted her aunt. She, too, spent 7 or 8 times before joining us in our soul-killing discharge. The Nichols had laid still for about 2/3 of the time this bout continued. She then rose to straddle across Anne and me, and was about to present her magnificently large cunt to be gamma-hutched by McCallum, but he begged her to turn her bottom to him and heave it well up, while resting her hands on Anne's shoulders. He then could first contemplate and handle her huge superb buttocks, then transferring his hands to her clitoris and cunt, he licked and tongued the grand aperture of her arse, rough, brown, and corrugated, just my taste. We had a most glorious bout, ending in all the ecstatic joys of spending and after delights. Anne was as greatly gratified with the double jouissance as her aunt had been before. We again laved and refreshed, and closed this most delicious orgy with McCallum first in the Nichols cunt, with my big and doted-on prick in her arse, which, now she was used to it, pleased her more than ever. In the same order we double-fucked Anne, although she expressed her greater gratification of McCallum in her arse and my splitter in her cunt. Again we gamma-hutched them both, as time would not allow of our resurrection, then they left us. My guardian, at his marriage, had bought a house in Portland Place, but the lease of its then tenant only expired on the March 20th this spring, and before being occupied it had to be entirely new painted and decorated, so that July was nearly at an end before they could comfortably take up their residence in it. Meanwhile they had apartments at a hotel near Hyde Park Corner. When once they were completely housed, which was not the case until the middle of August, my guardian desired his wife to send the carriage for the girls every Sunday morning. Hearing that Ellen was their intimate friend, she became included in the invitation. This put an end to our Sunday orgies in our friend McCallum's chambers, much to our mutual regret. As far as Harry and I were concerned, the ever-thoughtful and delicious Franklin came to our aid. Pretending that the girls must need walking exercise, she always after luncheon proposed they should walk down to their brother's chambers in the Temple, take him and Harry as their further companions up to Kensington Gardens or the zoo, and bring all back to dinner. As my guardian always took a siesta on Sundays after luncheon, for being too old to fuck his wife every night, Saturday night, or rather Sunday morning, when he had nothing in the way of business to trouble him, was dedicated to 2 or 3 hours of extra dalliance with his adored wife. She told me he was very amorous upon her, could not do much fucking. Indeed, she thought his efforts that way were even more than he ought to do at his age, but he was never tired of gamma-hutching her and posing her in every attitude when stark naked. Of course she lent herself to every wish of the old man, and had, even after great persuasion, which only her love and attachment to him could have even made her consent, allowed him the honors of her beautiful arsehole. This requiring, as he said, an extra firmness of prick, she further did him the extra favor of toying and sucking his prick up to the utmost stiffness. So she had made him absolutely adore her, and she could turn him round her little finger. Her word and will was law, so she could do as she liked. She told me on several occasions that she thought he was exerting his erotic powers to too great an extent, and that she did all she could to moderate his excitement, but all to no purpose. He was infatuated with the glorious charms of her body, or what is called cunt struck, perhaps the strongest passion that can seize on man and dangerous for a man of advanced years. Well, his Sunday afternoon siesta was long, and left the Franklin at liberty to come to my rooms with my sisters, where strip was the word, and fucking in every variety followed. I soon found we must have other help. The pace I was going at was beginning to tell, so with the consent of the darling Franklin I made a confidant of the Count, and asked him to join our Sunday's orgy. You may imagine with what joy he accepted, for apart from his delight in seeing me in incestuous connection with my sisters, their young charms, especially Eliza's, had great attraction for him, and then the Franklin, so similar in lust and temperament. We had thus most delicious orgies every Sunday afternoon, until the end of October of the following year, when my sisters had finished their schooling, and I, too, had left college, entered at the Middle Temple, and had been for 3 months in a conveyancer's office, reading up previous to being called to the bar. It was then that Mr. Nixon's health gave symptoms of serious disturbance, and his doctor recommended him to pass the winter in a warmer climate. His wife suggested the advantage traveling would be both to the girls and myself. She had only to express the wish to have us all together, and we were warmly invited to join them. We passed through Switzerland, Milan, and Florence to Rome, where we took up our residence for 4 months. The Edgertons and Bensons happily spent the same winter at Rome. My rooms were in an adjoining palace to where Mr. and Mrs. Nixon and my sisters resided, there not being accommodation for me. I thus had a charming entresol of 5 rooms all to myself, one of which looked on and over the Tiber, and was in no way overlooked. To this room we constantly resorted for orgies. The Edgertons had passed some winters in Rome, and she had 2 or 3 clerical lovers, and these had introduced 2 others to the Benson on her former visits, and all had been accustomed to general orgies. You may imagine the delight of these priestly debauches when they found themselves introduced to our circle of 3 fresh cunts, and such splendid ones, and all without any mock modest prejudices but up to every excess of lubricity. So to 5 women we thus had 6 men, and eventually a very handsome young priest, debauched by the others, joined our party, and we carried on the wildest and most extravagant orgies of every excess the most raging lust could devise. We made chains of pricks in arseholes, the women between with dildos strapped round their waist, and shoved into the arsehole of the man before them, while his prick was into the arsehole of the woman in his front. These holy fathers had immense resources in the way of infinite variety, stimulating to excesses of debauchery that very soon brought the rod into requisition. We all from time to time enjoyed the double coition, the women invariably so at every meeting. These holy fathers had all very fine pricks, but none so large as mine, and many of them loved to have my prick in their arses when opportunity offered. In such delights the winter passed rapidly away. In the spring Mr. Nixon's health seemed very precarious, and we moved to Naples, where from necessity our extreme indulgence in venereal excesses was much curtailed. In May we returned to England, but poor Mr. Nixon was evidently fucked out. The Franklin told me that the more his health failed the more lewd he seemed to grow. His passion for gamma-hutching her cunt had increased, and even his prick seemed to gather new life as life ebbed away, for hardly a night passed without his fucking her, at night in the cunt, and at morning, in full daylight, kneeling and feeling her splendid arse, he took her in the rear aperture. He and she too felt it was killing him, but his infatuation was overpowering, and he declared if it did kill him he could not die a happier death. In fact, a month after we returned he had an apoplectic fit actually when his prick was spending in her arsehole. He lived but a month afterwards. He left all his property to his wife absolutely, with legacies of £2,500 to each of my sisters, and £1,000 to me. This sad event cast a gloom for some time over all our pleasures. The Franklin took my sisters to reside with her, but all went down to spend the first 3 months of mourning quietly with my mother. She, too, took ill when we were with her, and died before the 3 months were up. This drew me down to home, now mine, and the dear Franklin continued to stay with us for 2 months longer, and then left for London. We 3 orphans remained for all that winter in our old home, settling a variety of things. My sisters now with their succession to some £600 apiece, the £1,000 left them by our uncle, and the £2,500 by Mr. Nixon, and the £400 which I promised them as a marriage present, and with their great beauty of form and face, for both had grown into remarkably fine young women, became very eligible matches. Many country families sought us out after the first 3 months of our mourning, and several offers were made to the girls. They were both somewhat fastidious after the life they had led, but eventually both were married. Married to a very nice fellow, who proved, as she told me, a first-rate fucker. He got her with child, and they had a son, a fine boy, in the 10th month of their marriage. She was very happy, now and then coming to see me, and getting a jolly good fuck from my renovated prick, for now that he was lying fallow, my somewhat exhausted system was getting quite recruited. Alas! Poor Mary lost her husband by cholera in the 2nd year of their marriage. He had a handsome estate, and left her well off, and sole guardian to his son, who grew up a very fine fellow, and when at puberty became the solace of his widowed mother, who had initiated him into all love's mysteries. Eliza was not quite so fortunate as her sister in her husband. He was a good sort of man who, one would have thought, would just have suited the hot temperament of Eliza, well and powerfully built, and with an air of being a man of erotic passions, but he turned out to be of a languid unimpassioned nature, who could not imagine any other manner than simply mounting on a woman's belly and fucking her once a night, and with no conception of using either preliminaries or aids to her passions. So that he left poor Eliza only in a state of excitement instead of giving any satisfaction to her lascivious nature. She did, eventually, work him up to good night and good morning, but for her full satisfaction she used to seek elsewhere, and even to content herself with the embraces of a manservant, who, if not good-looking, proved to have a splendid and powerful prick, and nearly daily gave her comfort. She also occasionally came to me, when she had both apertures well exercised, and left me much comforted. She never had any children, and so managed her intrigues as never to be found out. I returned to London in the spring, and was called to the bar. I went the Western Circuit for odd assizes, and then abandoned the bar as a profession. Harry Dale, with more perseverance, as well as greater necessity for exertion, continued in the profession, was duly called to the bar, and eventually became a rising and successful barrister, and at this period of our old age is now a distinguished judge. But to return to our earlier days. Harry and I carried on our intrigue with the Nichols and Anne, aided by our dear friend McCallum. Also from time to time with the Benson, Edgerton, and Count, to which generally the darling Franklin brought her exquisite charms to intoxicate us with pleasure. This delightful reunion was sadly affected by the loss of the Count, who received an amnesty. I think I before have said he was a political exile returned to his own country, and we never again had his delightful aid in our sadly shortened orgies. The Count and I met in a future year at his old castle on the hills of Pyde, of which I shall have much more to say on a later occasion. It was a sad loss, especially for the Edgerton, who dearly loved the Count. He had been her first lover, indeed, her initiator in the real mysteries of Venus. It will be remembered that her husband was one of those old insensible natures that think it is only necessary to hastily piss their tallow, as Falstaff says, as quickly as they can, and leave a poor woman just sufficiently excited to be madly anxious for a thorough good fucking. It is these insensate cold-blooded husbands who raise, without satisfying, their wife's erotic passions, and drive them perforce to seek salacious comfort in other arms. Oh, how many women, if only fucked with some regard to their own naturally lewd feeling, would have never committed adultery or made a scandal. Many are the women who have told me, with tears in their eyes, of the cold insensible conduct of their husbands, who, never fucking them but when their sluggish natures felt the want, then turning upon them without the slightest preparatory handling or embracing, mount, shove it in, give a few in and out movements, spend, and then withdraw, just as they have done enough to excite their poor wives' passions without satisfying them, and thus leaving them a prey to inordinate longing that forces them to seek the relief to their passions the selfish brutes of husbands had only raised without allaying. I remember an intrigue I had with an Italian countess. Her husband, a tall and very capable man, was an extreme bigot, who thought it deadly sin to indulge in any caresses or carnal excitement, or even for his wife to expose any naked flesh to raise concupiscent ideas, so she had to have her nightgown closed up to her throat, with long sleeves and skirts, in the center a slit through which he performed his duty when in want of relief to himself. He never kissed or embraced her body at any time, but lay like a log by her side, with his back turned to her. When his own passions prompted him to fuck, which was very seldom, he was naturally quite ready and rapidly finished his coup. He used to turn to her, waken her up with a shake, cry out, "Marietta, porgi me il vaso generative, Marietta, reach me the generative vase," upon which she stretched herself on her back. He got on her without lifting her petticoats or feeling her cunt, but opening the slit, pointed his prick to her cunt, thrust it up to the hilt, and being himself in want of spermatic relief, in a very few strokes spent, just staying in long enough to piss all his tallow, and then withdraw, turning his back again to sleep, leaving his wife just sufficiently excited to have enjoyed it, and thus left her madly longing for the satisfaction he did not afford. She said he was quite capable, too, of giving satisfaction if his bigotry had allowed him. We used to fuck at a tremendous rate, and I always commenced with a Marietta, Marietta, porgi me il vaso generative, and then proceeded to fuck and laugh like mad. Of course, irritated as her hot passions were by her booby of a husband, she resorted, not only to me, but to whomsoever she could get to satisfy the cravings of her irritated cunt. The Bensons and Edgertons again left in the autumn for Rome. The Frankland, not yet out of her year's widowhood, did not go much into society, and we saw much more of her than before. She came at least 3 times a week to my chambers, when Harry and I gave her the comfort she so much required, first each fucking her singly twice over, and then 3 double pleasure fucks, with change about in the apertures, finishing off with a mouth fuck from one or the other, and a double gamma hutch. About once a week the amorous and delicious fucking Nichols with Anne would come of a morning, when we managed to send both away satisfied for the day. When winter drove our friend McCallum home from his fishing, we renewed some excellent orgies at his chambers, where Anne, and afterwards Jane, occasionally came. By the way, Jane's arse had developed in an extraordinary manner, and became one of the most exciting delights of our orgies at McCallum's. He also now joined in our morning encounters with the Nicholls and her niece. At Christmas time the Frankland, Harry, and I all went down by invitation to the rectory, where Uncle welcomed with great delight the glorious and exciting Frankland. Mrs. Dale and Ellen joined our party. Dear Aunt positively devoured me with her caresses, and before I was shown up to my room, had drawn me into her little room downstairs, had a suck at my prick, leant her body on the table, stuck out her immense arse, and had me into her cunt for a rapid rack-off, but this only excited me to an immediate renewal, for the touch and sight of her splendid buttocks instantly produced a stiffness, she herself in the middle of my movements in front, drawing my prick out of her cunt and guiding it into the inviting entrance to the secret altar of Juno and of Venus Callipyge. Both courses were run off at a gallop, and were a momentary allaying of the insatiable salacity of my most lewd and lascivious aunt. She then next conducted the Franklin, I can never call her Nixon, into her bedroom, under pretense of showing her to it. She no sooner had her there than up went her petticoats, and aunt glued her lips to the wonderful clitoris of the divine Franklin, and using fingers up both apertures, made the Franklin quickly give down her first offering to the obscene god. As soon as aunt's trivic rage to possess the Franklin was thus abated for the moment, she allowed Mrs. Nixon to remove bonnet and shawl, but then as quickly demanded and obtained a double gamma hutch. The Franklin the more readily consenting as she knew aunt had taken the keen edge off my lecherous appetite, and she would revel in the thick raging sperm I had shot into both orifices. These preliminaries settled, we were able to be much more tranquil all the afternoon. The Dale and Ellen came to dinner. I slipped into their room when all were dressing for dinner, and had a delicious rack-off in both their lecherous and longing cunts. Uncle had equally enjoyed the tight favorite arsehole of Harry Dale, he having conducted him to the well-known summer house for that purpose as soon as we arrived. We could all thus peaceably enjoy the good things set before us, and during our wine after dinner exchange accounts of all events that had passed since last we met, and they were varied. For Mr. Nixon's death and legacies to my sisters and myself were subjects of congratulation, while the death of my mother was, on the contrary, one of condolence and sympathy. By 10 o'clock we all broke up, but with the whispered request to all to repair to aunt's bedroom half an hour after the household had retired. We were all too interested in the delicious orgy there to take place to fail. Blazing fires in both that and the adjoining room had been kept up all the afternoon. Plenty of lights were burning so as to illuminate all sides at once. We all met in mere night wrappers, and as soon as we were assembled and the word given off, they were thrown aside, and we all stood in nature's lovely nakedness. Aunt, in her eager and lascivious inspirations, flung herself on my naked body, drew me to the bed, and had me into her longing and delicious cunt at once, and with legs and arms thrown round me, was instantly pressing furiously forward, notwithstanding the remonstrance of my uncle, who wished to arrange a general plan of operations so as to include all at once. Aunt's voluptuous eagerness produced a rapid discharge on her part. Seeing this, while she was in the momentary ecstasy of spending, he was enabled to drag me from her arms, fortunately before I had weakened my powers by spending for a fourth time that day. And, too, was now in a condition to listen to reason, and bring her ideas of our after combinations into play. As we had brought the Count with us for a week's stay, we were just 4 cocks to 4 hens, so we could couple in the first instance on an exact equality, it being necessary by previous good fucking to bring the women's passions up to a boiling heat of lust to make them enter into our greater excesses with all the wild energy of the most salacious lubricity. Aunt had taken a great fancy to the Count when up at midsummer. Uncle was most lecherous on the glorious Franklin. I took most readily to the luscious and lascivious Dale, who was equally eager to repossess the prick which she firmly believed she had initiated into all the joys of cunt, and a most delicious fuck we had, she spending furiously and frequently to my once. Harry was equally pleased to pair off with his loved cousin, whose maidenhead he had undoubtedly taken. The women would gladly have had each fucker run a second course without drawing. But both aunt and uncle opposed this, as both more exhausting and less variety. So aunt chose me, uncle took the exciting young cunt of Ellen, Harry turned on to his mother's cunt, from whence he had originally come into the world, and the Count got the glorious Franklin, of whom he was never tired. This course was more prolonged by the men than the first, with the object of somewhat allaying the insatiable lust of the women by making them spend infinitely oftener than their fuckers. We so managed matters that we all came together or nearly so, and the women followed suit at the last final crisis, which was ushered in with wild cries of lust, and then a sudden overpowering silence fell on all as they lay panting in all the after-joys that follow the ecstatic discharge of life's essence. We rose for a general embrace of our naked bodies, then a romp, and a mutual slapping of arses and seizing of pricks and cunts, a very exciting game, which soon brought evidences of renewed vigor in all except poor uncle, who required a longer pause and an extra excitement before he could indulge in a third encounter. The Count took the delicious arsehole of the Frankland, who begged for me as her fucker. Aunt got Mrs. Dale under for a double gamma hutch, while Harry crammed his prick up Aunt's arse. Uncle enjoyed a delicious gamma hutch with Ellen, who sucked his limp prick all the time without any success. This was a delicious bout for us all, and ended in heavenly raptures. Our second double couplings were, myself in my aunt's cunt, which incest stimulated Uncle to a stand, and he took to his wife's arse while her nephew incestuously fucked her cunt. The Count took to the delicious and most exciting tight cunt of the Dale, while her son shoved his prick into his mother's arse, to her unspeakable satisfaction. Ellen and the Frankland amused themselves with trivic extravagances. This bout was long drawn out, and afforded inexpressible ecstasies to all concerned. And after the wild cries and most bawdy oaths that instantly preceded the final ecstasy, the dead silence and long after enjoyments were drawn out to a greater length than before. After which we all rose and purified, and then took refreshment of wine and cake, while discussing our next arrangement of couples. Uncle had, fortunately for him, managed not to spend in the last bout. He, therefore, was still capable of entering an arsehole, and he chose the delicious arse of the Franklin to receive this final offering, for after that he was done for that night. I was below engulfed in the exquisite cunt of the Frankland. The Count fucked Ellen while Harry was into her behind. Aunt and Mrs. Dale mutually gamma-hutched and dildoed each other. This, too, was a long drawn-out affair and ended in perfectly convulsive ecstasies and cries of the wildest sensuality that our most salacious passions could prompt. I then took my aunt's arse while the lecherous Dale was underneath gamma-hutching and dildoing her, and by putting the Dale close to the edge of the bed, the Count stood between her legs, which were thrown over his shoulders, and thus he fucked her, having taken a ledge to fuck her cunt, which was an exquisite one for fucking, her power of nip being nearly equal to the Frankland, and only beaten by Aunt's extraordinary power in that way. We thus formed a group of four enchained in love's wildest sports together. The Frankland was gamma-hutched by Uncle while having Harry's prick in her arse, Ellen acting postilion to Harry's arse while fricking herself with a dildo. The closing bout of the night was the Count into Aunt's arse, my prick into the Frankland's arse, Harry enjoying an old-fashioned fuck with his mother, and Ellen under Aunt to dildo and be gamma-hutched and dildoed by Aunt. We drew this bout out to an interminable length, and lay for nearly half an hour in the annihilation of the delicious after-joys. At last we rose, purified, and then restoring our exhausted frames with champagne, embraced and sought well-earned sleep in our separate chambers. I slept the sleep of the just, and awoke late to find Aunt sucking my stiff-standing prick at the very instant it was filling her mouth with a deluge of creamy spunk. She sucked up to the get-all-out, and in doing so brought him up to the scratch again, so jumping out of my low bed I made her kneel on it, stick out her enormous arse, and licked her reeking cunt until I could stand it no longer. Then bringing my huge prick I plunged in a single vigorous thrust up to the very top of her cunt, and made her squeal and spend with that alone. Pausing to let her enjoy it, I recommenced and ran a delicious course in that most exquisite cunt, and would have done so a second time, after a pause of ecstasy, if Harry Dale had not rushed into the room to say that all were impatiently awaiting me to sit down to breakfast. Aunt just stayed to give a final suck to my prick, and then vanished. I hastened to wash and dress, having sent Harry off to beg they would not wait for me. On joining them, the sly jokes they cut at my apparent laziness proved that they knew of the cause of detention. I looked at dear Aunt, and at once saw by the air of gratification on her dear plump face, that she herself had been boasting of her exploit, for it was all her own doing. Being Sunday, we all went decorously to church. The doctor gave us a very unctuous sermon on the goodness of virtue and chastity. It was a really fine sermon, and delivered with an unction that forbade the possibility of supposing that the preacher could be in reality the very reverse of his doctrine. It much pleased some of the country families, and one or two with their wives waited for the doctor leaving the church, to compliment him on his eloquence and admirable teaching. The flattered doctor ended by inviting two rather distant residents to luncheon at the rectory, so that we formed a numerous party, all on our best behavior. It was quite edifying to hear the pious and virtuous remarks of the admirable Frankland, and the no less virtuous and correct Dale. It gained them the entree into the exclusive set of both these high country families, and eventually led to an excellent marriage for the dear little Ellen. So much for the success of dissimulation. Vice playing the part of virtue, and succeeding to perfection. So goes the world. One thing is certain, that on this occasion it enforced chastity, in one sense at least, that we had no opportunity of practicing vice that afternoon. The charming Franklin Nixon made a great impression on the wives as well as husbands. To be sure, it was well known that she was a very wealthy widow, and they may have had some design of securing her for a son, nephew, or at least having the chance at it. She thanked them with that grace and charming ease of manner which so distinguished her and made her so captivating, excusing herself from visiting, during the first year of her widowhood, anywhere but among family friends, and as her late husband was Charles Roberts's and his sister's guardian, she considered his family as almost her own. They hoped to have the pleasure of seeing her some future day. The whole visit passed off very pleasantly, and left us only an hour for a stroll in the garden and time to dress for dinner. It will be recollected that the doctor was a great exactor of full evening dress at dinner, as tending to keep up proper appearances. We met at the accustomed hour at night in Aunt's room, in the full dress of Adam and Eve before they munched the apple. This night was dedicated chiefly to sacrifices to Venus Apostrophia, for the doctor commenced by having the Count while he was fucking his wife, and when able to get his fine old cock in for another go, would only again have it in my arse, while I was doing the same to Aunt's glorious immensity with the Count below fucking her. That was the end of poor Uncle's powers for that night, but he hutched all the women at the finish of their encounters with us three men. We gave them all the double jouissance, while those unoccupied carried on their own little game with tongue or dildo. It was again a night of most exquisite enjoyment. The following and remaining nights of our visit brought into requisition the rod before Uncle could get his dear old prick to stand, and myself tailed off on the next Sunday night, the last of our visit, so that Uncle, seeing what he called the laziness of my prick, seized the rod, and gave me as sound a flogging as ever he had done in my schoolboy days. The fact was that he had been longing to renew on my arse his lech for giving a really severe whipping. He had already, by dint of the same punishment, fucked the arses of the Count and the divine Frankland, and was now so excited anew that his prick stood as stiff as ever it did, and my red excoriated arse excited and renewed his very fine prick. But first I insisted upon moving to Aunt's arse, who at the moment was having a last fuck from the Count, and this incestuous group closed our orgies on this occasion, for we left for town the next day. After breakfast in the morning I slipped into the Dale's room, and had a parting fuck both with her and Ellen. Harry came in while we were at work, Ellen under the Dale hutching her, and I above administering a rear adieu. Harry stopped us for a moment until he could withdraw Ellen and take her place, that he might have a parting fuck with his loved mother, who thus had the two pricks she most loved in the world into her together. We drew our pleasure out to the utmost length our lust would allow of, and spent in the most ecstatic joy that poor human nature could support. Aunt had gone to the Count's bedroom at the very time we were meeting in Mrs. Dale's. Notwithstanding which, her insatiable cunt made her draw me into her sanctum downstairs for a final fuck at the last moment of our parting. Harry Dale staying behind to pass a week at home with his mother, the adorable Franklin, the Count, and I returned to town together. On the journey up we agreed to dine at Very's in Regent Street, and have a comparatively quiet night all together at my chambers, which we did, luxuriating in having the glorious naked body of the delicious Franklin between us. After we had each bedewed both her front and rear orifices with our life's balmy essence, we slept soundly till morning, when we renewed our double offerings on those glorious and delicious altars, then breakfasted. This was the last occasion but one of our having the Count, whose time for departure to his own country was drawing near. He left that day on a visit to a family in Scotland, whose son and heir was really the fruit of his loins. On his return some fortnight later we again passed a night with our exquisite friend the Franklin, and being both fresh from the country, we administered so many delicious coups to both apertures as quite contented her salacious love of prick. We parted next day with our loved friend the Count, but not for the last time, as I shall relate in its proper place a delightful visit we paid to him in his old ancestral castle, and an after rencontre with him and his sister in Turin. I saw my loved Franklin to her home and left town myself the same afternoon for my home in the country, to arrange for various repairs and alterations required on the property. I took my dear friend McCallum with me. We spent a pleasant 10 days, varied with a visit first from one of my sisters and then from the other, for 2 nights each, and jolly nights we spent fucking in every way. Mary's belly was up, but she declared it only made fucking more delicious than ever to her, still more with the double jouissance, in which she preferred the smaller prick of McCallum to mine in her arse. When Eliza came she stayed a 3rd night, and taxed our powers to the utmost. She was such a glutton for fuck on this occasion, declaring that her husband's want of power, as well as tact, left her more lewd after his fucking her than she was before, so that she had been forced by the excess of her unsatisfied lust produced by her husband to have recourse to the fine prick of her footman, a powerful young fellow, otherwise very plain, and not likely to inspire jealousy to any husband, but with whom she rarely could do more than get a rack off in a hurry, which was far from satisfaction sufficient for her hot passions. It was this that made her revel with such insatiable desires in the possession of our almost untiring pricks. Differing from Mary in her love of rear fucking, it was my big prick she loved best to have in her arse, while McCallum's lesser shaft satisfied her less exacting cunt. She was certainly one of the lewdest creatures ever made, wildly lascivious and full of variety. She had the most engaging ways with her, and could raise a prick from the dead. She was a worthy pupil of the Franklin, and had all the love and longing for prick, and cunt too, that our deliciously insatiable aunt was so famous for. She grew older, and becoming one of the most desirable women, I never tired of fucking her in both orifices whenever the opportunity presented itself. I returned to town just in time to have a parting orgy with the Count and the Franklin in my chambers, which I before said was a night of the wildest orgies. McCallum was called to the country by the illness of some of his family, and was absent for 6 months, so I was left with Harry to have occasional orgies together with the Franklin 3 times a week, and with the Nichols and Anne or Jane once a week by way of variety, but as they only came for a morning visit, these were not exhausting encounters, so that we lay comparatively in fallow, till the return of the Benson and Egerton, when they and the lovely Franklin taxed us to the utmost twice or thrice a week. Thus time progressed. The Franklin had been a widow for nearly 2 years when she proposed to travel for 2 or 3 years without returning in the interval to England. She wished me to accompany her, and made a most surprising and unexpected proposition to me. She said, "Charlie, my own darling, I love you more dearly than ever. It is true I am considerably older than you, but you are now 25 years of age, and, therefore, a full-grown man. I wish to endow you with all my great wealth, and I offer you my hand in marriage. Do not suppose I want to monopolize this dear prick. We were in bed naked, and had just concluded a most exquisite fuck. No, with our love of variety we will still seek it out, but as husband and wife we can do so with perfect ease and safety, whereas if not married and traveling together we should be compromised at every city we stop at. What say you, my darling Charlie? Here she threw herself on my bosom with loving eyes upraised to mine. Say, beloved of my soul. Why, look how the very idea has raised my prick to instant life. If anything in the world could delight me more than another, it is your generous noble offer. To dedicate my life to the woman I love more than any other is a joy greater than I can express. I thank you from my soul, adorable creature as you are. Oh, come to my arms as my future wife and let us revel in the glorious idea. Such was the way in which this happiness was conferred on me, which endured for long years, although, alas, my widowed heart now all hopelessly ever regrets that most lovable of women and best of wives. Oh, what happiness it was as long as I possessed her. We were married in a few days after this by special license. The Benson and the Edgerton were present and Harry Dale was my best man. We adjourned to her house, now ours, to breakfast. They also stayed to dinner and slept at our house, that we might celebrate our marriage with a parting orgy, for we announced to our friends that in marrying, so far from renouncing our orgies, we meant our union to promote ever-varying ones, and that on our return we would renew the exquisite ones we had so often enjoyed with them. Harry and I did all we could on that happy occasion to satisfy 3 of the finest women in the world, whose delicious power of fucking was never surpassed and rarely equaled. Oh, we had such a delicious night. As to the women, their amorous gama-hutching of each other was ever renewed, and was most exciting to see. After breakfast that morning they stopped to see us off, and threw old slippers after us for luck. We posted down to Ants for a day and a night on our way to the continent. They were, of course, delighted with my marriage as bringing great wealth into the family. Indeed, my darling presented Aunt with a check for £1,000. Mrs. Dale and Ellen came over, and we had another delicious night's orgy, in which all exerted themselves to the utmost. We parted from dear Aunt and Uncle, Mrs. Dale and Ellen, after luncheon, and posted down to Dover, slept at Birmingham's hotel, where we had our real first night's fucking all to ourselves, enjoyed it in moderation but in every endearment that 2 lovers could devise. We crossed to Calais next day. The sea was smooth at first, but we found it after passing the foreland very rough. My dear wife suffered severely. Fortunately I myself never felt better, and was thus able to devote every attention to the dear sufferer. It left her even after we landed with nausea and a severe headache, so that night at DeVoe's hotel we slept each in one of the separate beds in the same room, as is usual in French hotels, and indeed in continental hotels in general. My darling wife was far from feeling well next morning, but fancied that posting on to Abbeville would rather tend to recovery than otherwise. We accomplished this easily between breakfast and dinner, found a very comfortable hotel with very fair cooking and excellent wines. My wife enjoyed her dinner, and felt something like herself after it. We slept together by bringing the 2 beds side by side, but only took a single fuck before sleeping, and next morning a double one. We spent the day at Abbeville, wandering through its quaint streets and seeing its fine unfinished cathedral. The following day we posted to Amiens, visiting its very beautiful cathedral, posted the following day to Beauvais, again slept, passed next day there, and on the following day posted up to Paris, and drove to Mourist's Hotel in the Rue de Rivoli. We had previously written for a set of rooms au premier, overlooking the Tuileries Gardens, with orders to have dinner ready at a given hour. We arrived just in time to change our traveling costume and to sit down to a luxurious dinner. Here, as we had ordered. Our bedroom contained a proper large bed for both to sleep in. This hotel, being much used by the English, was furnished with French taste but English comfort. The dilatory manner of our journey, the agreeable breaks we had made at different interesting towns, had quite restored my beloved wife to all her accustomed health, energy, and lubricity. The comfort of the bed, the stimulating cheer, and the excellent wine also nerved me to meet her utmost lasciviousness, and we had a night such as we used to have when I first had her in my mother's spare bedroom. We recalled those happy days, and reveled in every lascivious act of the hottest lust. My adored wife excelled herself, and I myself was fully up to the mark. We fucked ourselves to sleep, with prick left soaking in her deliciously tightest of cunts, so that on awaking in full daylight I found my cock stiff standing in her cunt, which was giving it most delicious pressures, quite involuntarily, for the darling was not yet awake. I roused her by gentle movements, and the fricking of her long delicious clitoris, so that she awoke to joys of which we never tired. On this occasion natural wants compelled a temporary withdrawal to relieve our distended bladders. We found that it was already past 10 o'clock, so she smacked my bare bottom and sent me off to my dressing room, that both might get ready for breakfast, for which our appetites were already craving. I slipped on a dressing gown, went into our sitting room, rang for a waiter, and ordered breakfast to be got ready immediately, so that by the time we were dressed it was on the table all smoking hot, and we sat down and did full justice to it. We spent several days in visiting the wonders of Paris. I had heard of a famous bawd residing at number 60, Rue Richelieu, and another, Madame Lariche, in the Rue de Marc, where they had rooms, from which, through cleverly arranged peepholes, any operation in the next room could be distinctly seen. Madame Lariche's girls were instructed to get the finest men they could see in the street, to bring them in, and there to pretend to be so struck with their beauty that they would not be content without having them quite naked, stripping themselves also. When quite naked they caressed their pricks, waltzed round the room, taking care to stop exactly opposite each hidden opening, and their caress, handle, and show the standing prick to any looker on, eventually fucking in such a position as all peepers could fully see and enjoy. The fun of the thing was the perfect unconsciousness of the men as to the purpose of all these gyrations. They took it proudly as a homage to their virility, and the power of their charms over their new conquest, and were doubly lustful in consequence, little imagining it was all a well-acted scene, got up for an exhibition to please others, and show all their virile gifts. Sometimes both man and girl were very attractive, and I used to fuck my loved Florence while in the act of peeping. The place where we sat to see was a small narrow room, with just space for a couch on one side and 2 chairs at the end, next to each peephole. 3 other similar narrow rooms looked into the same operating room. One day we had an exciting fuck from the exhibition of a very fine man fucking his girl with a splendid prick. We were kneeling on the couch with my prick soaking in the quietude of the after joy. We heard a scuffling with suppressed body exclamations on the other side of the thin partition next to us. We, too, had made use of bodiness. I had whispered to Florence how deliciously tight her hairy cunt was, and how splendidly her enormous arse moved below my eyes as I fucked her. We now discovered that the couple next to us had overheard us, for we could just hear her ask if her arse's movement and size pleased him as much as their neighbors seemed to have done. "Oh, yes, my angel, you wriggle your immense arse to perfection, and your cunt is almost too tight. Then fuck on with your splendid prick as hard as our neighbors were at it." A happy thought seized me. I put my finger to my lip to give the hint to Florence, slipped out into the passage and peeped through the keyhole, which commanded the whole of the narrow room. I beheld a handsome man fucking a superbly stout woman, kneeling with her head down low, but towards the door. Her arse uncovered and held aloft was a remarkably fine one, wriggling indeed to perfection. I slipped back, described it to my dear wife, and suggested our speaking to them through the partition as soon as they were done, to avow that we had heard all their goings-on, as they had ours, and to propose that we should form a party carré. Florence jumped at the idea, just as their sighs and shaking of their couch against the partition announced the grand final crisis. We allowed them some minutes for the after-satisfaction. We then heard the lady beg him to do it again as she felt his cock was stiffening within her cunt. "No wonder," said he, "when your delicious tight cunt is giving me such exquisite pressures." We thought this a happy moment, as they were both in a state of lasciviousness, so tapping at the partition, and raising my voice just sufficient to be clearly heard, I said, "You have been following our example, and seem as lustful as we are. Suppose we join parties and exchange partners. I am sure you must be two desirable persons, and you will find us worth knowing. It will be a novelty exciting to all, and will lead or not, as it may be, to a further acquaintance or just a momentary caprice. What say you?" A pause and a whisper was followed by, "Et bien, nous acceptons. Come to us, for I am half undressed," cried the gentleman. We rose and went in unto them, even in a biblical sense. My slight peep had given me an idea of two handsome persons, but a full view proved them to be eminently so. He was still up to the hilt from behind. She lifted her head to look at us on entering, but left her splendid arse exposed, and did not for the moment alter her position. We handled and pressed it. The gentleman, feeling my wife's arse, cried out to his dearie, "Here's an arse equal to yours." Meanwhile, as I stood by her side feeling hers, she slipped her hand into my flap, and in answer to his exclamation, said, "There's a prick bigger than yours. Oh, I see, we shall all be delighted." She rose and pulled out my standing prick to show it to her husband, for like us they turned out to be a most salacious couple of married people. My wife laid hold of the husband's prick, and declared it to be a very fine one, and a delicious variety which was always charming. I proposed, as the room and couch could only accommodate one couple, that I should take his wife into our room, and leave mine with him, and as the two couches were close to the partition between, we could excite each other by our mutual sighs and body exclamations. This was at once agreed to. We all of us stripped to the buff. My new companion was magnificently made, very much of my aunt's figure, with the splendid arse, although not so enormously developed as dear aunt's. Her cunt was delicious, a grand mons veneris, sweetly haired with silky curls. Her pouting cunt had the true odor, and was very tight, and her pressures in action left nothing to desire. I gamma hutched her first. Her clitoris was well defined and stiff. Her bubbies were superb, and stood firmly apart, face charming with lovely and lovable blue eyes, full of the sparkle of lust, lips red and moist, inviting a tongue. We indulged in delicious preliminaries. She had a good look at my prick, declared she had thought her husband's could not be beaten, but admitted mine was longer and larger. She sucked its head. Then, lying back on the couch, she begged me to mount on her belly, as she liked to commence in that pose. I mounted upon her, got my prick gradually up to the crushing of the two hairs, and then alternately tonguing her sweet mouth or sucking a nipple of her lovely bosom, ran a most delicious course, making her spend thrice to my once. Our other equally occupied couple had evidently got a course ahead of us, and were changing into the position in which we had first fucked our wives. We, too, followed in the same attitude, and really the fine arse of my footy use, her naturally small waist, seemed to perfection in this position, and her noble shoulders beyond could hardly be excelled, and were most inviting and inciting. I plunged with one fierce thrust up her reeking cunt, and by the very violence of my attack made her spent on finding it up to the cods, giving me at the same time a cunt pressure almost equal to my loved wife's. She was so delightful a fucker that I fucked her thrice more before drawing out of that exquisite receptacle. On comparing notes afterwards, I learnt that my wife's fucker had just done as much, and though not so cunt satisfying a prick as mine, the variety and novelty gave it an extra charm that more than made up for any diminution of size. We were thus all mutually delighted with our change of partners. An acquaintance begun so delightfully led to a warm friendship and a constant interchange of these most agreeable refinements, including every variety of the Gamahutch and La Double Chow essence to all parties. We all went together to witness some rear operations between two men, for which the old Bod's house, number 60, Rue de Rivoli, was quietly known to be the rendezvous. I made a first visit alone to see if it would be worth our while, had an interview with the old Bod, a bold masculine woman of a certain age, who must have been very desirable in her younger years, for even now many who frequented her house finished off in her fully developed charms. Her habit being, as I was told, to come into the man after one of the girls had left him to purify herself, and herself to lave his prick from mere love and excitement of handling a prick, and from long practice she had an art of doing it in a way to raise another perpendicular, which led to its being elate in the full-blown charms of the Bod herself. I was shown into her sanctum, and there I told her that I knew she could arrange an exhibition of sodomy. I said that I only wanted to see the operation, as it appeared to me impossible, and I should like the two fellows to be well hung and good looking, if such she could procure. I have the very thing for you under my hand if you care to wait a quarter of an hour. As that exactly suited my purpose, I said I would. She rose, rang the bell, and when a tap came to the door, went out and gave some orders. When she came back she said to me, "I have some very fine girls, all entirely without prejudices, would you like to have one up? I have them of all ages, from 12 to 25, and also one or two handsome boys to have in company with them, to excite the slower powers of elderly men or those who like such additions." I thanked her, but told her my only object at present was to see an actual scene of sodomy. So to occupy me she opened a small cupboard, and took out some body books, admirably illustrated. The examination of these was exciting. Her experienced eye detected the effect in the distension of my trousers, the extent of which seemed so to astonish her that she laid her hand upon it, gave an exclamation of surprise at its size, and said she must see so noble a prick, unbuttoned my trousers, and pulled it out. She handled it charmingly and looked so lewd that I don't know what might have happened, for I had already slipped a hand up to an enormous big and hard arse, when a tap came to the door, and a voice announced simply that all was ready. This at once recalled me to myself, although the Bod would willingly have made me before adjourning to the other room. She said, "What a pity not to let me have this magnificent prick into me. I wish the fellows had not come so soon. I am certain I could have got it if we had not been interrupted, and I can tell you you would have found me as good a fuck yet as the finest young woman you could meet with." I laughed, and to quiet her, said, "We may have that another time, for you are a very fine and desirable woman." With this placebo she rose and accompanied me to the room where the two men awaited us. They were two tall, good-looking young men, evidently garçons de cafés, a class much addicted to this lech, and acting as paid minions to those wanting them. They naturally concluded that such was my object. They were already stripped, and both their very fair pricks were nearly at full stand. They each turned themselves round, and asked which arse I wished to operate on, and which prick was to operate upon me. The old Bod, whose interest it was to induce me to have them, handled their pricks with great gusto, and pointed out the firmness and attractiveness of their arses, bid me feel how hard they were, as well as the stiffness of their pricks and the rough crispness of their buttocks. I felt them, and would gladly have had them both, but I knew they had an infamous habit of chantage, that is of denouncing to their gang. Well-to-do men who were got within their meshes, and go where he would in Europe he was sure to be waited on and money screwed out of him by threatening to denounce his practices, so shaking my head and refusing to let the old bod pull out my prick, which might then have become too unruly, I firmly told her she knew I only came there to see what the operation was like, and had no idea of having my own person handled by them. A mutual glance of disappointment was exchanged between the bod and them, but they put themselves at my disposal, and asked which was to be the recipient and which the operator. I pointed out the largest prick as the operator. They drew a sofa into the best light, and one knelt on it, presenting a very tempting arsehole to his fellow minion. After moistening it and spitting on it, the old bod, with apparent relish, guided the prick of the other to the aperture, and it glided with all ease into the well-accustomed receptacle. I was seated by their side with my eyes on a level and close to the point of junction. A very exciting scene, for he went up to his cods, and fucked right earnestly while the recipient wriggled his arse to perfection, and seemed really to enjoy it. They spent with cries of joy and great delight. It excited me very much, and the observant old bod could see my prick bounding within the confinement of my trousers. Hoping to overcome my reluctance to take part in the program, she stimulated them to change places, and the recipient became the operator, and the other the recipient. I was awfully lewd, but resisted even that. After they had done, I gave them a Napoleon apiece in excess of the price paid to the bod, and left them to dress, and retired with the bod to make other arrangements. On shutting the door and entering the corridor, I perceived at once some doors opening upon small rooms adjoining the operating room. I guessed their destination. On attempting to open one, the bod seized my arm in great alarm, and said, "You must not go there." I smiled and said, "Oh, I understand, come along." When once more in her sanctum, I said, "I see you have had peepers watching the operations, so it is well I resisted any complicity in the action, but the discovery that you have the peepholes already simplifies my object. I have come here to report upon the effect of this scene of sodomy. A friend who dares not do as much requires such a stimulant to enable him to fuck a woman he much desires to have, and who is my mistress. Now it so happens I want very much to fuck his mistress, and we have made a compact that if this scene is likely to excite him, we are to come to your peepholes, and while he is thus enabled to fuck my woman, I shall fuck his. I am thus explicit that you may know our real object. I suppose that now the witnesses to our operations today have left, so let me see the rooms that I may judge how far they will suit and which will most favor our object." The old bod complied directly, but still longing to have my big prick into her, pulled her petticoats up to her navel, showing an enormous mons veneris, thickly haired, and turning round a still finer arse, said, "Would I not like to assuage my excited prick in one or other of her really splendid attractions?" I said, "Not at present, thank you," and tightening my trousers over it, showed her that it had quite drooped its head, and was no longer in the humor. She undertook to raise it very quickly, but I politely declined, on the play of want of time, to thoroughly enjoy so splendid a woman. With a sigh of disappointment, for the size of my prick had evidently raised her lewdness to fiery zest, she led the way. 2 or 3 of the peeping rooms were too small for 4, but one was arranged for a party carré. I made an arrangement for the second day from then, and requested, if possible, to have 4 buggers together, to do it in various positions, and once at least in a chain of 3 pricks into the arses before them at the same time. I paid in advance half of the high price we were to pay, and fixed the hour of 1 o'clock in the afternoon, in order to have plenty of daylight to see and thoroughly enjoy all the excitement. I left but allowed the old bod just on going away to take out my prick and give it a suck by the way of allaying a little the great desire she had for it. She doubtless expected to raise such a heat as would compel my passions to satisfy her, but I had now sufficient command of it to keep it down. Our grand scene of sodomistic encounters took place as arranged, the de Grand Vits, as our new friends were called, and ourselves, with a basket containing 2 bottles of champagne, biscuits, and glasses, betook ourselves to number 60, and were installed in the chosen chamber some 5 minutes before the arrival of the sodomites. We saw them undress, slap each other's arses, and feel each other's pricks to get them in fighting order. The old bod was there and lent an effective helping hand where wanted. They all declared it would much assist their operations if she would strip and let them see her flitting round and aiding in their efforts. She knew herself to be much more attractive in body than face, and complied directly, and really added much to the excitement of the scene. They began by coupling in threes, so that one after the other held the delicious position of middleman be fucked and fucking. The spare fourth fucking the old bod, much to her gratification and ours. The first outsider was now placed in the middle, and the previous recipient became his attacker in the rear, while the previous rear fucker became the recipient of the outsider. The late middleman, instead of fucking the bod, buggered her to her apparent satisfaction. This was just what I wanted, for we had not as yet in our party's cares with the de Grandvits indulged even in bottom fucking the women, but this, as we afterwards found, was equally indulged in private by them as well as ourselves. Now we enjoyed the sight of the old bod wriggling in delight with loudly uttered exclamations of pleasure at having her bottom well fucked, for it was the largest prick of the four and a very fine one that was into her arse. We had already racked off in the cunts of each other's wives at the first display. "Let us try that," whispered my wife to de Grandvit. "It appears to give the old woman vast delight." It was what de Grandvit had been longing for in his inward soul. At the proposition of my adored wife his cock sprung into its utmost stiffness. She knelt on a chair before a peephole. De Grandvit brought his fine prick, which he had moistened with his spittle, up to her delicious hairy arsehole and with very little effort housed it to the hilt. At the whispered wish of my darling Florence he did not press to a rapid conclusion, but drew the fuck out to a most exciting length, and to an ecstatic ending in which they had great difficulty in suppressing exclamations of the delight afforded. I had followed the lead given. The delicious big arse de Grandvit had, like her husband, a long previous wish to be so fucked, and from practice of that divine coition had no difficulty in taking in with vast pleasure my bigger prick. We both ran 2 exquisite courses in their delicious arseholes, and then separated that all might see the grand finale of the 4 sodomites each in the arse before him, and the 4th front man into the immense and magnificent arse of the old bod. This ended their exhibition. I should add that all in turn had either fucked or buggered the old bod to her infinite gratification both in person and nurse, for she claimed afterwards and received a good additional douceur for the extra sight of her own fine body, naked and in double action. When they were dressed she got out the liqueur bottle and gave them all a dram and a biscuit. We, too, partook of our champagne and biscuits while discussing the charms of the scenes just witnessed. My darling wife chimed in with the remark of how much more the middleman had seemed to enjoy it than the 2 outsiders. I added a remark that I had heard that such a position was the ne plus ultra of delight. "Then why should we not try it?" said the glorious de Grandvit. "I quite agree with you," said the husband. "Who shall begin?" I thought, as the idea of trying it was first suggested by his wife, she ought to have her own idea first realized in her magnificent person. I would fuck her while he went into her arse. This was immediately adopted. I lay down on my back, the delicious de Grandvit mounted on me, rose and fell, and spent before she stooped on my belly and presented her splendid arse to her impatient husband, who for some minutes knelt prick in hand behind her. With gentle care and well-moistened prick he got housed at last in his wife's delicious arsehole, and then slowly at first, but more energetically afterwards, we ran a most exquisite course. As no one was now in the adjoining chamber, no restraint was put upon our lascivious exclamations. The de Grandvit was in such a delirium of ecstasy that she screamed again and died away in absolute annihilation of all sense but that of the utmost satisfied lust. My darling wife had straddled across us and been gama-hutched deliciously by de Grandvit while incolant his wife. We next changed the venue. He fucked my wife while I plunged into her glorious arse. The de Grandvit straddled across the others, was gama-hutched by me as her husband had gama-hutched my wife. This course, too, was run in an ecstasy of enjoyment to all concerned, and ended our orgy on that occasion. We arranged our dresses, finished our champagne, called up the old bod, satisfied her demands, and thanked her for the exciting scene she had procured us. On asking her, she admitted that the other peeping rooms had been occupied by couples, and that one elderly gentleman had had 2 of her page boys to operate and be operated upon while the scene before him excited him to the necessary extent to take a part in it himself. He had just left, having stayed to listen to our proceedings, and had told her the 2 gentlemen had, in consequence of the scene witnessed, initiated the women into the double jouissance, and the excitement of listening and hearing had enabled him once more to get into the handsomest boy, and have the other in him. She hinted that we ought to come again, and have the boys in, for she said the gentlemen, that is ourselves, would find an immense additional pleasure in letting the boys penetrate their bottoms while they were into their ladies in both apertures. We laughed, and said we should consider her offer, but for the present we were fucked out. We did not forget the bod's proposal of having a boy to fuck us while incolant the dear women. A hint to my darling wife brought this out at our next meeting. After the dear creatures had both enjoyed the double jouissance, my wife said to Madame de Grandvit, "We are really quite selfish. Here are our 2 loved husbands giving us the unutterable joys of the double junction, and yet not enjoying it themselves. You remember how the old woman at number 60 spoke of the raptures the addition of her boys would be to the bottoms of our husbands while administering the double coition to us. Why should they not try the same on themselves, and give us the delight of seeing them in all the ecstasies their double embrace confers upon us? We know how they delight in being postillioned, which shows how much they would like the real thing if they dared avow it. It is for us to break down the barriers of prejudice and false shame. Here, Charlie, let me dedicate your bottom to the lust of our dear friend de Grandvit." My beloved wife was at the moment handling the prick of de Grandvit, and whose full standing stiffness showed he was ready to face any difficulty. I pretended a fear of its size being too great to allow of entrance into that narrow path of bliss without great pain to the recipient. "You can never know that till you try," cried my darling wife. In all this she was only acting a part prompted by myself, for I was most anxious not only to have de Grandvit into my own arse, but was longing to be into his great, coarse, hairy, corrugated deep brown arsehole. In this I differed greatly from our dear friend McCallum, who loved the delicate unfledged arseholes of youths, while to me it was necessary to be the very reverse of the fair sex, whose arseholes in general are of a delicate pink with puckered up charming little orifices, which, of course, have their charm, but when with men to me it was twice as exciting to find them like my dear friend the Count's, quite contrary to those of the fair sex. Dark brown, roughly corrugated, and coarse hairs all round them were the arseholes that raised all my lust, and made sodomy a delicious contrast to merely fucking the arseholes of women. Such an arsehole as I most loved to fuck was M. de Grandvit's. I had suggested to my wife to tempt him with mine for the sole object of getting into his. He bit at the bait, so I shoved my prick into his wife's arse. My wife conducted his prick into my delighted bottom. I made some affected grimaces, but of course took him in with the greatest ease. My darling wife had acted postilion to him, and had frigged his wife with her other hand, so we ran a delicious course of the wildest lust. As we had already served out our wives too many fucks, one trial was sufficient for the moment. De Grandvit was in ecstasies at the delight I had afforded him, especially as he appeared to be revenging the affront I gave to him by being into his wife in culo. My adored wife, with her happy art of handling and exciting a prick, none the less willingly that she was getting it up to go into her own hungry and delicious arsehole, soon brought a Grandvit to the necessary stiffness. I wanted no other stimulant than the expected satisfaction of a ledge I had long had to be into his fine, rough, hairy arsehole. As soon as he was fairly hilted in my adored wife's splendid bottom, his better half took my prick in hand, put it into her mouth to suck and moisten it, and then guided it into that narrow abode of bliss I so longed to possess. It really was the first time de Grandvit's arsehole had ever been penetrated by a prick. Although he had long wished for such an experience, there was therefore some real grimacing, for mine was not a prick of the ordinary dimensions, that might penetrate any arsehole, but a prick of the biggest, so I was obliged to be very gentle and make frequent halts. My darling wife was obliged to exert all her delicious means of keeping his fine prick in her arse at full stand by cunt pressures and her delicate handling of his ballocks. At last I was fully engulfed, and pausing until all strange feelings had subsided, a gentle movement and my darling wife's admirable seconding enabled us to end the course in the wildest ecstasies of the most delicious delight, and to sink on the broad back of my splendid wife, completely annihilated by the most exquisite joys of satiated lust. Once this delicious practice had been indulged in, you may be sure it did not end with a single experience, but as thereafter the bonne bouche or finish of all our after orgies. My beloved wife, whose eye for a capable man was infallible, had observed a genteel, tall, good-looking young German waiter in the hotel, who looked superior to his place. He turned out to be the son of a wealthy hotel proprietor at Frankfurt, who had sent his son to Moorists in a sort of apprenticeship, to learn how a large Parisian hotel was managed. In such a situation they receive no wages and have even in general to pay a premium for the privilege. This practice, which is general with German innkeepers, accounts for the number of genteel-looking waiters that are met with in the large hotels of great capitals, and who are found to be of superior education and information when spoken to in a friendly and familiar manner. This was eminently the case with our friend Karl. My wife had taken rather a fancy to him, not at first erotic, but observing that after she had talked to him familiarly that he began to be very deferential to her and with a certain manner that she, with the instinct of a woman, saw at once arose from amorous admiration. Casting her eye downwards she detected the effect produced in his trousers whenever she was kindly civil to him. She increased her familiar conversation, which evidently allayed any fear he might have had, and she could soon see by the increased bulging out of his trousers, not only that he was growing more lewd upon her, but that he was evidently very well furnished. Learning that he was the son of a wealthy father, well educated, only now placed in the position of a servant, in order to know, by obeying, how to command, and also to gain the experience which large and well-frequented hotels alone could teach, how best to conduct his own hotel hereafter. She told me all about it, and thought he might be molded to our purposes. Even if not, she had taken a caprice to him so that in any case it would be a gratification to her to possess him. So I lent myself to aid her by purposely absenteeing myself either at breakfast or luncheon, under pretext of going to take one or the other with bachelor friends. As Karl was told off to especially attend upon us, and no other servant ever came near unless rung for, my wife had easy opportunity, and with her practiced skill in seduction, had him into her on the second day. He proved an admirable stallion, grew passionately lewd on the splendid person of my wife, and became in fact cunt-struck upon her, probably the strongest bond that can entangle a man. It becomes an infatuation that makes him the slave of the cunt that has attracted him. There are few men of hot temperament who have not experienced this overmastering infatuation, and they know that even supposing the object becomes perfectly unworthy, unfaithful, abusive, and with every vice indulged openly before them, they may wince, they may thoroughly despise her, but the chain holds them fast in adamantine bonds, which neither the persuasion of friends nor their own knowledge of the perfect unworthiness of the object can tear asunder. Such became the fate of Karl, and my wife molded him, with all her wily skill, to our lascivious purposes. When once under her enchantment, I made a run over to England on some urgent matters, purposely leaving the field open. My wife completed her conquest, had him in every way, had postillioned him, and wormed out of him that at college he had indulged in sodomitical practices with young students like himself, but knowing how prejudicial it would be to him in his profession, he had weaned himself from the habit with men, but dearly loved the enculage with women, and doubly adored my wife when he found her extraordinary and exquisite talent in that way. She also, after much apparent hesitation, in answer to his eager and continual questioning, omitted that her husband was much addicted to worshipping her bottom, and had taught her its divine use. She even cautioned him against any imprudence on my return, for she said she had her suspicions that I had a lege for men, and if I discovered their liaison, would be apt to avenge myself that way. Oh, if he would still allow me to possess your enchanting person, he might make what use he pleased of me. This was the point aimed at from the beginning. My wife wrote to me, and we arranged that I should announce my return for a certain morning, and that she should have Karl to sleep with her the previous night. I arrived in the middle of the night, walked into the room, found him in bed, played the angry husband, swore I must have revenge, and that as he had cuckolded me I must avenge the affront in being into his person. He objected, for form's sake, but said he would yield to anything if I would not drive him away from the adorable madam. That will depend upon the manner in which you satisfy my desires. Oh, do what you like, dear sir, if only you will allow me to love madam. We shall see, let me look at your prick. Oh, a good size, even when down. Let me see it at full stand. My wife here interfered, and said Karl was so good that she was sure he would prove a satisfaction to me. She took his prick in hand, and with her art of handling a prick, had it at full stand in a minute, and asked me if she could possibly have refused so handsome a prick as that. And, indeed, it was a very fine one. Karl was a very fair young man, with a most beautiful and satiny skin. His prick was exquisitely white, and the blue veins showed themselves coursing through in a most tempting way. It was 7.5 inches long, by quite 6 in circumference, was thick up to the vermilion nut, although gently diminishing from the roots. The glans was smaller than the shaft close up to it. A hollow, like what you sometimes see in the neck of a bottle, ran all round the edge of the nut, and thus made it a head to the shaft. My wife declared that its shape gave her great pleasure in both orifices. It certainly was a very attractive prick, and now that it was at full stand I made him lie on his back on the bed, took it in my mouth, sucked and frigged it until he spent in an agony of delight. I then made him turn over on his belly, that I might admire his ivory-like buttocks, which I caressed and kissed in every way. My wife, slipping her hand under his belly, soon recovered the stiffness of his prick. I now desired him to kneel that I might be into his bottom. His exquisitely white buttocks, marble-like in polish, hardness, and coldness to the touch, were most attractive to women as well as to me. While thus kneeling with head low, and the chink between the buttocks well spread open, his exquisite small, pink, corrugated arsehole with almost invisible fair, short ringlets around it was truly lovely and exciting. As a rule, I like to fuck a rough, hairy-arsed man, but I can all the same appreciate the delight in such an exquisite arsehole as Karl possessed. To me also it had the attraction of its first possession. When thus first fully displayed to my delighted eye, I flung myself on my knees, kissed and tongued the exquisite and delicious orifice, and speedily got furiously lewd upon it, and rarely have I fucked an arse more deliciously incentive to sodomy. "Oh, poor fellow," cried my wife, "you must let this fine object, his prick, be housed in me first, and then he will less feel the introduction of your large instrument." I immediately consented, on which he cried out in delight, Oh, do what you like with me, as long as your adorable lady will permit me to possess her. Well, said I, see, her cunt is reeking with your spunk, so I will first bathe my prick therein, to make it go easier into your arse. We took up kneeling positions. He filled the delighted cunt of my wife, and presented his really beautiful arse to my raging lust. I humored the entrance a little, but once within over the nut, I plunged recklessly forward, somewhat too roughly, for it made him wince, and he would have escaped from me if he had not been doubly imprisoned. The pause I gave him after being fully engulfed calmed the strange sensation, and we gradually increased our movements until both died away in excessive delight, especially to him, for it was his first experience of la double jouissance, and it gave him such exquisite enjoyment that he begged me not to withdraw, but to run a second course. My darling wife, thinking it would increase his lewdness if she changed his prick from her cunt to the more divine orifice, withdrew it, and placed it in the grove sacred to the secret rites of Priapus. He enjoyed the ecstasies of paradise on this last occasion, and we all fell on the bed completely overcome by the soul-killing joys of the discharge, and lay soaking in all the after-pleasure for some time, until my darling wife begged us to relieve her of our overpowering weight. We rose and purified ourselves, and then I posed him standing up, admiring the really fine proportions and beauty of his handsome fair form. I sucked his prick until it stood, and then told him he must give me the pleasures of the middle, which he was so highly praising as the utmost exquisite enjoyment he had ever experienced. My darling wife was delighted. She got on her knees. I entered her delicious cunt in the first bout, and I quickly housed Carl's prick in my arse. We ran an exquisite course, and then a second with only a change of my prick to Florence's arse instead of cunt. Carl was after this obliged to leave us, as the morning was getting on. I sent him away the happiest of men by telling him as long as he placed his arse at my disposal, he should have my wife always at the same time. Thus we had secured another fine prick to our general orgies. We told the grand vits of our fortunate trouvaille. Monsieur made some difficulty about his being a servant, and the fear of discovery of our orgies through his indiscretion, but hearing that he was much superior to a servant he consented to his introduction. After they had seen and admired him, they expressed their extreme satisfaction at the result of his joining us, for both Madame and Grandvit loved to have him into all their orifices. We could now fuck both women at once, and the double pleasure could be given to either sex without there being any outsider. Every third night they slept in our hotel, and that night we never ceased conjunctions in every variety, with pauses for refreshment, purification, pleasant body talk, fun, and frolic. For a month longer this delicious existence lasted, and then it was time for us to proceed southward. We parted from the Grandvits with much regret, but promised to return in the spring and visit them at their country house. I may here add that we did so, and enjoyed our visit to the utmost, and, in the second year of our absence, they accompanied us into Germany, where at last we left dear Carl. He had begged us to let him go as my valet with us to Italy. His intended stay in Paris was within a month of its termination. He wrote to his father that the opportunity of traveling through Italy under the offer we had made was too advantageous to be lost. His father consented, and thus for 18 months he was our constant companion and participator in all our lascivious conjunctions. Carl accompanied us to London on our first return home, and resided with us for 3 months. I told the Benson and the Edgerton of our good fortune in discovering him, and the exquisite addition to our party of us and the de Grandvits he had been. They were instantly alive to the delight of possessing him. I had continued the occupation of my chambers in the temple, in which Harry Dale still resided. It was there we erected our altar to the Apostrophian Venus, and held our orgies. Carl delighted our old friends, who were never tired of having him one way or another, while Harry or I administered to the double jouissance. A new prick to a woman is like a fresh cunt to a man, and for the time gives additional zest to the lust which rages in us. So it is with the darling Benson and the lovely Edgerton. They reveled in the possession of Carl. They knew they could only have him but a short time, and they made the most of him. My beloved wife, with that kindly consideration for everyone which distinguished her, quite abandoned Carl to these two dear insatiable cunts, and contented herself with presiding over our orgies, dictating new and exciting poses to our two friends, leaving Carl and me to their embraces, and consoling herself with a fuck now and then from Harry Dale, when we two were simply fucking each his dame. She told them, "I can have Carl and Charlie whenever I like at home, so must leave them to you for the 3 months that Carl can only give us." We met thrice a week. My wife used to drive to the dear creatures and take them up, the husbands being much gratified at the affection shown by my wife to them, and never having the slightest suspicion of the object my wife had in taking them out. As to our own servants, they knew the chambers belonged to their master, and they knew we lunched there, but they never imagined their mistress would take ladies to share in their master's embraces. So that we carried on our intrigue in perfect safety and impunity. It was a sad day when we left with Carl, who never again returned to England. Our darling companions had become much attached to him, and parted with close embraces, and with bitter tears bade him adieu. We parted from him at Frankfurt, where his father, retiring to a country life, left him proprietor of a capital hotel, to which in after years we often resorted when going to and from the German spas, and always stayed some days to renew the orgies we all so loved. His love for my adored wife's cunt endured for 10 or 12 years, when an advantageous marriage softened it, perhaps more through the jealousy of his wife who, suspecting, caused us to desist from using his hotel. He had also got a family of a boy and 2 girls growing up, which completely ended our acquaintance. To return to the time of our conducting him to Frankfurt with the Grand Witz, they afterwards accompanied us in a tour in Switzerland, but left us at Zion, when we turned our steps across the Simplon to Italy. We were invited by our friend the Count to visit him for a month at his old castle in the hills of San Giovanni, overlooking all the ground of Bonaparte's earlier battles in his first Italian campaign. We followed the right bank of Lake Maggiore to Arona and Alessandria, and thence by a quay gained the castle of the Count on the hill above. It was situated in the midst of glorious scenery. From the summit of a hill near the glorious line of the Alps could be seen Monte Rosa, Mont Blanc, Mont Cenis, Monte Jovi, and thence round the Apennines, while the gap leading to Savona gave a view of the sea, the southern suburb of Genoa, and the line of coast leading to Spezia. It was a glorious view, and we often directed our steps to the summit from whence it was seen during our month's stay with our loved and delightful host. His old castle was only partially ruinous, but quite habitable. However, his father had built a comfortable house in the garden, at the base of the rock. The castle crowned a perfect perpendicular detached mass of rock, half round which rushed a mountain torrent, the approach being a very steep zigzag with now ruinous defenses, a very steep and difficult ascent. It is true from a low entranced cave at the foot a secret stair led up from the garden, of which I shall have more to say in relating some incidents of the Count's earlier history, as confessed to us in our close and intimate intercourse. We were warmly welcomed by our dear friend, who, leading us to our rooms, had a rack off of his waste steam in the ever-delicious cunt of my loved wife, who, it will be recollected, had a great penchant for the Count, when she used to prefer him at our Percy Street orgies. When the Count retired, I plunged my excited prick into the balmy bath he had prepared for me in my wife's cunt, fucking her fast and furiously the instant he retired, a change she loved above all things. This calmed us for the moment, and enabled our waiting for night. We had expected to find a young sister of the Count with him, but at our orgy at night he told us that since his return home he had had this sister, and that in fact at that moment she was staying with an accoucheur at Turin, and he expected to hear of her delivery by every post. We congratulated him on finding so delicious a bit of incest to his hand on his return to his country. "Ah," said he, "it is much more delicious than you think." "Indeed, how is that?" "She is my own daughter as well as sister." "What a delicious idea," cried I, "what a cockstand, and what a fuck it must have been to you. But you must have had your own mother to bring about such a delicious result. Do let us hear all about it, my dear Count, it will excite us all to renewed efforts, as incest always does." This conversation occurred during a long pause we had made in our first night's orgy, when quietly seated after purification, restoring our powers with champagne and some slight refreshments prepared by our host for the occasion. We had already had 3 hours of the most delicious fucking in every possible combination, being all, especially the Count, fresh and in excellent order for a thorough excess. So we all were glad of a respite, and listened to the exciting story of the Count's delicious double incest. As we did not hear all at that sitting, I will finish an account of our doings, and then give a connected narrative or sketch of that strange intrigue, and some other of his earlier escapades, merely adding that his account of his affair with his mother set us all off in such an excitement of lust, followed by such an excess of fucking in bouts of double jouissance, in which not only my adored and most lascivious wife came in for her full share, but both the Count and myself enjoyed the double bliss in our turn. We carried on to such an excess that we were quite knocked up, and were so overpowered with sleep the next evening that by common consent we quietly went to bed, and deferred till morning any fresh deeds in the fields of love and lust. We found this so refreshing to our powers of fucking that we regularly adopted the system of lying fallow the earlier portion of every other night. We passed a most agreeable time with walks and rides through the lovely scenery, and explorations of the old castles. The Count himself had 2, but the one immediately above his house was by far the most interesting and was the original seat of his ancestors, wild robber barons of their day, and a black deed was reported in the traditions of the peasantry around. The castle, although in a valley between the hills, stood on a high perpendicular isolated rock some 150 feet above its base. It was crowned with a very high building to make up for want of space at the foundation, and had besides a very lofty and bold round tower, rising high enough above the sides of the valley to serve as a lookout beyond them. The habitable part was reached from the main gate by a steep stair. At one of the landings was a trap door opening upon a profoundly deep shaft. Tradition said that this was a trap for personal enemies, who, on pretense of reconciliation, were invited to the castle. On passing over the trap it opened, and they were precipitated to the bottom. It was the common tradition of the peasantry that wheels with scythes attached chopped them to pieces at the bottom. It is a curious fact, and one showing how tradition may preserve a truth where least expected. Our friend the Count for 6 months lay hidden in the secret recesses of this old castle at the time a price was set on his head for treason. This had led him to all sorts of explorations, in which he had discovered many hiding places. Knowing of this tradition about the cutting up of bodies at the bottom of this deep shaft, he got his 2 younger brothers to let him down by a long cord, and really found the remains of machinery and wheels with rusty blades attached. After he had finally escaped, a more regular search was made, and it was discovered that a communication with the torrent on a former higher level had let the water pass underneath the castle, and turn a water wheel which cut up the bodies and made them float away by the outlet. Human skulls and bones were found, singularly verifying the truth of tradition. At the time the Count was a fugitive hiding therein, the old apartments were used as a granary to store the rent in kind of his father's tenantry. As there were suspicions of his having taken refuge here, the place had been 2 or 3 times ransacked by the police without their discovering him, thanks to the ingenious hiding places he had discovered. But for this very reason every precaution had to be taken, and no beds, bedding, or plates, knives, chairs, or tables were there. He slept on the corn, spread 3 feet thick on the floor, or sat on it when tired. His mother, with provisions under her petticoats, would saunter in the garden, and, when unobserved, slip into the low cavern and ascend by the secret stairs, and seated on the corn by his side, would wait until he had done, to take everything away, and leave not a trace of anyone being provisioned up there. These details are explanatory of what follows. The Count had been one of the royal guard for 2 years at Turin, and being a handsome young fellow, had as much fucking at command as he could wish for. When shut up for months in his asylum, the passions that had been kept under by constant gratification began to torment him. From the loopholes of the castle he could see the peasant women working on the mountainside, and, in stooping, showing their legs even up to the bare skin, and this used to drive him mad with desire. He did not frick himself, but at night stole down to the garden, secured a large pumpkin or two, took them up to his retreat, cut small holes in their sides, and then thrust his stiff standing prick into them, forcing the hole to the size of his prick, and then working the pumpkin with both hands till he spent deliciously. He used to get 6 or 7 fucks in these artificial cunts, then throw away the finished one on the torrent side of the castle. This was so far a relief, but his lust grew fiercer every day, and on one occasion became uncontrollable. His mother, who had married at 15, was now a fine ripe woman in her 36th year. One day, after setting down the things she had brought up, she lifted her outer gown that she might not show she had been sitting on corn. The Count was already seated much below her body on the low corn. His mother accidentally on this occasion drew up all her clothes, showing the whole of her fine arse, and in stooping backwards to seat herself all her fine hairy and gaping cunt was visible to his lower sight. This was too much for the Count. In a moment his prick sprang to the fiercest stand. He instantly unbuttoned his trousers. His mother, finding she had brought her bare arse onto the corn, leant over on the side opposite to her son to tuck her petticoats under her arse, but the Count seized her round the waist with one arm, with his body pressed on her already bent body, forced her quite down on her side and was into her cunt up to the hilt. He thrust it up so fiercely as not only to make her shriek with surprise, but also with pain. She struggled to be free, but was held down with all the energy of his ferocious lust. Very few thrusts in and out were required to bring down the first rush of his sperm. This lubricated her cunt. His prick never yielded, but stood as stiff as ever, and with hardly an instant's pause he recommenced a more delicious action than the previous one. His mother, however, was much distressed in mind at the first horror of the incest, but being a ripe woman of hot lubricity, could not feel a fine prick deliciously belaboring her cunt without having her lust excited in spite of herself. As all pain of the unprepared forcing of her cunt had passed away, and the plentiful rush of her son's spunk lubricated all the passage, she soon could not control her passions, and seconded him with an art which left nothing to desire. His long deprivation fired him to unusual efforts, and he fucked her 5 times before he withdrew. When she sat up she said, "Oh, Ferdinand, what have you done? How could you do so? Violate your own mother. It is dreadful." The poor Count, seeing her much distressed, burst into tears, threw his arms round her neck, and weeping told her he could not help it. She patted his head, and said, "Poor fellow, poor fellow." On this he lifted his head to kiss her. She, too, wept, and they mingled tears and caresses together. This almost instantly restored his prick to its pristine stiffness. He bent his mother back on the corn, and although she resisted a little, and said it was too dreadful his wanting to commit such a sin again, she opened her legs when he got over her, and did not prevent his pulling up her petticoats. He was into her this time well moistened and really longing cunt, for her passions were now become lascivious. Thrice more did he fuck her, each time more delicious than the others, and in all seconded by the most splendid action of his mother's arse, and the most exciting pressures of the inner folds of her really delicious cunt. At last she left him, but after so delightful a commencement every day saw a renewal of these delicious encounters. His mother proved an adept in every resource of lust. Being a splendidly made woman, and salacious in the extreme, when once she had given way to her lubricity, she indulged in every whim of lust. She always, after a few days fucking, came very lightly dressed, with no stays or other encumbrances, so that they used to strip and fuck at ease in every way. The Count assured us that much as he had since enjoyed some of the finest women, never had one given greater pleasure than his delicious, lewd, and salacious mother, doubtless the fact of it being incest added to the usual gratification given by a ripe, well-made, luscious cunt woman. After the first week of their delicious encounters, his mother said to him, "My dear Ferdinand, we are very imprudent. You may get me with child if we do not adopt precautions. Your father does not wish to have any more children, and takes care not to get them. How does he prevent it, my dear mamma?" "Well, dearest, he goes slowly to work, and while he has it in me rubs his finger on the point where you are now feeling." He was gently rubbing up her clitoris, a well-developed one, until he has made me enjoy it several times, and when he finds he is about to discharge he suddenly withdraws it, and pushes the head of it into my bottom and spends there. You must do the same, but you must not put all this long thick fellow in. Oh! Come to my arms, my son, you have excited me until I must have it immediately. Upon which the Count mounted and fucked so deliciously that with arms and legs round his body and loins, devil a bit would she allow him to withdraw, but spent with him most ecstatically, and quickly called for more, so that it was not until the third time of his being about to spend, that throwing her fine legs high in the air, and bringing her arse with a heave well up, and taking his prick out with her hand, she guided it to the delicious smaller orifice, and as all was reeking with the previous discharge, slipped it in, not the head only, but the whole shaft. She cried out, "Not so far, not so far," but as he began shoving in and out she quickly got excited, and wriggled her arse with all her accustomed skill, and spent deliciously again as he shot his spunk right up into her incestuous entrails. He passed a hand between their bodies to press a finger on her clitoris. This made her cunt throb, which was felt by his prick, and quickly sent him up upon another delicious enjoyment of the tight recess of obscene lust, and a second most exquisite and luscious course was run, equally to his mother's as to his satisfaction. Then he withdrew to relieve her body of the weight she had so long sustained. They mutually embraced their naked bodies, and sweetly conversed on the exquisite joys they had just participated in. His mother declared his father gave her nothing like the lascivious joys she received from his dear son. They toyed and kissed until, handling his prick with skill, she got 2 more delicious fucks, 1 in each receptacle, and parted for the day. By the 2nd month she discovered that what she dreaded had happened. Her son had got her with child. She wept when she communicated this unfortunate result, but the Count, like me, always stood fiercely at a woman's tears. Several splendid fucks followed, all in the cunt the mischief was done, and precautions were no longer necessary. His mother abandoned herself to him with a greater excess of lust than she had ever yet done, and fucked with an excellence, vigor, and energy that drew from him 8 discharges in a wonderfully short time. The fact of his having put a baby into her appeared to stimulate both their passions. She declared she never in her life had enjoyed fucking more. They used the grossest body terms in their intercourse, as if it was one barrier more broken down between them, and made their incestuous love more exciting and a greater destruction of all natural ties between them. Before parting they consulted about how best to fix the parentage on her husband. He was a man of 55, and, therefore, past the ardor of passion, taking even his fucking coolie, and, therefore, more difficult to hoodwink. She knew that he awoke with a cock stand, although that did not always lead to a fuck. Upon this they founded their hopes, and at last arranged she should drug his coffee, and when still asleep in the morning she should handle his prick, get him up, turn her bum, put it into her cunt, work him gently, make him spend which would awake him, hold him in, pretend she herself was in the acme of delight, but on coming to her senses, upbraid him with having spent inside. This all happened as planned. He did awake on spending, but his wife exerted such unusually delicious pressures upon his delighted prick, that he got so excited as to fuck her, and she took care he should spend inside a second time. She pretended to be carried away by passion as much as he was, but remonstrating afterwards upon the imprudence of what he had done, especially in having so excited her that she could not help spending at the instant he did, which made it more dangerous. She did not know how it was, but she had never before seemed to receive such pleasure from him as he had given her that morning. Well, my darling, it is a curious coincidence, but you never seemed to me more delicious or more lasciviously excellent in your fucking than you did just now. As it is but once, let us take more care in future, and hope nothing will come of this little and delightful imprudence. But of course there did, as the Count related to us, and 7 months after this morning fucking my mother gave birth to a daughter. I had already been in exile for 5 months when this event came off. I had letters from my mother after she got about, and for some years afterwards, telling me that my sister was a beautiful child, and growing up the image of her father, underlining those words for me, to put the true construction on them. Poor darling mama, she died 4 years ago, and my father followed her 2 years later. I never saw either of them again. Before I escaped from Italy I had passed 5 months in the constant possession of my beloved mother. As her pregnancy advanced, her salacious avidity for my embraces seemed to increase. She was insatiable, but with such variety of charm and art that I never failed to answer to her call. Every refinement and excess of the wildest and grossest lust was practiced by us. My father possessed a small collection of the grossest bawdy books. My adored and salacious mother purloined from time to time the lewdest. We read and excited ourselves in the realization of the wildest and grossest scenes therein depicted. My mother was an instance of a woman getting once out of bounds and then stopping short of no excess, and became boundlessly corrupt. There was no horror we two could possibly commit that we did not indulge in. My father, when once the pregnancy was undoubted, was less reticent of his fucks. My mother at my request used to stimulate him to fuck her just before coming up to me, so that I used to shove my prick into the paternal sperm, sometimes in her cunt, and sometimes in her arse, and eventually used to lick it up before fucking her. Either way, the incest of her son upon the immediate fuck of her husband was, she said, the most stimulating to her excessive lust of anything I could possibly do. My father was obliged to go to Turin for 10 days. It was the time of new moon, when nights were dark. My mother used to put on a dark cloak and come up to me. We lay down on her cloak, and, stark naked, gave ourselves up to the wildest lust until dawn, when mother slipped away to the house and left me well inclined to sleep until she returned with my food. Oh, it was a happy time. Its combinations of solitude and incest, combined with my lusty youth, for I was only 19 years old at that time, made me be constantly at her call, and she never went away before her excessive lust had been satisfied for the moment. Had circumstances permitted her to stay with me longer than she usually did, she would have got more frequent fucks out of me. At night, when she could come, she got 10 and sometimes 11 discharges from me, and probably herself spent twice as often. I was indefatigable. In all her after letters to me she constantly avowed grief that she had lost her most loved son, that she was inconsolable, punning on the con in the word, which is French for cunt. Various allusions of that sort were in all her loving letters. Often and often when I have been slack in fucking a woman, and my prick not answering when called on, I had only to conjure up some of these scenes with my mother, when my cock would spring to the stand instantly, to the immense satisfaction of my momentary footy use, and it is so yet. a thought of her reanimates it at once. Here my adored wife slipped her hand under his dressing gown, and found his prick standing fiercely. She seized it, and pretending to be his mother, cried out, "Come, oh, come, my beloved Ferdinand, into your own loving mother's arms." She fell back on the couch. He got between her legs, kneeling on the floor, having thrown off his robe, exhibiting his fine hairy arse, one of those I so dearly loved. The sight fired my salacious prick, so kneeling behind, I guided it into his arsehole, and while he fucked my adored wife, I sodomized his superb arse. We ran 2 delicious courses, then my wife took me in her cunt, while the Count buggered his supposed mother, for that stimulating idea was kept up. A second fuck followed in the same pose, with both her apertures filled to satiety. This concluded that delicious orgy. We had a half-night's rest the following night, as usual, to recruit, that we might better enjoy a perfect excess on the subsequent night. It was in this way we kept up our powers, and only near the end of our visit had we any occasion to apply the birch, and that to no great excess. It was in the middle of the second night that the Count continued his recital of the result of the intrigue with his mother. His sister child, for she was both, was born in his first year's exile. Beyond his mother's description of her, that she was growing up a beautiful girl, the image of her father, meaning her son, the Count, he had no other intelligence of her. She had just turned 11 when her mother died. For 2 years after that sad event she kept house for her father. He then dying, the second brother took possession of the property. As the state had deprived him of all civil rights, the property was given up to the brother. On his return, after being amnestied, the Count had to go to law with his brother to get back his property. His sister-daughter, who had been unhappy with her brother's wife, gladly left them to keep house with the Count. She was then in her 17th year, splendidly developed in bosom and bottom, lovely and lustful deep brown eyes, the very image of her father, although she only knew him as her brother. The recollection of the fierce joys he had had with his own and her mother, drove him wild with lust to possess the incestuous fruit of his intrigue with his own mother. He used of an evening after dinner to have her sit on his knee while he related his adventures abroad, intermingled with kissing and toying. He praised her splendid bubbies and felt them. He said he could not believe that her immense prominence behind was real unless he felt the bare skin. With little resistance this was permitted once, then indulged in, until from less to more he got to feeling and fricking her cunt, while he put his own standing prick into her caressing hand. There could be but one end of this. He took her maidenhead, and then she crept into his bed every night. He initiated her into every excess of venery, and ended by getting her with child. It was concealed as long as possible, and then, on pretense of a visit to a friend at Turin, to see some fates, he conducted her to an accoucheur, and left her there until her parturition was over. I may here mention that just 5 weeks after that event came off we met them at Turin, on our way home from Venice. She was a beautiful girl. The Count introduced us as old friends, with whom everything could be done in common. We stopped a fortnight, and initiated her into all the mysteries and extravagancies of the wildest lust, and she proved apt a scholar that she almost equaled in action and enjoyment the greater experience of my beloved wife. The Count had taken apartments at Turin for the winter, and finding his sister-daughters so facile a pupil he intended getting up a party to continue these delightful orgies. His child was a lovely fruit of double incest, and gave promise of being a lovely woman. Her mount was charmingly plump, and the pouting lips of her delicious little cunt were already lust-exciting. The Count hoped he would be able to fuck her when old enough and promised me a participation when the time came. I may here add he had her always to bed with him, and his sister-mother every morning, and in the bath with him. She grew up admirably developed. From between 7 and 8 years old he hutched her delighted cunt, at 8 began rubbing his prick on her clitoris, and by 9 had gradually stretched it that he could enter nearly his whole length, and spend there. We long knew each other, and he always said he was practicing the lesson my adored wife Florence had instructed him in, when relating to us the incidents of her earlier days, and of her gradual violation by her own father. I shall defer this story that I may at once describe the after fate of this beautiful child, whom I and my wife have since often enjoyed between us, when she was entrusted to us by her father. After a visit to us in England he left her to perfect her English for 6 months with us. We certainly perfected her erotic education while she perfected herself in English by her own ready talent for language, for although only in her 16th year, she spoke 5 languages perfectly, besides all the local dialects of Italy, which differ greatly from each other. Her stay with us was much prolonged, for at the time she was about to leave us she proved to be with child by me. In due course of time she was safely delivered of a daughter. Her father, who came over to take her home after the advent, ceded the dear little object of my connection with her mother to my wife's prayers. We had no children of our own, and she would adopt her. The Count, who in his heart was delighted at the proposition, left her with us. He afterwards had a son by this beautiful and charming daughter and granddaughter of his at one and the same time. It is now long years ago, and that son legally adopted is now Count in succession after his father's death. We paid many visits during these years to each other, during which the Count related to us some of the episodes in his life, which I give in his own words. You asked me to relate my first experiences. My earliest initiation into the secret mysteries of love's recess was rather a curious one, and one which ended very disagreeably for the fair nun who sought to teach me the gentle art of love. You must know that after Bonaparte's first conquest of northern Italy, when he had turned the Alps by the Savona depression, and by the battles of Montenotte and others in that neighborhood, gained the interior plains and carried all before him, Piedmont was annexed, and after the then French fashion, all church property was seized. Monks and nuns were turned loose in the world, with the promise of small pensions which never were paid. A nun of a convent in our neighborhood was one thus thrown on the world. To sustain life she opened a little school for boys and girls of tender age. The neighboring gentry, willing to assist a worthy creature reduced to poverty by no fault of her own, sent their children to her for primary instruction. My mother had taken a great fancy to Sister Bridget, as she was called, and I was sent to her school. I had just entered into my 12th year, but was a fine grown boy of my age, and I can remember that my prick when standing in the morning had already shown proofs of fair development, which gave promise of its future prominence. I think I was the biggest boy in the school, all the others being 2 or 3 years my juniors. I was in perfect ignorance as to the relation between the different sexes. The nun seemed to have taken a fancy to me. She used to embrace me with her arms, and kiss me with very pouting lips, and I could feel that she seemed to suck in my breath. She made me stand very close to her in repeating my lessons. Her arms, or elbows, apparently by accident, were always pressed against the spot where my, at first insensible, prick lay hid. Without knowing how it came about, these sort of accidental pressures at last excited it to stand, which she, no doubt on the watch, was delighted to perceive. Seeing how she could now excite it to the point she wished to arrive at, she said aloud one day, "Fernandino, you must stay to repeat that lesson after the school rises. You want a little extra instruction which I cannot give you while occupied with all the class." I thought this a kindness on her part, but her object was very different. When all had gone and we were left alone, she desired me to come nearer. The elbow played its usual game. My cock stood. She pressed harder against it, then cried out, "Dear me, what is that hard thing in your trousers? Let me see." She unbuttoned them, put in her soft hand, and drew out my prick. How curious that is! Is it always so? No, Not always. When how comes it so now? I don't know, but sometimes in moving to show me my lesson your elbow touches it, and it gets into that state. All this time she was handling my prick in the gentlest and most exciting manner. Indeed, she very quickly produced the spasmodic joys of heaven thus brought down to mortal man, of course with only the nervous result. This was all that was attempted the first time, when she told me to button up, saying that it was a very bad thing to encourage that habit, and I must be prudent and not let others know of its being improperly hard and stiff. This sort of thing continued for a day or two. Finding I had said nothing about it to anyone, she proceeded to effect her grand object. I was kept in as before. She excited me as usual, and soon had it out stiff standing. "Now," said she, "I will initiate you into love's mysteries. I see you are discreet and can be trusted. Lie down on your back on this school form." I did so. She lifted my shirt. My trousers were already down on my legs. She felt the shaft and appendages. Then kneeling by my side she sucked it deliciously until it felt as if it would burst. She then rose and straddled over the low form in my body, pulled her petticoats up to her navel, and to my great surprise showed an immense thick mass of hair, covering the whole of her lower belly. Guiding my prick to the entrance of her cunt, she gradually engulfed the little object by letting her body descend upon it. I felt a certain smarting of pain in her first movements, and my prick partially softened, but quickly regained all its stiffness by the pleasure she gave me by her up and down movements on it. I went off as before in a paroxysm of choking delight. She, too, spent, for I was conscious of a stream of warm liquid flowing on my cock. She tightly held me where I was, and by cunt pressures quickly brought it up to full stiffness again, and a second delightful paroxysm followed. After this I fairly shrank to nothing, and dropped out. On rising I saw that there was a wetness streaked with blood all over my cock and cods. Boy-like, the sight of blood frightened me, and I began to cry. She wiped it all off, and skinned back my prick to wipe under it, but here the raw surface made it painful, and even drew a show of blood. Previously my foreskin had been attached to the projecting edge of the nut. Her action of sinking on it had torn it off and forced it down on the shaft. Doubtless this is the maidenhead of a boy, and hence the first smarting pain and the slight loss of blood that followed. She tried to detain me that she might get some warm water, which she told me would put it all to rights. I was too frightened, and ran off home crying all the way, and like a stupid lubberly boy, sought my mother and told her all what Sister Bridget had done and showed how sore she had made my cock. My mother, enraged, ran at once to the school, where in a back room Sister Bridget resided, berated her well, and in her anger let it all out, so that the poor woman lost all her scholars, and was reduced to perfect poverty. However, a young count in the neighborhood, who had been long trying to have her, now persuaded her to accept his protection. She had the wisdom to make him settle indefeasibly a pension upon her, so as to be safe from future abandonment. I, of course, soon regretted the stupidity of my conduct. As soon as cured of the slight soreness of my cock, my imagination recurred to the pleasure her handling and sucking had given me, and the delicious paroxysms she had produced, but, alas, all too late. However, now I was awakened to the true use of a prick, and our women servants and the peasant girls in the neighborhood, who knew of my affair with the nun, gave me encouragement, and I fucked them right and left, in the fields, under the bushes, in stables or lofts, and carried on this for a year, but at last I was discovered by my father, and sent off to college at Savona. Colleges in Italy have schools attached for younger students like your King's College, in London. Here I found a youngster but 6 months older than me, the son of a friend of my family. I told him the story of my affair with the nun. We used to get leave to go to the water closet from different masters, so as not to be supposed to go together by design. From feeling our cocks and fricking ourselves until we spent, which we both now could do, my friend suggested that I should put it into his bottom, which a young usher in his first school had taught him to do. He was a plump, good-looking lad, with wonderfully large buttocks, and with an arsehole which from the usher's practice, whose cock was full-grown, was so widened and sunken that it really looked more like a vulva than an arsehole. By this time my cock was nearly as large as it is now, notwithstanding it entered up to the hilt without difficulty, and I used to fuck him most deliciously. It is a curious fact that he liked to be the recipient, and to be frigged by me at the same time. Although he got into my arsehole a few times, it was merely from curiosity. His lech was to be fucked and frigged. While at college together this quite satisfied us, and we never sought the dangerous intercourse of the strumpets of the town, and so avoided the horrible diseases that so many of our fellow students suffered from, many for all their lives after. 4 years this agreeable intercourse lasted, and was only cut short by my exile. Meanwhile, on my return home for the vacation, I had not forgotten Sister Bridget, and longed intensely to renew my acquaintance with her. I easily discovered her abode. Meeting her one day, she scowled at me, and turned off in another direction. But I found out she had a favorite walk in a lonely direction. I hid myself until she approached too near to get away, seized her hand, implored her to forgive the folly of a mere boy, who had ever regretted his ignorant stupidity, but who was now a man, and longed to prove his devotion to her. Here I had unbuttoned my trousers with the other hand, and pulled out a very fair prick, at full stand. "There," cried I, "see how the recollection of the paradise I lost grieves him to the heart. Let the poor dumb creature plead for me." I placed the hand I held upon it. She grasped it tightly. "Oh, Fernandino, I always loved you, and but for your indiscretion should have had you all myself for months." I threw my arms round her neck, our mouths met in a loving kiss, her tongue darted fire into my soul. I drew her, a willing participator, into some side bushes. She sank on the ground, her legs fell apart, I lifted her petticoats, her rich fleece and palpitating cunt were irresistible. I flung myself upon her, I gamma-hutched her until she spent twice, and then fucked her 3 times before I withdrew. I would willingly have continued the delicious junction, but that she implored me for prudence sake to rise. We parted, but not before arranging for other meetings, which took place in woods and barns, wherever most convenient. Her protector going for a week to Turin during one of my vacations, I was admitted to her room at night by climbing the roof of an outhouse, and then stark naked we indulged in every excess. She was hot and lewd to the utmost, a splendidly made woman, with an insatiable cunt when once our sports began. She was, as I before mentioned, most hairy, had a well-developed clitoris, and fucked with as much pleasure in the rear attack as in her tight delicious throbbing cunt. She loved above all things to gamma-hutch a prick, sucked it most charmingly, but with greater art licked around the hollow below the nut, and down the underside of the prick, with an occasional lick of the buttocks, all in so exciting a manner that no matter how often I had fucked her, she was sure to get another and another. This charming intrigue continued until I went to Turin. During my connection with Sister Bridget I learned the whole history of her convent life. She was forced to take the veil by her family, much against her will, for she even then felt the prickly sensation of desire, making her cunt throb at the idea of coition with the male sex. She quickly found a friend with similar desires, but more experienced, who first taught her all the art of tribadism, and then confessed to having connection with the youngest father confessor. This priest came once a week to confess the nuns, to confess their liaison, and to let him inflict what penalty he liked. He told her he would flog her, and then punish her where she sinned, which, in fact, meant putting his prick into her cunt when in a kneeling position. This sort of thing was done to see if she took it in with gusto, and when it was found that was the case, their hour of confession was a scene of every excess, stark naked, for neither wore aught but the frock of monk or nun. This delicious indulgence lasted until the dissolution of the convent, and you know the rest. Another recital of the Count much amused us. The Count was admitted at 17 into the Royal Guard, where each private was born a gentleman, and held the rank of sub-lieutenant in the army. Here he had many intrigues, and took the maidenhead of a charming and beautifully made girl, who was being brought up for the stage as an opera dancer, for which she showed early capacity. She proved a great success when brought forward. She dearly loved our friend, and was supposed to be faithful to him, although she had developed excessive wantonness and lubricity under his able tuition. His flight and exile separated them. Years afterwards he met a lovely, magnificent, fully developed woman, splendidly attired, walking in the Regent's Park. He did not recognize her, but was looking at her with longing eyes, when suddenly she seized him by the arm, and exclaimed in the patois of Piedmont, "Ces-tu Buzerin? Is that thou thyself, Buzerin?" This latter word is a familiar expression of carnal affection, but, literally, is big bugger. Their intercourse became of the warmest. She was now a first-rate danseuse, very highly paid. The Count had first had her, she really loved him, and in London stuck faithfully to him, for love alone, for she never would accept even the smallest present. She, of course, had plenty of splendid offers from noblemen, but as long as the Count would have her she was faithful to him. When, which a knowing woman's tact senses, she saw a falling off, she released him, and, although never refusing her person to him, took to others as well. She was a very lovely bird, and used to relate the erotic experiences of her previous years. Many of these were most amusing, but one in especial showed the ardent nature of her temperament. She had accepted, when dancing at Genoa, an eligible offer from the Lisbon opera proprietors, and had to take passage on an Italian brig. She was the only passenger, and her berth was in the same open cabin as that of the captain and mate. On the second day out the captain showed signs of wishing to have her. She was already longing for a fuck, to which she had been daily habituated on shore, so she lent herself most willingly to his desires, from him to the mate, and eventually to all the ship's company, without any jealousy of captain or mate. For the system in those days made captain and crew all equally interested in the success of the voyage from the terms of their agreement. The captain, mate, and carpenter were owners of the vessel. The crew of a boatswain and 4 picked men received food, mostly dried fish, but no wages. They were entitled to a certain share of the profits of the voyage, and thus were interested in its success, and on very different terms of intimacy with the captain to what ordinary sailors could be. The voyage lasted 6 weeks, and during all that time she had every man in the ship into her every day, and from fair front fucking had eventually satisfied them in both apertures, and often had one in each orifice, and sucked a third to spending point, which she deliciously swallowed. She had even taken the premises of the little 12-year-old cabin boy, and she declared that she never enjoyed so complete a satisfaction of her excessive lascivious lust as in that happy voyage of 6 weeks' duration. The Count, who had split his sides with laughter as she recounted this extraordinary indulgence in every enjoyment of lust, related in the amusing patois of Piedmont, told us that notwithstanding such excessive indulgence in both orifices, and by pricks, many of which were of immense dimensions, not the slightest appearance of such ample stretching could be detected on the closest examination, and that in either orifice she could almost nip your prick off. One of those exceptional constitutions and splendid forms that no excess injures, and who are ready for any number of pricks and reducing them all to inanition, while she remained as ready as ever to recommence the utmost excess of lust as soon as any one set had exhausted themselves. As a sequel to the Count's confessions, I shall here give my adored wife's account of her early life in the form of a narrative, for when it was told to me it was interrupted by various lustful encounters produced by the lascivious and exciting nature of her revelations. She was the daughter of a Greek mother, married to a high clergyman of the Church of England, a man of great erudition, who had taken the highest honors at Oxford. When fellow of his college he was tutor to a great nobleman's son, had travelled for years with him, and hence his wide acquaintance with the languages of modern Europe. In Greece he had fallen over head and ears in love with her mother, had tried to seduce her, and, failing that, married her. He was a man of most lustful propensities. Her mother was of a beauty most attractive and exciting to such a man, having lustrous and most lustful eyes, extraordinary wealth of hair, which when undone reached to her heels, thick and meeting eyebrows, and a well-defined mustache, all enough to drive a sensualist like her father mad. So failing all other means to have her, he married her, and, as far as she could afterwards learn from him, was in all voluptuously lewd, carnal acquirements, everything the wildest imagination of lust could desire. It was from her mother she inherited all that deliciously haired body, and from both parents her intensely lascivious passions. She lost her mother just as she had attained her 8th year. During her mother's life she had generally crept into their bed in the mornings to have a cuddle, and had often been a witness to the fucking of her mother by her father, and had, at other times, played with his prick until it stood, and even made him spend with her toyings. She owned to a sense of sensual gratification in this, but at that early age without any idea of the possibility of its being put into her. She always accompanied Papa to his bath, and he invariably dried her and finished by kissing her mount and her cunt, and without tonguing it. After her mother's death he always had her to sleep the whole night with him, and when in her 9th year he had commenced by gama-hutching her clitoris, which even at that early age he declared gave promise of exceeding in projection the fine one with which her mother had been provided. In this manner he soon awakened all the latent lubricity of her nature. Afraid to force an entrance at that early age, after exciting both her and himself, he used to rub his great prick between the lips of her cunt, and against her clitoris, until worked up to spending point, when he transferred his prick to her mouth, and spent therein, he having taught her to practice that voluptuous and delicious method. It was naturally impossible to stop short danza until Bo Chemin, and it ended by his first getting the knob of his prick into her small tight slit and spending there, gradually forcing his way further and further in, until she, driven mad by such excitement, felt the utmost desire to have it into the deepest recess of her longing cunt, and begged him to shove it in harder and further. With such a spur to his passions, unable to control himself, he burst through all obstacles, and completely deflowered her, giving her greater agony than she expected, which was subsequently completely alleviated and converted into the most exquisite sensations. Once he had fairly fucked her, he continued to do so constantly until the age of puberty, which declared itself by the coming on of her monthly courses even before she was 12 years of age. Already an extensive moss bed of sable silky short curls adorned her mount and body. At this period her father told her he must take precautions against getting her with child. At first he drew out and spent in her mouth, which she dearly loved, but becoming lewd on her bottom hole, which he constantly fingered, he declared it was too much derangement of position to get it into her mouth, and suggested merely driving the knob into the arsehole, and spending therein, which he could do by her merely heaving up her arsehole as high as her cunt had been, and so entering without any change of position on his or her part. Of course it soon came from the knob only to the utmost length of his prick in her arse, and gradually she came so to like it that often the entire encounter of 3 or 4 coups was delivered in her arsehole to her infinite satisfaction, and thus her father enjoyed the first fruits of every aperture in her body. He it was that instructed her so deeply in classic literature as well as modern languages, but always choosing such lewd works to carry out her education, such as Mercius and Suetonius in Latin, Athenaeus with his supper conversations in Greek, especially drawing her attention to his chapter on boy love, Boccaccio, and Casti in Italian, the uncastrate editions, the adventures of Casanova, and the hundreds of other French body books, with the most exciting illustrations of all these works and many others besides. The lecture on them always led to good fucking in one aperture or the other, practicing the particular description that excited their lewdness. He thus depraved her mind that she soon longed for other experiences than all he could give, and she cast about for an aide-de-camp. This she first found in their young and handsome footman, who proved not only discreet, but completely up to his work, and uncommonly well furnished. They occupied in every voluptuous excess the hours Papa had to attend to the extensive and rich parish of which he was the rector. "I must tell the rest in her own words," she said. "Continued immunity in our excesses led to excessive incautiousness, and caused the discovery of our intrigue by my father, who appeared shocked and distressed at the discovery, but he was quickly reconciled, as it ended in his having the youth himself, and his introduction into our incestuous orgies, in which he both fucked and was fucked by my father when not giving me the exquisite delight of having both together. And for 5 or 6 years I had but these two charming satisfiers of my lust." At this period a beautiful youth of 14, the son of a younger brother of my father, and, consequently, my first cousin, came to live with us. He was an orphan, left by his mother under the guardianship of my father. I was some 3 years his senior and he took to me as an elder sister, was very loving in that character only, and used to embrace and kiss me most affectionately. I, for my own part, soon began to have other feelings. On his first arrival, in grief at the loss of his only surviving parent, he feared to go to bed alone, so I used to accompany him, and help to undress him. He was all innocence. His mother, up to her recent death, had done the same, so he had no mauvaise honte, and I helped off his shirt and helped on his nightgown, and even witnessed his diddling before he got into bed, which I tucked him in and kissed him before leaving. Of course, with my then complete knowledge and practice of every art of lust, I could not but look for and discover all his secret charms, then always in a state of repose, but promising a future development. I grew lewd upon him one morning, after an orgy with Papa and the footman, who had not altogether satisfied me. I was tempted to go along to my cousin Henry, to waken and cuddle him, knowing that he would probably awaken with a cock-stand, as usual with youths, and even men. I slipped along, and at once saw, as I expected, for only partially covered with the sheet, the prominence of his prick was unmistakable. I gently removed the sheet, and was delighted to see that his instrument, insignificant enough when down, was of a very respectable volume when erect, and quite capable of giving any woman perfect satisfaction from its excessive hardness. I gently took it in my hand to feel it. It throbbed at the touch, and felt like a piece of wood in hardness, with a velvet covering. I got into his bed by his side without awakening him, taking care to pull up my chemise so as to let him feel the contact of my bare skin. I pulled the sheet over us, took him in my arms, and woke him with a kiss. He was surprised and delighted at finding me by his side, but as yet had no idea but that of cuddling and caressing me. In throwing my arms around him I had taken care to pull his nightgown up to his loins, so that his naked body pressed against mine as we embraced. In apparent surprise I cried out, "What is that pressing so hard against my body?" at the same time moving my hand and laying hold of it. It throbbed violently to the touch. I threw the sheet off to see what it could be. "Dear me," said I, "how is this? What a change! It was not like that when I put you to bed last night. How has it become in this strange state?" "It is so, dear cousin, when I want to pee in the morning, and goes down afterwards. Then jump up and pee, and I want to do the same." He took the pot and piddled. I took another and piddled, standing with legs wide apart, and holding the chamber pot partly between and partly under my thighs, so that he could perfectly see the whole of my cunt, and the flow of water from it. He stared with astonishment. It was really the first time he had any knowledge that women were differently formed down there than he was. "How funny," cried he, "you piddle from a chink, and have no doodle. I should like to see it nearer." I told him I should lie down on my back on the bed, and he could look as much as he pleased, but he must never tell anybody what he would see, because it was a great secret. He promised, of course. I lay down on my back, having first thrown off my chemise, stretched wide my legs, told him he would see better if he knelt between my legs, some slight distance from the object to be seen. He got up and began a close examination, admiring the immense quantity of hair I had already got, opened the lips, caressed what he called the little doodle, my clitoris, which was rampant with lewdness. I told him to feel inside with his middle finger. He pushed it up, I nipped it, to his astonishment, so that he could hardly withdraw it. Nature, unknown to him, acted her part. His cock, which had gone down after piddling, stood stiffer than ever. I laid hold of it, and said, "How comes this, Henry? You can't want to piddle again?" No, but I feel queer all over, I don't know why, and it seems to have raised my doodle, as you see. If you will keep it secret, I will show how it comes about." He promised that he would never tell anything I should teach him. So I said, "Come to my arms, lie down on my belly, and I will teach you." There, that is it. His cock beat fiercely against my cunt. I passed my hand down, guided it into my longing cunt, then placing my hands on his buttocks pressed down and forced his charming shaft up to the hairs of my longing cunt, foaming with my father's and the footman's sperm, so that he slipped in with the greatest ease. But no sooner was he hilted than one of my exquisite cunt pressures made him cry out with unexpected pleasure, while I spent with the delicious conviction that I was enjoying the first fruits of a beautiful youth. I told him how to move in and out. Nature did the rest the moment he knew what to do. A very few thrusts brought down his first tribute on the altar in the exquisite recess of Venus, the voluptuous goddess of love. I joined in the delicious discharge. Once experiencing the joys of coition, the dear boy fucked me 5 times before I could get him to withdraw, and it was only the fear of discovery that induced him at last to get off me. We had a delicious cuddle, and I promised to come every morning I could do so with safety. Impressing upon him the absolute necessity of secrecy and caution, if he wished to have any repetition of the delightful lesson I had given him, I returned to my room gratified beyond measure in having taken a maiden tribute. Women who have the luck of such good fortune alone know the exquisite delight of initiating a virgin prick into love's mysteries in our longing cunts. We carried on this delicious intercourse for months before it was discovered, but use begets want of caution, and my father at last discovered it. Poor Henry thought himself happily excused by allowing my wanton parent to take possession of his bottom while fucking me, my warm embraces enabling him to support the great and curious pain and pleasure attending a first penetration of that delicious narrow aperture, dedicated to the obscene god. It ended in his complete initiation into our orgies with the footman. His addition to the orgy enabling more complex and lustful combinations than 2 men and a woman alone could indulge in. My father, who lived quite up to his income, died and left me with a very small capital at his death, which happened after the coming of age of my cousin Henry, to whom I had become violently attached. Indeed, it was my first love, and had all the devotion and ardor of that passion. He had a small independence, and we lived together for 2 years after my father's death, secretly sleeping together. The interference of relatives who, without suspecting our real sensual intercourse, preached upon what the world would say, and see, induced me to undertake a governorship, for which the great instruction I had received from my papa more than fully qualified me. I saw the reasonableness of this, and also thought it was more likely to strengthen Henry's love than otherwise. But the parting was a great trial. He had grown a fine man, with a superb prick, although far inferior to this monster, laying hold of mine at the moment, standing stiff and wanting but her touch to make me bend her back and fuck her offhand. So exciting had been her recital. She resumed after this episode, by saying her system of teaching was eminently successful. From time to time she was comforted by interviews with her loved Henry, besides satisfying the lust of both the father and sons of the families she lived with, teaching and taking the maidenheads of several youths, but in none receiving the gratification her loved Henry had given her, until, as she flatteringly said, she had the good fortune to enter our family and find such a jewel as I possessed. She had occasionally found girls of such a warm temperament that she was induced to initiate them into the art of gamahutchery. It was in this character of instructress that she had first used the rod to the bottoms of her pupils, and it was seeing the erotic effect produced on them as recipients that first gave her the ledge of being herself birchied. After this she had had a vast variety of youths, fathers of families, and old worn-out patients, whom she birchied into action. From one situation to another she had arrived at ours, since which time I knew all her doings. The Count's son and my daughter meanwhile grew up to puberty. We watched their progress with great interest. They were both initiated in all love's delicious mysteries by their respective parents. My lovely little Florentia, for we christened her in my adored wife's name Italianized, which became familiarly Auntie, was a great comfort to us. From childhood she always came to cuddle us in bed before we rose. She was so beautifully made that we used to strip her naked and kiss her whole body, which always gained my dear wife an extra fuck, especially after she reached her 10th year, when her form was rapidly developing into puberty. Being from infancy familiar and accustomed to be always stripped by us, she had no shyness. Indeed, she became so exciting that often I grew rampant and fucked my dear wife while she was present. She grew to like to see us do it, and used to play with my big cock, and bring him up to the scratch. It ended as it was sure to end, in my gradually toying with her from one excitement to another, until she was completely fucked in her 13th year. 10 years after that epoch I lost my beloved wife, and would have been quite inconsolable but for the sympathizing endearments of this darling child, who became so necessary to my existence that 12 months after my adored wife's decease I married her. She was a perfect Italian beauty, and no one supposed she was other than an orphan adopted by my late wife. Now, in my old age, she is the comfort of my life and the mother of my beautiful son, whom we have named Charlie Nixon, in memory of both my first adored wife and my guardian, through whom he will inherit great wealth. The dear little fellow is now 18 years of age, handsome, well grown, and very well furnished, although not so monstrous in that way as his father. His dear mother has initiated him in every delight, and he has all the fire of lust that his old father had before him. He often comes to us at night. Indeed, it is the only thing that enables me from time to time to get a cockstand and a fuck at his mother. To see them in all the agonies of lust, fucking furiously before my delighted eyes, so excites me now and then, for, alas, it has come to be a gratification few and far between. But occasionally to suck up his young sperm after the excitement of their love combat produces a stiffness for my beautiful wife to mount upon me, and then have our charming son to put his prick into her bottom. For this, too, is necessary to my failing vigor, and the contact of his vigorous young prick against the thin filmy substance separating us feels as nothing. I am long in spending, and his delighted mother gets 2 and sometime 3 delicious discharges in her arse before my lazy prick deluges her cunt with my incestuous sperm. We are thus a happy family, bound by the strong ties of double incestuous lust. It is necessary to have these loved objects to fall back upon, for alas, all the earlier partakers of my prick are now dead and gone. Aunt and uncle, the Dales, the Nichols, my beloved Benson, and her friends the Edgertons. I have already mentioned the Count's death, and both my sisters have left me alone, and I should have been a dreary and solitary old man but for my beloved wife and son, who solace me and replace the void in my heart. I should otherwise have so sadly felt. I shall here end this long tale of my erotic life. A curious event has happened lately, the divorce of a Mr. Cavendish from his wife for adultery with the young Count de la Rochefoucauld. The details brought before the court were of the most scandalous nature, especially the letters exchanged between them when the Count had to go to Rome, where he was attaché to the French embassy. When the husband's counsel handed up the letters with the sworn notary's translation, he remarked that he thought they were too horribly scandalous to be read in court. The judge scanned a few of them, and, addressing the counsel, said, "I am perfectly of your opinion, my learned brother. I shall take them home and make a point of them in my address to the jury. It will be seen that they were of such a nature that doubtless the old judge, who was no other than my dear old chum Harry Dale, gave his wife 2 or 3 extra fucks on the strength of the lust produced by those exciting and extraordinary lascivious letters from a young man of only 21 years of age, showing quite as early an initiation into all the luxury of the utmost depravity as any of my own details of my early experiences with my darling old aunt. Some of the letters are a string of imaginary events as to how far they could carry their imaginations. The Count constantly alludes to the inferiority of his descriptions to those given in her replies. Alas! As he possesses those exciting replies of the lady, they cannot be got at, but from his descriptions, and the remarks on certain gross familiarities, it's evident she was gifted with as lascivious and lustful a temperament as either my aunt or the divine Frankland. A chance threw these interesting letters into my possession, and I can assure the reader they are the veritable sworn translations of the letters found in Mrs. Cavendish's Davenport when it was broken open by her husband, and produced on the trial. The Count had evidently dreaded such an event, and it will be seen he constantly implores her to destroy his letters as soon as read. But, with the infatuation of her sex, she kept them to furnish the sole evidence by which she lost her place in society and became a lost woman. It is added that she was a woman of 45, and the mother of several children, but it is these randy voluptuous matrons who have the most attractions to a young man who feels flattered and is proud of, as he thinks, conquering a woman in a good position in society. It is evident enough that she was no tyro in every depravity of lust, and probably had passed through many hands before he gained her. He appears to have been really cunt-struck, which, as I have before observed, is one of the strongest infatuations that a man can have. End of Volume 4. Addenda. Letters. Produced in the divorce case. Cavendish v. Cavendish and Rochefoucauld. Rome, Saturday, August 6, 1859, 10 o'clock. I tried last night, my angel, to write you a half sheet, but it was as much as I could do to read your letter a second time, and it was only by making a great effort that I was able to write a few lines. However, this morning I will try and continue, in order to reward you, not for that one which you have deprived me of from pique, but for those bewitching ones which I have lately received. I have just received your letter 17, begun August 3rd, 11 o'clock at night, and bless you for the idea of addressing it to Palestine B. It is infinitely preferable, and there is no fear of any risk, indiscretion in original, either now or later. I am delighted when I think of the pleasure you derived from what I sent you the other day. I only decided upon it in fear and trembling. I do not understand what you mean by letter direct to Albert. If you do not send it per embassy bag, I should not have it here till Monday. You would have done much better to have put it in the parcel. All last night I slept very badly, no doubt in consequence of a presentiment I had that I should not receive a half sheet, and that you were annoyed at my going to Albano, and I thought of a mass of things as disagreeable as they are painful. Of your birthday, for instance, the 1st of October, which will be an opportunity for Tutu stands for her husband to make you a present in return for the set of studs which you gave him on his birthday, when you, no doubt, will give him something. As to your brown cloak which Tu gave you, NC, I request that on your birthday when he makes you his usual present, whatever it may be, you accept it and say, I thank you, and, without even looking at it, put it upon the table, immediately speak of something else, and when he has left the room, put it away out of sight without ever speaking of it again, or appearing to know what has become of it. I have just been interrupted for an hour and a half by M. Defines very agreeable, is it not? You must forgive me if I am unable to write to you at length. What I have said to you above is for the future, but the past is over since he has those studs. I forbid you to give him something in future, unless you cannot possibly do otherwise, and, in that case, you must give cigarettes or anything which does not last. I will see what is to be done about your shawl. Was it not Tu who gave it to you? Thanks, my treasure, to walk so far from Tu. It is so good of you to give up to me that walk, which I hate when you take it with him. Ah! New projects again, but let us hope these will be the last. How I pity you. You were so well, you told me 2 days ago, and now you are already obligated to take some powders. It is Tu system. Nice health you seem to have. You have good reason for believing that the regimen you have hitherto followed is a good one. It succeeds so well. Poor darling, I can comprehend how uncomfortable these frequent agitations must make you. I suffer from them so often myself. I will make you some drawings later. I have not the time today. Those uncertainties of your mother are terrible. Oh, yes, I am in despair at that departure, particularly before my lot is decided, and knowing, as I do, that you are unhappy. But, my child, do not fear to let it be known in every direction that you cannot endure Tu, and that you have taken a disgust to him. Do not hesitate to give the true reasons when you refuse to do anything, simply, yes, or no, the hand, but with. It is not necessary. I can dispense with it, nothing of that sort is necessary. And then, when that has produced the desired effect, add, we can only live under the same roof upon those conditions, for sooner would I go away altogether than that it should be otherwise. Speak in this manner, it won't answer very well at first perhaps, but he will soon get accustomed to it. How do you do, in the morning, and good night, at night. Then gradually get into the way of saying Mr. C when talking of, or speaking to him. You may be told it is not the custom. Answer you don't care, it is not the custom to be such an idiot as he is. Ah, you are too sad, poor child, all that is charming, and all our superstitions. Moreover, one must think of what has been, not of what will be, and compare it with what is. The progress is very delightful and consoling. Do not be unhappy about my horse, he did not go very well, and then I do not care about driving in a carriage when you are on foot. I have made 2 drawings, one prettier than the other, and I have had a copious emission. Mrs. S. has made no tentative overtures towards me. She is often that way inclined, and with everybody. Be calm then, but, after all, you are perfectly so, only you pretend to be otherwise. God bless you for speaking so often of your pretty rose-colored silk stockings. I like them so much, and adore you for wearing them, although it is not the custom, above all in the daytime. Doubtless it is very coquettish, pretty, and wondrously exciting. Even only to think of them gives me an erection. And that rice powder. How divine you must look. It is to be hoped that the powder in your hair will not give ideas to two and embolden him. Take care. Thanks for thinking so often of me, my idolized angel. Adieu, my good, my best treasure. I love and embrace you tenderly. I will have my revenge, for I, too, had prepared a half sheet, but will not send it till tomorrow. Rome, Saturday, for Sunday's post. August 6, 1859, 2 o'clock. I wish to give you a little surprise, my own dear little darling, in sending you this letter, which you will receive with a half sheet upon which you had not reckoned on Tuesday morning, so as to supply the place of Sunday's post. It was to give you this little surprise, and in no way of retaliation, that I did not send a half sheet in my letter of this morning. It was very unkind of you not to send yours upon the pretext that I was at Albano, but you will have been ashamed of it since. Besides, even supposing that I had been there, I should not have committed any indiscretion with your envelopes, which are so excellent, and, if one had felt inclined to do so, your letter was sufficient to make me indifferent to it. I suspect you of not having prepared what is necessary. I shall be sure to see if it be so. Tomorrow's letter ought to contain 2. I continue your letter 17, and I perceive with rapture that you have had a thick cream-like emission of enjoyment. How delicious it would be in my tea! How I should like to send you some like it also. It is a good thing that my letter to the little girl was successful. Will you tell Madame de Delmar that I am sorry to hear that she is suffering, particularly as her ordinarily detestable disposition only becomes more thick and more execrable. Suppress this latter part if you think it better. Ah! You think that Madame Salvi has played her cards well, and in what way, I ask? You are too bad, too implacable. I do not like that in you. I have told you that your suspicions wounded me, and I think you can believe me when I tell you that I have completely changed my conduct in that respect. Besides, what can I possibly do? I am very uncomfortable here. The Abdal don't want me. Besides, the Duke has given me to understand that I ought occasionally to go and see his wife, and the Borg bother me with all their children. Thanks, my good angel, for the letter de Pierre. If it be decided that you leave, I shall go for a few days to Civita's sad and mournful consolation. Why do you tell me that you will go barefooted when I go to see you? I am quite of your opinion that your feet are only too delicious. The costume rather disgusted me than otherwise, without, however, producing any effect upon me. Tomorrow I shall pay the Duchess de Grano a visit, and since it seems to put you out, shall not return again to Albano. Heaven knows that the pleasure is not great, and that I care very little for it. The other day I did not even find it any cooler there. The Duchess of St. Albans leaves on the 20th for Schwalbach in England on account of the apprehensions about war, another subject of uneasiness for me such is life. I can go and live with the Duchess de Grano and Salvi. No one would say anything about the one, and not much about the other, whatever you yourself might say, but that annoys me exceedingly, and disgusts me, and I dare not do so with you. You might, however, have been my ambassadress. See what it is to be so seductive, so graceful, so pretty, so kind and gentle. Just fancy, dearest, that I have not answered Madame Rudiger. I must really do so today. She is a person one must be careful with. I have always this phrase before my eyes. I prepared a divine half sheet yesterday evening, but dare not send it. Very agreeable, and very kind of you. Well, I do not complain. They have been so heavenly during the last 3 days, and mine are so shameful. How nice it is for me to think that I should have sufficient influence over you to get you to sit perfectly naked at my table. Long ago might you have had that influence over me, and even have enforced requirements more depraved, and more degrading than that if you had wished it, and with what rapture. Adieu, my angel, what a happiness to give you this trifling pleasure. When I shall have undressed my adorable little mistress, it will be 9 o'clock. She will be mad with desire, delirious from passion and rapturous exigencies. Her maddening look, exciting me in the highest degree, will arouse all the strength I possess, and enable me to exhaust her so completely that she herself will attain the height of happiness. The greater the refinement and delicacy of my caresses, the greater will be your happiness. The more languishing will your eyes become, the more will your pretty mouth unclose itself, the more will your tongue become agitated, the more will your bosoms, firm and soft as velvet, become distended, and their nipples grow large, red, and appetizing. Then will your arms grow weaker, and then will your angelic legs open themselves in a voluptuous manner, and then, seeing ourselves reflected on all sides in the mirrors, shall I take you in my arms in order to excite you, Brandler, Frigg, with my hand, whilst your little rosy fingers will similarly excite me with vigor, and I shall suck your divine nipples with passion. When the agitation of your little legs, of your lovely little bottom, derriere, of your head, and those murmurs of pleasure, rugissements, prove to me that you are at the point of emission, I shall stop and carry you to a piece of furniture made to sustain your head, your back, your bottom, and your legs, and having near your con, an opening sufficiently wide to allow my body to pass erect between your legs, then shall I fuck, enfiler, you with frenzy with my enormous and long member, which will penetrate to the mouth of your womb, being squeezed by your pretty legs, which will bring me closer to you. I shall wriggle, remorei, my strong pretty member, which you love, with more vigor than ever. My private parts, organs, males, testicles, will touch your little bottom, and this contact will provoke such an abundant flow of the essence of love in your little cunt that I shall be as if I were in a bath. How I fear to leave off there. But we shall see. Do not write to me by the night post, it is useless. It is true that when I am near you in a carriage I have difficulty in remaining quiet. Oh, no, do not alarm me by your insatiability, mine is much greater than yours. There is not the slightest comparison to be drawn between us in a physical point of view, but as far as our moral nature and heart is concerned we can rival each other, and I am very happy on that account. 1:40 I was most annoyingly interrupted by the luncheon bell, and afterwards I played a game of foro, a game all the fashion at Victorian, and here I am again. I have just refused to accompany my father and mother in a drive in the neighborhood, so that I shall be able to write to you more at length, unless, indeed, I write to Follene. You tell me that you like the little costume, but that is all you say, and you give me no details as to the colors, the length, and shape. I will believe, my treasure, my jewel, that your bosoms will be white, swollen and soft as velvet, and it is very nice of you to tell me that my hands will have difficulty in holding them and putting their ruby lips to my mouth. You are quite right in saying that you will develop my virility, it is you who have made my member what it is now. I repeat, on my word of honor, perhaps you will not like to hear these details, but, nevertheless, I shall say it, you are the first woman in the world who has stimulated that essence which flows from my prick, which your kisses have rendered so pretty, and it is you who have plucked the flower of my virginity. Never have I had, Bays, any other woman, and whatever may be the misfortunes to which I may be destined, it will always be an immense and ineffable happiness to me to think that I have given and lost it through the luscious draughts you offer, partes délices. It is, and it will be, perhaps, the greatest blessing, and the only consolation of my life. But before God it is a great one, and my enjoyment has not been such as one can expect to find in this world. I do not believe that he who had the madness to rob you of yours was as pure as myself, and as for voluptuous pleasures, if there be any greater than that which I know, I promise you never to learn or seek it, although I don't require this at your hands. I do not wish to have any other woman spoken of, they all disgust me, even to look at them. You know it, and you know that there is nothing, absolutely nothing, in you to disgust me, but all that belongs to you maddens me, and I love and adore all. It has become a madness, and you know it, for when you are kind you give at least the idea by letter of that which you would not do if you had the slightest doubt. You know that I have sucked you between the legs at those delicious moments when you made water, or when you had your monthly courses, and that my happiness will be complete when you will allow me, and when circumstances will allow you, to let me lick, passer la long, at that ineffable moment when your little love of a jewel of a bottom has just relieved itself. In you everything appears different and pure, the purity which reigns in your every feature, the excess of refinement which exists in your whole body, your hands, your feet, your legs, your cunt, your bottom, the hairs of your private parts, all is appetizing, and I know that the same purity exists in all my own desires for you. As much as the odor of women is repugnant to me in general, the more do I like it in you. I beg of you to preserve that intoxicating perfume, but you are too clean. You wash yourself too much. I have often told you so in vain. When you will be quite my own, I shall forbid you to do so too often, at most once a day. My tongue and my saliva shall do the rest. If it is necessary, let the doctor cauterize you, touch her, that is to say with his instrument, and mind he does not fall in love with you. I bet he has never before seen anything so seducing, so pretty, or so perfect. It is to be hoped that the irritation does not proceed from the size of my member. You did quite right to go to the play, and I regret sincerely to have spoilt the pleasure you had in going. It shall not happen again. As to the place George had, that is perfectly indifferent to me. Ah! You think that the portrait was done afterwards. You are not sure of it, but it is a matter of no moment, my much-loved one. I shall not be the less happy to have the photograph if you are good enough to give it to me, not too much in miniature. I shall be very grateful for it. If I said that Galitzine was clever, I was wrong. He has a kind heart, and is very fond of me. Now that he has lost his mother, I shall be more kind to him. He is a person one can depend upon. His letters are silly productions. Those Russians have always the imagination easily excited. Yes, my father has always the same answer. Thanks for your obliging offer of gloves, my mother must settle about it. I shall still have lavished the following caresses upon you, angel of my delight, were I a little calmer. I had a dream, such as it was, about it last night, and only remember it just now by way of explanation of my mad excitement of this morning. I saw you as I was asleep. You were by my side fricking me with your fingers of love, and you heard me say to you, I see you there. You are as lovely as Venus, your lusciousness and lasciviousness are at their very height, your body is completely perfumed with your urine, in which I forced you to bathe yourself for my enjoyment, so that I might lick you. You have painted the most seductive parts of your person. Your shoulders are white, your rosy bosoms reveal themselves through a rose-colored gauze, trimmed with bows of the same hue. Your thighs, as well as your navel and your heavenly bottom, are revealed through a heavenly gauze. Your legs are clad in rose-colored stockings. The sperm flows, but how much I needed it. This is true, for my testicles were swollen in an alarming manner. Oh, my child, my pretty little mistress, if you only knew how much I suffer from the excessive heat, and the privation in which I live. Without exaggeration, my testicles are enormous. My member is as large, straight, and stiff as my arm. I am mad from desire for you. I had the unhappy idea of going to bed again. My mind was full of a dream I had had, and of which you were, of course, the subject. Then I thought of the caresses which you would have been obliged to submit to, and at last, in consequence of your yesterday's half-sheet, so pretty at the beginning and at the end, but yet quite beside the question, and found myself engaged in the act of rubbing myself with frenzy, and of stroking myself and of frigging my prick, la pine, until I was exhausted, before I could discharge the merest drop. That was too much for me, and now I desire you like a madman. If a delicious half-sheet does not arrive by the embassy bag, I know not what will become of me. I have had an emission. I am saved. I shall feel myself so relieved. You have forbidden my going with other women. You are determined that I shall not have a discharge with anyone but yourself, and that I have fucked, base, no one but you. Oh, how I must love you. It is 2 o'clock in the morning. I have violated and well worked you, kissed, frigged, licked, and sucked you, obliged you to yield to my desires, the most debauched, the most shamelessly degrading during the whole of the afternoon. All the afternoon, too, I have got you to suck my member and my testicles. I have made you pass your tongue between my toes and under my arms. I have compelled you to paint your body, to drink my urine. I was almost on the point of getting you sucked and licked by a pretty lorette, perfectly naked, between your legs, and to make you piss into her cunt in order to make the deprivation more debased than ever. I have had discharges from jealously. I have discharged at least 40 times, and when, after having left you to go to my club, I returned home, and finding you fast asleep from exhaustion, I awakened you and insisted upon your frigging me with your rosy fingers, all the while licking my several parts. You implore me. You are wearied, but I am intractable. You must do it in order to excite you as much as I am myself excited. I suck your breast with frenzy. The sucking that I have given your bosoms, and the fear you have lest I should fetch a young girl to violate you with her breasts in your cunt, filling your womb with her milk, excite your senses. And then you hear a voice whose sound alone so pleasingly tickles your womb, saying to you, my pretty mistress, I implore you to abandon to me. I will love you so fondly. I will be too kind and gentle, I am so handsome, I will do all you can possibly wish. I know so well how to have and suck a woman, my member is enormous. It is beautiful, rose-colored, large, long, hard, and vigorous. Yield yourself to me. Tell me if you like this one. When you are ready you will call me so that I may come and say my daily how do you do. You will begin by taking my out of my trousers, then half opening your gown, you will lift up your pretty chemise with one hand, and will pass your other arm, soft as satin, round my neck. I shall embrace you tenderly, then I shall lick your snow-white shoulders, your bosoms, which seem to be bursting from the imprisonment of your rose-colored stays embroidered with lace. I shall lick between your legs, over your divine little bottom, your nymph-like thighs being at that moment on my knees, then you will place your angelic little feet, with your stockings on, one after the other in my mouth. After this you will send me into the dining room, in order to get rid of the servants, and, by this time, filled with an amorous and impassioned languor, each of your movements breathing forth the frenzy and voluptuousness of passion, you will come and join me. There will be only one chair, and the table will be laid for only one person. We shall each of us have only one hand free, I the right, and you the left, then you will sit upon my left leg, which you have found the means to make naked. You will have unfastened your gown in such a way that it will hang down behind, and your right hand will caress and stroke my enormous prick, which you will have taken between your legs without putting it into your angelic cunt, whilst my left arm will wind itself round your lovely waist in order to bring you still nearer to me. After breakfast, which will have lasted till 12:30, and which will have given you strength, we will go into the little rose-colored boudoir. I shall place myself in a low narrow chair, and as I shall be very much excited by your enchanting looks, my enormous member will come out of its own accord from its prison, and you will sit astraddle upon me, introducing, with the greatest difficulty, my pretty and vigorous prick into your pretty girl-like cunt. When wriggling about from sheer enjoyment, you will stop its movements every time I tell you I am on the point of discharging, so as to increase my desires and my transports of happiness. Then in half an hour's time you will get up and place yourself upon the sofa, whilst I, at your desire, shall rip off all my clothes. Then you will get up from the sofa and take off your dressing gown, only keeping on what you have underneath. In my turn I will stretch myself on the sofa, getting every moment more delirious with passion for your dress, betraying the delicious outlines of your figure, without revealing them entirely, will render me almost beside myself, and will make my prick so long and so stiff that you will hardly be able to sit on its point without being fucked, in spite of its size, which will force from you sighs and murmurs of rapture. At last, when once seated, fucked by my manly and powerful prick, you will throw yourself backwards. I should lean my enraptured legs against your bosoms, in order that you might lick my feet, while you would pass your amorous and divine legs, softer, whiter, and more rose-tinted every day, over the whole breadth of my chest, placing your tiny goddess-like feet in my mouth. As our desires would augment at every moment, you would allow me, would even ask me to take off your garters, your pretty stockings, and your slippers, in order to procure me the luxury of licking every part of your body there, and of realizing in the most perfect manner the intense enjoyment arising from the contact of the most delicate, the most woman-like, the most voluptuous member of your body. My hands would frig your little love of a member, my manly prick would kiss your celestial womb, and my thighs would caress your delicious bottom. When I have worked you in this way for hours, ceasing every moment you were on the point of emission, I should, as I withdrew my member, let you at last discharge, and then an immense stream of love would flow into my mouth, which suddenly and as if by enchantment would find itself in the place of my member, while your bosoms would be covered with that white essence of which you are the only source in my eyes. I had never known it before Hamburg, and which would escape from my amorous member. Every day after dinner, reclining voluptuously on a couch, you would snatch a few moments of repose while I was taking off all my clothes. When I had finished, and when I, filled with love, had shown myself to your contemplation, you would give up to me your place upon the sofa, and assuming the most seductive, the most coquettish, and the most graceful attitudes, would come and play with my member, whose vigor would arise solely from the sight of your pretty costume, which, I am convinced, would render you more delicious than the most graceful fairy. You would love me so deeply that I should cease to have any power of will. You would have exhausted me, sucking me completely dry. Nothing would remain in my prick, which would be more full of desire, more enormous, and stiffer at every moment. My languishing eyes, gentle as love itself, surrounded by large dark blue circles caused by your look, your tongue, your bosom, your cunt, your member, your heavenly little bottom, your legs, your fingers, and your angelic little feet would tell you how complete was my happiness, my intoxication, my ecstasy, and my faint, exhausted but happy voice would give you the same assurance, would murmur with rapture in your ears, "Oh, how I love you, my lady love, my divine little virgin, caress me yet. Once more, again, still again, it is a dream. Thank you, oh, thank you, and yet again. Oh, I am in heaven, do not pause, I implore you, suck me harder than ever, lick me well, oh. What rapture, ask me what you will, it shall be yours. You are my mistress, no other but you in the whole world can transport me in this way. Frig me with your knees. Oh, oh, oh. I am going to discharge, and my half-opened mouth would prove to you my enjoyment, and the thirst I had for the bliss you could confer. Then, more full of passion than ever woman lover had ever been, and enraptured as you listened to my voice, so completely beneath your sway, listening only to your own love, you would raise your little coquettish petticoat, and pressing dear little loves of calves more closely together, for you could be on your knees, resting upon my little blue veins, you would frig me in this manner, with greater vigor than ever, sitting down every now and then upon your fine little heels, in order the better to release my beautiful prick, perfectly straight and rudely swollen and inflamed with passionate desires, from between your divine thighs, as soft as satin, and as white as snow, to better introduce the wet tips of your lovely and velvet-like bosoms into the seductive little hole of my member, whilst my knees raised slightly behind would gently caress your bottom, so as to give you some little satisfaction in your turn, and at last, unable any longer to retard the moment of emission, you would bend forward, resting upon both your hands, to increase my desire, and keeping yourself back a little distance from me, while your petticoats would now cover my head, and act almost like an electrical conductor upon me. You would intoxicate me with the perfume exhaled from your legs, from your member, from your cunt, from your bottom, and lastly, you would slake my thirst and complete the celestial transport by pissing, with eager rapture, between my burning lips some of that woman's nectar, which you would alone possess, and which, emanating from you alone in the world, is worthy of the gods. It would be 8:30. You cannot form any idea of my excitement at this moment. I hope you will like this, and will answer me prettily. Am I sufficiently in love? And do you believe there will be another woman in the whole world beside yourself for whom I shall have any desire? Oh, how wild is the longing that I have for you at this moment, and this nectar I have spoken of. From whom else could I care for it, could I endure it even, whilst from you what mad delight? Tell me, do you believe this? You know it perfectly well, I am sure, these are not mere words. Tell me that you will piss into my mouth again when I ask you. I am now going to try to sleep, but what chance of doing so with this love that consumes me? I must await your pretty letter of tomorrow morning, for it is that alone which will excite the flow and stream. At 8:30 you would like to conform to the usages of this room of mirrors, and as your desires have become greatly inflamed by my own state, and by the soft and sensual temperament of our bodies, you would ask me to undress you, in order that, being completely naked, I might the more easily overwhelm you with my most passionate caresses. I should then strip you of everything, except that, in order that your feet might not come into immediate contact with the looking glasses upon which we should be walking, I would slip on your feet a pair of tiny little slippers, with little silk soles. At a distance they would hardly be visible. Someone is coming. Adieu till tomorrow. And larger and stouter than that of my little darling, and so indifferently shod with shoes. Their boots are pretty. Adieu, my angel. I finish this so as to be enabled to add a few lines to the picture. It is late. I love you with all my soul, with love, respect, and adoration. Nothing yet has been heard about Dr. It is very bad weather, and my father is still no better. I would take you for a drive either in a pretty barouche or in a phaeton. Your toilette would be beautiful but simple. I would only insist upon your wearing a veil, for my love and happiness would render me somewhat egoistical with regard to others. We should not be serious all the time of our drive, for at every instant I should steal a kiss, and your feet would be resting on mine. We should return home about 5:30 to dress for dinner. You would change everything, and without paying any attention to what our servants might think, I should put on a loose pair of trousers, prettier than what I had worn this morning but, like them, opening in the front. As for you, my own love, I should insist upon your dressing yourself as a ravishingly pretty little danseuse, with some little difference, however, in my favor. Your hair would be in curls, falling all round your head, upon your beautiful naked shoulders. You would crown them with a pretty garland of flowers, such as I like for Amy. You should wear a light-colored muslin dress, very low and very short, up to the knees, your arms bare, and the skirts exceedingly full, the body of which would be transparent, and refine and reveal the divine shape of your angelic bosoms. Your legs, perfectly naked, would be visible amongst a mass of folds of muslin, and would be covered by little open-work stockings of rose-colored silk, fastened at the instep by bows, like the dress, and on your tiny virgin feet you would have little satin shoes, without solace. To pass into the dining room, so as to avoid catching cold, and also prevent the servants reveling in the sight of my treasure, you would envelope yourself from head to foot in a long veil. During dinner I would try to remain tolerably quiet so that you might eat and strengthen yourself for the evening, which would be a fatiguing one. Our servants would have directions not to enter until we rang. During each course you would open your veil, and turning towards me, for you would be on my right hand, you would place your pretty legs across mine. Immediately my manly prick, which your love would render daily more and more delicious, would display its vivacity, and you would caress it with your lovely satin-like calves, your chair enabling you to do this, being tolerably large, with only one arm on the right, while mine would be much lower, that would not fatigue you much, and this is what you would say to me: am I not bewitching and delicious? Do you not think me voluptuous? And regard me as your mistress, holding you under my entire subjection? I am very happy to please you this way. And I should answer, yes, I am your slave. You give me the greatest enjoyment that can be had. There is not a woman in the world who possesses the attractions you have. You make me do anything. You are the queen of voluptuousness, of enjoyment. No one knows how to make love as you do. At last at the dessert you would glide gently upon my lap, allowing your petticoats to flow behind. I should suck your bosoms, for as the servants would be getting their own dinners, I should have thrown your veil quite off, and you would then appear enveloped in all your many charms. Then I should give you your dessert, which would consist of a biscuit moistened with that white essence which you alone in the whole world have known and know how to produce in me, and for my reward you would allow me to make my wine for dessert. I would then place my wine glass between your legs, opened voluptuously wide, and you would let that delicious urine flow into it. The intoxication that this fragrant liquor would produce would be the signal for my most passionate caresses. You would begin by placing yourself astride me, and I should thrust with the greatest difficulty my virile member between your legs. In this position we should leave the dining room, I carrying you along by the stiffness of my member, while every step I took would make you wild with excess of enjoyment. We should go into a pretty boudoir, the floor of which would be completely covered with looking glasses, and filled with furniture intended by their shape and softness to augment the voluptuousness of our embraces. No costume whatever would be put on in this room. Nudity alone would have a right to remain there. There would be pieces of furniture to excite the senses and whereon to recline, others enabling us to suck each of our members, to lick, to frig, to kiss, to enjoy, to complete our performance, to discharge, to fuck, in one word, to supplement and promote the extremest refinements of the most celestial and most perfect of all enjoyments. The continuation on some future occasion. My fear of exciting you will depend somewhat upon my letter of this evening or tomorrow, and particularly upon the frank and sincere reply for which I ask you for the day after tomorrow. Send me back the beginning. You cannot have the faintest idea of my dread when one of these sheets is on its way. Why do you trouble yourself to pay so much attention to style and writing? That takes time. I never read mine over, and that is so much time gained. English translation of the letter written by the Count almost entirely in cipher. Here is the response of my heart, my beloved adored one. Thou shalt have it as soon as I shall dare to send it to you. Thou shalt belong to me entirely one day, perhaps in 18 months, and then here is the existence which you shalt have the grief to be compelled to lead. In the apartment which I depicted to you the other day, and with the toilette that I require of my beloved lady, my lady mistress is to render herself every day between 11 o'clock and noon. She will find there thy loving husband, all fresh and in every respect desirable, jaunty, clothed in a dressing gown of very light texture. From noon until 3 o'clock this is the program. At noon thou wilt stretch thyself on thy easy chair, thou wilt loosen a little thy girdle and open thy pretty dressing gown. I on my bent knees at your side shall lick you with my tongue, while my arm shall encircle thy divine waist and thy two naked arms shall encircle my neck. Afterwards softly widening thy virgin legs thou will cast aside all that which hides from the eyes, and you will place me between those divine legs. Successively I shall lick with voluptuousness thy neck, thy shoulders, under thy arms, thy breasts. I shall suck with force those chaste little bosoms, which by their swelling would desire to escape from the pretty little rose-colored stays, then passing to thy intoxicating cunt, I should suck it with such an amount of frenzy that thou wouldst discharge for the first time in my mouth. This done it will have so much excited me that, taking thy place, it will become your turn to mount between my legs, and licking all my chest thou wilt finish by frigging with passion my prick, which will become longer and straighter than ever. As soon as thou shalt feel the enjoyment coming thou wilt cease, in order to lick the parts adjoining. At 1 o'clock thou wilt want to make water, then my mouth adhering between thy legs, thou wilt allow me to swallow all, then lying down again on thy little belly, I shall lick with fury thy bottom so voluptuous, and thy delicious legs. Afterwards it will be thy turn to continue thy caresses upon me. At 2 o'clock both of us elevated in a supreme degree, lifting up thy little chemise in front we shall do the business, that is to say, that surrounding me with vigor with thy legs, thou wilt make efforts in order to fuck thyself, and filer, but my member will be to such a degree enormous that we shall have all the trouble in the world, the delights corresponding to the efforts. At last, once entered thou wilt procure, by my movements and my pauses, such enjoyments that I shall hear you uttering the softest murmurs of thy voice, and so that thou wilt wriggle thyself on my ravished prick which will still further augment thy transports. Thou wilt enjoy thyself thus 3 times. At the 3rd time I shall suck thy breasts with such passion that thy eyes depicting a heavenly languor and a divine abandonment, thou wilt empty out upon me thy delirium-causing seminal fluid. That will last until 2:30 o'clock, then we shall sleep together thus until 3 o'clock, and at 3 o'clock thou wilt go to dress thyself in order to go out or to receive visits. Behold, the following part shall come to you if the commencement pleases you. MEM. The commission herein is returnable in Paris, June 24, 1866.